Beneath the shadow of the great tree called Konoha, one clan has lived under suspicion for generations. Uchiha. Blood and fire. Loyal, yet never submissive. When trust is betrayed. When justice becomes nothing but empty words. Separation. Not born of hatred, but because the path is no longer shared. The Sharingan sees through every lie. The will of Uchiha does not bow to the Hokage. This is a story of choice, and the price paid for freedom. I am Uchiha, the division of Konoha. When a clan steps out of the shadows, Konoha, Sarutobi clan territory. The Sarutobi clan's territory, once vast and imposing, now lies in utter chaos. The once proud and arrogant Sarutobi clan, whose houses were in ruins, now each and every one of them has fallen into sorrow. In a dilapidated room, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his graying hair and wrinkled face, remained silent, his cloudy eyes staring intently at the word endure that he himself had written on the wall. Reporting to the clan head, this is the statistical loss due to the destructive power of the fake Ninetales Jinchuriki Bijudama, Nara, Akimichi, and our three clans suffered serious injuries. A ninja appeared in the Sarutobi clan's room at some point to report, but Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent as before after hearing the report. But at this very moment, Sarutobi Asuma calmly walked in. In just 3 short days, having gone through this great transformation, Asuma seemed to have matured considerably. Father, the police have brought Shimura Danzu to the door. Sarutobi Asuma, now fully mature, slowly raised his head, gazing at his father's aging back. His lips moved, and he finally added one more sentence. Danzo is still alive. With just that one sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulders trembled, and a glimmer of light appeared in his cloudy eyes. This time, he finally reacted. Raising his hand to signal the remaining ninjas to step back, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face haggard, turned to his son Sarutobi Asume and said hoarsely, "You're quite calculating." Uchiha Yoro is truly a formidable opponent. After revealing his Sharingan and would release, Shimura Danzu became the biggest stain on their Hokage lineage, and moreover, it was a stain with unshakable evidence. But Uchiha Yoru, with his wicked intentions, brought Shimura Danzu, still alive and well, to him, essentially giving him a difficult choice. Denying ignorance of Danzo's actions, then righteously executing Danzo, would anyone believe that? These words might fool the genin and civilians in the village, but they're completely ineffective against Jonin. But if he couldn't bring himself to act and wanted to spare Danzo's life, then this stain on his reputation would not only be a veiled admission of guilt, but he would also have to bear all the responsibility. The person Shimura Danzu brought into his hands, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was utterly disgusting. Shimura Danzu's execution of Uchiha Yoro was mostly an act of venting his anger, but handing him over to Sarutobi Hiruzen, no matter what, could have an impact on the third Hokage, Father Danzo. At this point, Sarutobi Asuma also understood the seriousness of the situation, and his voice was hoarse as he said, "The police department should use the third Hokage's immediate authority as a pretext to bring Danzo here." Facing this problem, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly lit his pipe, and as he exhaled a thick puff of smoke, a shrewd expression appeared in his cloudy eyes. Executing Danzo would cause internal strife within the Sarutobi clan and lead to their isolation by all the village's ninjas. Let Danzo live. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hoarse voice echoed, and Sarutobi Asuma raised his eyebrows, finally saying in a low voice, "Narashikaku is currently at the border of the Land of Lightning, commanding nearly 3,000 ninjas." Looking up at Asuma with one eye, Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly shook his head. This is what everyone in the shinobi world wants to see. But more importantly, Konoha cannot withstand such upheaval. Slowly rising to his feet, Sarutobi Hiruzen's clouded eyes revealed a resolute expression as he glanced back at Asuma, giving him a look he would never forget. "I haven't lost yet. The will of fire still remains. Konoha absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the Uchiha beasts." Sarutobi Hiruzen, instead of wearing the third Hokage's robe, held the Hokage's straw hat in his hand and walked straight towards the Hokage's office building after leaving the room. Hokage Tower Rooftop, Jonin Conference. Following the sound of footsteps echoing downwards, all the Konoha Jonin stiffened their expressions, and as a figure appeared, slowly walked towards the 4 seats that symbolized Konoha's authority. Uchiha Yoru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya sat neatly in their chairs, leaving one chair unoccupied, a fact everyone knew was reserved for the third Hokage. This move signified that the former high-ranking power structure had been completely reshuffled. This time, sitting in the main seat was Uchiha Yoru, who held immense power. Every word and action of his would shape Konoha's future development. The surrounding ninja, each displaying a pair of 3-tamo Sharingan, were all demonstrating to everyone that Konoha was now under the leadership of the Uchiha clan. Gentlemen, I think you are all aware of the corruption within the third Hokage's high ranks. They researched the first Hokage's cells, stole the bloodline abilities of their own village, and even made a shocking discovery at Root. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru looked at the angry expressions on everyone's faces and said, Root actually conducted his own research on the human bodies of fellow village ninjas. How tragic. There are still many problems of corruption and decay, including the Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Sarutobi ninja clans, who hold high positions. Uchiha Yoru directly and mercilessly criticized the third Hokage's high-ranking officials, and faced with such a scene, many ninjas' faces were filled with grim expressions. The third Hokage's administration represented an era, but today they must witness the end of that era. Just then, the sound of slow footsteps echoed down, and everyone glanced over in shock, only to see that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had arrived. At the same time, the current third Hokage, Uchiha Yoru, was also stunned by this scene. A look of solemnity appeared in his eyes, but his face showed no expression whatsoever. Third, this time, Uchiha Yoru showed no respect whatsoever. Instead, he calmly observed his opponent with the eyes of a victor. Everyone else seemed unfazed by this, as the chess game had nearly escalated into violence. Third Lord, you've arrived just in time. Because of the recent outbreak of a hidden disaster in the village, we're preparing to use this opportunity to replan the village's reconstruction. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru wore a fake smile on his face, while Hada Kakashi, standing among the crowd, stepped forward, his single eye revealing a look of unwavering determination. Having reached this point, they had no way back, and moreover, Konoha was undergoing a transformation, just as they had predicted. A topographical map of Konoha was pulled out. This scene felt strangely familiar, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became even more indifferent, trying to assert dominance. After the Ninetales Rebellion, Danzo used this as an excuse to once again reorganize the various forces within Konoha. It's clear that he wants to use this opportunity to return to the central power base of Konoha. Third Lord. As Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly approached, all the ninjas displayed complex expressions. Many even showed signs of reluctance, each whispering words of praise, while a portion remained indifferent and detached. As the third Hokage sat down, exhaling a ring of smoke from his mouth, he smiled at Uchiha Yoru beside him. It seems the time has come for me. Facing the third Hokage, Uchiha Yoru likewise displayed a fake political smile and nodded, saying, naturally, the third arrived at the right time, saving us the trouble of notifying him. One sentence immediately revealed the current situation. Uchiha Yoru directly used a notification tone, which was almost a veiled way of saying, Third Hokage, you have fallen from power. After taking their seats, Jiraiya looked at the old man with a complicated expression. Reaching this point, he couldn't help but sigh, while Tsunade scoffed disdainfully. She found their political maneuvering quite tiresome. Finally, at Uchiha Yoru's signal, Hada Kakashi first nodded slightly to everyone, then extended his finger to the Konoha map and began to speak. This area was previously occupied by the Sarutobi, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Shimura clans, but 3 days ago, the fake Ninetales Jinchuriki went on rampage, and it was clear to everyone that Root was secretly conducting these evil experiments within the village. No one can guarantee whether Root's research labs still exist. If another rampage were to occur, it would be a loss for the village. Hada Kakashi's calm voice echoed, causing countless jonin to gasp in surprise, and many understood what was happening. This is purely an excuse to settle a secret debt. During the Ninetales Rebellion, the Hokage's high-ranking officials used the Sharingan in the Ninetales' eyes as a pretext to directly exile the Uchiha clan to a border village. Now, it's clear they're settling the score later. Therefore, after discussions between Lord Sen and Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, and the Minister of the Police, Lord Uchiha Yoru, it was decided to relocate this generation of the clan to this place. Suddenly, a pair of scissors was drawn on his finger, and all the jonin fell silent. Truly, life has its ups and downs, And now it was their turn, directly moving these powerful clans to the Konoha border region and, moreover, to a location near the police department not only resulted in their expulsion from the center of power, but also subjected them to intense scrutiny by the police department, clearly surveillance. Kakashi calmly said, then suddenly remembered something and forced a wry smile. All of this is for the safety of the village. After all, this area has been the site of Root's secret experiments, and if it were to happen again, no one would want to see it happen. This was practically a threat. Many had already guessed that the so-called fake Ninetales Jinchuriki was probably connected to Root, but the rampage was definitely orchestrated by the police. Who would dare disagree? Bijou rampages are a problem that even the great nations of the shinobi world will face. Naturally, it's not a complete relocation. We've assigned a patrol unit to survey this safe zone, which can accommodate a portion of the ninja clans. That's impressive. Even the thick-skinned Jiraiya was secretly terrified by this scene. This little brat's methods are even more ruthless than the old man's. Not only did they use this as an excuse for revenge, directly driving the entire clan of the old man to the border village, but they also threw out a bait, clearly intending to sow discord. This place has a section, almost entirely separate, which clearly indicates that those who surrendered can still reside there. As Hada Kakashi continued to explain everything, Uchiha Yuru turned and looked at the third Hokage with a remorseful expression. Third Hokage, for the time being, please bear with the Sarutobi clan. However, please convey my message that the police department will definitely conduct a thorough inspection of this area as quickly as possible. Once this place is safe and free from any potential dangers, the great clans can naturally return. The political figure chuckled falsely, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing the scene, similarly displayed a forced smile. What? Wait until you've finished your inspection. This isn't your decision. Moreover, this statement implicitly reveals a divisive meaning. What does it mean that there are no hidden dangers? Isn't it simply a matter of seeking refuge with you? The Minister of Public Security is working hard. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also responded with a laugh, but his words were essentially saying, "You're not Hokage yet." However, Uchiha Yuru pretended not to hear, smiling brightly as she stood up and gestured excitedly at the map behind Kakashi. Root doesn't know how many secret research bases are hidden in this area, so this will be a long and arduous mission. Because of this critical situation, I suggest that the Hyuga and Uchiha clans relocate here. After all, with the Byakugan's investigative abilities, and the fact that the police force itself is tasked with protecting the village's safety, I hope Captain Hyuga Hizashi won't refuse this dangerous mission. At this moment, Uchiha Yuru suddenly showed a serious expression on his face, as if he were about to entrust an extremely difficult task to the Hyuga clan. Upon hearing these words, Hyuga Hizashi, a Jonin, immediately rose and bowed 90 degrees, shouting loudly, "Lord Yoru, rest assured. The Hyuga clan is willing to shed its last drop of blood for the peaceful development of Konoha. Furthermore, the Inuzuka clan's dog-killing techniques and the Aburame clan's insect-killing techniques are among the best in the shinobi world. I believe the Inuzuka and Aburame clans of ninjas can guarantee the safety of this area." The Aburame clan chief and the Inuzuka clan chief both rose to their feet, their faces filled with excitement as they shouted, "The Inuzuka Aburame clan will absolutely not let you down." Although he had known about the shamelessness of politics for a long time, seeing all of this with his own eyes made Jiraiya's eyes widen in disbelief. It was truly a sight to behold. To speak so shamelessly as if it were righteous and morally just, and moreover, to speak with such clear logic, he couldn't help but sigh, realizing that politics truly isn't something you can play by saving face. Having just mentioned the Sarutobi, Yamanaka, and Nara clans moving away from this place, they shamelessly used the need to resolve a potential security threat as an excuse to arrange for their major clans to be stationed here as part of a mission. That's utterly shameless. Tsunade, this little devil, is equivalent to several shameless old men by herself. Senin Jiraiya, whose prestige lay in this, directly whispered his complaints to Tsunade. Tsunade, however, merely scoffed in disdain. "Jiraiya, this is the Hokage." Facing Tsunade's choked voice, Jiraiya shook his head, secretly breaking out in a cold sweat. The precedent of the Hokage's high-ranking officials dealing with the Uchiha clan was clear. Now that the report had come back, it was somewhat acceptable. Hopefully, the village could stabilize itself in time. Tsunade, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but secretly shake her head. This vengeful little brat, however, certainly felt satisfied with what he had done. The Jonin didn't have too many reservations about the Uchiha clan moving back to the central Konoha area. After all, the Uchiha clan had resided there a few years ago. As a result, in the other smaller families, everyone remained silent. This was the process of power shifting. Konoha Jonin Conference. The meetings with the Ninetales this time and the next time resulted into completely opposite outcomes. The Uchiha clan, returning to the village, had even more power within their hearts. After Haddock Kakashi temporarily reorganized and redistributed the major clans of Konoha, a familiar coughing sound suddenly rang out. All the Jonin were bustling around, their eyes fixed on the gray-haired third Hokage. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rise, the third-generation leader put down his pipe, his cloudy eyes sweeping over everyone, causing countless battle-hardened Jonin to avert their gazes slightly. Root made such a grave mistake, almost causing a devastating war within the village. As the third Hokage, I cannot escape responsibility for this. At this moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, directly bowed 90 degrees in front of everyone and apologized. Below, every ninja remained silent, especially those with inherited clan bloodlines, who simply watched indifferently. Root secretly researched wood release and even stole the Uchiha clan Sharingan. How dare they do such a thing to the powerful Uchiha clan? What are they planning? Therefore, for Root, all the ninjas harbored deep resentment and hatred towards Zetsu. This scene made Jiraiya, watching from the sidelines, secretly shake his head and sigh. Root's actions over the years, while causing fear among all the major ninja villages in the shinobi world, also earned the hatred of the villagers themselves. In the original story, after the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the organization in Konoha was disbanded amidst widespread opposition. The fact that everyone in Konoha protested against this scene shows just how unpopular Root is. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed and apologized, while Uchiha Yoro wore a thoughtful smile, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, Danzo was the most qualified Black Gauntlet. Danzo was the one who relayed the order to exterminate Root, and the Anbo were merely assisting. Therefore, generally speaking, no matter how you investigate, the third Hokage is always Haku. And even in intelligence reports, this third Hokage always righteously refused to comply. Just like in the original story where the Uchiha clan was annihilated, the third Hokage is always portrayed as a glorious figure, whereas all of this seems to be driven by Danzo's personal desires. It was a full half-day later that Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose to his feet, bowed his head, and once again announced in a hoarse, low voice, "I am too ashamed to continue governing, so I will abdicate today. But Konoha needs a new Hokage." At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head to look at the three people sitting neatly in their seats. In an instant, everyone's expressions stiffened, even Jiraiya's face showed a wry smile. He knew that the old man hadn't given up his intentions yet, and Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly looked at Uchiha Yoru. Although neither of them said anything more, they clearly understood each other's meaning. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's face broke into a smile. In front of everyone, he slowly rose to his feet, walked straight to the third Hokage, and gently grasped the Hokage's hat. For a split second, everyone held their breath, especially the Uchiha clan ninjas, their eyes reddening and their breathing becoming rapid as they stared intently at this scene. The Uchiha clan is finally going to produce a Hokage. Picking up the Hokage's hat, Uchiha Yoro couldn't help but smile. He gently flicked the hat down, then shook his head and said, "It's dirty. I need a new one." It's very clear from the implied meaning in the words. Are they saying the Hokage's hat is dirty? Or are they saying the third Hokage's rule is dirty? Uchiha Yoro's unreserved, cheerful smile clearly indicated to everyone that he was determined to win the Hokage position this time, and any dispute would likely lead to bloody events. "Kakashi, look, I need a new Hokage hat." With a knowing smile, he looked at Kakashi, and Kakashi, upon hearing this, respectfully nodded and stepped forward to receive the Hokage's hat, saying, "Yes, fifth Hokage, greetings." Arrogant. Countless people inwardly cursed. This is nothing, and yet you, Kakashi, shamelessly addressed the fifth Hokage as the best. Wait. Just then, a respectful ninja suddenly appeared among the Jonin at the conference. The ninja, who had just appeared, said in a low voice, "An envoy sent by the daimyo." The entire shinobi world knew about the massive disturbance that had occurred in Konoha, so how could the daimyo's mansion not know? The arrival of the envoy at this time, while somewhat surprising, wasn't particularly shocking. But Uchiha Yoru was so small that she couldn't see his frown. She silently pondered, wondering what role the Fire Country's daimyo's mansion would play this time. Ultimately, the selection of the new Hokage was unavoidable for the daimyo's office, especially regarding the daimyo's financial resources. The Sand Village ninjas were forced to implement the elite training program because the daimyo's office cut funding, demonstrating the daimyo's importance to the finances of a ninja village. With a clacking sound of footsteps, a bald-headed monk entered. The person who arrived was the sixth monk of the Fire Temple, Lord Third Hokage. The monk walked up to the Third Hokage and bowed to him in front of everyone. Seeing this, Hada Kakashi raised his eyebrows and stepped forward. For a moment, he glanced at the Hokage's hat in Kakashi's hand, then looked at the scene before him, and couldn't help but inwardly groan. This time, being given the title of Hokage was going to be a difficult task. Now all eyes in the shinobi world are focused on the Land of Fire, and the daimyo is hoping that Konoha will soon elect a new Hokage. In front of everyone, the young man bowed respectfully and explained the purpose of the daimyo's visit. Finally, he looked respectfully at Tsunade, one of the Sannin, and said, "The daimyo has heard that Princess Tsunade has returned to Konoha. If Princess Tsunade wishes to become the fifth Hokage, the daimyo's mansion believes that Konoha will once again achieve glory." Boom! At this moment, everyone's expressions stiffened, while Uchiha Yoru's face even showed a smile, but this time, that smile revealed endless coldness. Well done, third, and yet he plays like that all by himself. Tsunade comes from the Senju clan, and furthermore, the first and second Hokage were both her grandfathers, while the third Hokage was even her teacher. Tsunade's prestige was further enhanced. It could be said that if Tsunade decided to become the fifth Hokage, she wouldn't need Sarutobi Hiruzen's faction. She alone would be enough to stand against Uchiha Yoru. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Tsunade, who couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. She now clearly saw that the old man was obviously trying to drag her down with him. At this moment, Lu hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "Third Hokage Shama, Konoha is currently experiencing such a major upheaval that a slight misstep could trigger the Fourth Great Ninja War. Although the daimyo's office has suggested that Lady Tsunade be appointed as the fifth Hokage, it's merely a proposal. The daimyo's office intends to appoint someone to temporarily replace the Hokage in handling state affairs, and Lady Tsunade's status and prestige are sufficient." At that moment, a clear, crisp round of applause suddenly rang out, directly interrupting the scene. Everyone couldn't help but look anxiously in the direction of the person clapping. Uchiha Yoru watched this scene with a dangerous smile on his face, clapping his hands repeatedly, but everyone could see the anger burning within him. The third Hokage is a master strategist, truly a cunning old fox. Tsunade's prestige has increased, coupled with the daimyo's proposal, and there are so many Konoha ninjas within the Land of Fire. Even if the Uchiha clan has currently cleared the Ninetales of suspicion, compared to Tsunade, they are still far behind all the current Konoha ninjas. If Tsunade were to become the fifth Hokage, no one would be able to refute her existence, especially in terms of reputation. She's a Sannin, a healing saint, and over the years, she's saved countless ninjas and accumulated a vast network of connections. Considering his background and lineage, he comes from the Senju clan, with both his grandfathers being the first and second Hokage. Furthermore, once Tsunade assumes the role of fifth Hokage, Konoha will enter a tripartite power struggle, with the Uchiha clan and the third Hokage's faction becoming increasingly vulnerable. The Uchiha clan ninjas glared in disbelief. Never before had the position of Hokage been so close to their clan, yet time and again it was about to slip away. Although they were furious, they had no choice but to face Tsunade. Many Uchiha Jonin, who had been living in seclusion, fell silent. Tsunade, as a Sannin, had also saved many Uchiha ninjas during the war. Even Hada Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui, despite their reluctance, faced Tsunade. This was an unsolvable dilemma. The most crucial point remains that Uchiha Yoru is still too young, and his reputation in this aspect is still significantly lower compared to that of the Sannin. A representative of the Hokage, not bad. Uchiha Yoru smiled brightly, slowly rising to her feet. She took the Hokage's hat from Hada Kakashi's hands and turned not towards Tsunade, but towards the third Hokage. Third Hokage, this dirty Hokage hat will remain in your hands. I, Uchiha Yoru, represent the true will of fire, and naturally, I also represent the new generation of Konoha. By making that gesture, Uchiha Yoru clearly indicated to everyone that all of this was a retaliatory tactic employed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and sighed, gently tapping the non-existent dust off the Hokage's hat. This is just a temporary replacement for Hokage. I have already decided to nominate the fifth Hokage. However, Uchiha Yoru showed no mercy, turning around and striding towards the outside, followed by the other ninjas who quickly left. I've been tricked. Yes, boss. As soon as Uchiha Shisui left the Hokage's office, he couldn't help but show a look of resentment. Even Kakashi said in a low voice, Yoru, having reached this point, the third Hokage recommending Lady Tsunade to ascend to the throne is clearly a case of retreating to advance. Behind him, a dark mass of ninjas followed, and Uchiha Yoru, upon seeing this scene, revealed a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Defeated, that old fox, the third Hokage, is practically in his grave yet still clinging to power. It seems my preparations are about to be exposed. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a resolute expression, and among the crowd, only Hada Kakashi seemed to have guessed something. He couldn't help but say in a low voice, Yoru, this step is very dangerous. Dangerous. Facing Kakashi, Uchiha Night God's expression gradually darkened. Reform requires bloodshed. What have we done all this for? Moreover, do you think that with our current absolute power, we can afford to be feared? I, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, 3 pairs of Mangekyu Sharingan, and you, Kakashi, 1 Mangekyu, and even one I stole from Danzo, Madogai, who can now open the 7 gates, and them too. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru simply followed behind all the ninjas, his eyes filled with determination. They were the first to resort to force. I offered them the option of peace, but it's clear they want to test our bottom line. So I will use strength to show the third Hokage. Testing comes at a great price. If we, this generation, don't pay a heavy price for this, then the next generation will have to pay a heavy price. To seize this opportunity to change our destiny, I will stop at nothing. Facing Uchiha Yoru's resolute gaze, Hada Kakashi remained silent for a moment before raising his head with a determined expression, nodding and saying, I understand. This massive move wasn't about achieving balance, but about completely shattering Konoha's original system and establishing a new Konoha. Seeing Hada Kakashi's helpful expression, Uchiha Yoru smiled and said, from now on, for the sake of Konoha's stability, all ninja police officers will enter a state of combat readiness and be provided with war materials. Uchiha Shisui, I want you to take over the war supplies delivered by the various countries from the border and inform everyone about this. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's face was filled with determination. He openly declared to all the Konoha ninjas that if anyone considered preparing for a war of attrition, then he feared nothing. The ninja world doesn't know how many ninja villages there are who wish they wouldn't waste a single soldier watching the internal conflict in Konoha, especially between the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. Since the third Hokage had already shown such a display, he wanted to bare his muscles, clearly telling everyone that they weren't afraid of bleeding. Yoru, what if a civil war breaks out? At this moment, Hada Kakashi whispered a possibility, and Uchiha Yoru's eyes turned bright red as he also glanced over. Rest assured, I don't want to start a civil war. If it really comes to that point, Jiraiya and Tsunade will be held back by Orochimaru and Shisui, along with Itachi's Mangekyu Sharingan, plus you, Kakashi, and my eyes. Having said that, Uchiha Yoru firmly uttered one last sentence before quickly walking away. Execute the decapitation order. With that one sentence echoing in his ears, Hada Kakashi looked up at the pitch-black sky and muttered to himself, the village is decaying. We are here to change it, for its future. With their superior combat skills, they hold an absolute advantage. This time, Uchiha Yoru acted decisively, directly taking away all the elite forces surrounding the Hokage's office building. But at the same time, it placed immense pressure on countless people, the Hokage in his office. At this moment, Tsunade angrily slammed her hand on the table and shouted, Third Hokage, you're using me as a pawn. Facing Tsunade's furious questioning, the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, remained silent for a long time before finally saying profoundly, "Tsunade, all of this is for Konoha. Only you can restrain the Uchiha." Meanwhile, Jiraiya, leaning against the window, remained silent, not uttering a word. Even at this point, the old man was still unwilling to accept that his rule over Konoha would be overthrown. I don't know when it started, but the once formidable ninja hero has transformed into the stubborn figure I see before me. Facing Saratobi Hiruzen, Tsunade let out a cold laugh. Do you know the strength of this brat now? 3.5 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, plus 1 snatched from Danzo's eye. That's a total of 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Even Orochimaru is involved. Do you dare say this brat won't summon Orochimaru? Old man, you're playing with fire right now. You're betting on whether this brat dares to start a civil war. Do you really know the true strength this little brat possesses? At this moment, Tsunade rubbed her eyebrows. This time, she was truly disappointed. The old man was too stubborn. He stubbornly insisted that only by following his will of fire could Konoha prosper and flourish. Any dissenting opinion was deemed unacceptable and would not be allowed to inherit the will of fire. Old man! Jiraiya, leaning against the window, suddenly spoke. The window opened, and a gentle breeze stirred his white hair, revealing a smile. This little brat agreed to my terms. I'll support him, and I'll keep an eye on Naruto. Jiraiya, you! Seeing Jiraiya suddenly wanting to betray him, Saratobi Hiruzen's expression was extremely grim. It was clear Jiraiya didn't want to get involved. Now that the third Hokage had fallen from power, siding with him meant Konoha was highly likely to erupt into civil war. If they remain neutral and don't care, the Third Reich will, on the other hand, be somewhat wary. Finally, this time the Hokage's office meeting ended on an unhappy note. After Saratobi Hiruzen left, only Jiraiya and Tsunade remained in the office. Hey, little devil, get out here. The old man has left. Sitting upright at her desk, Tsunade directly took out the sake she had prepared earlier from the cupboard, then picked up 3 glasses and filled them with the sake. It was clear that besides Jiraiya and Tsunade, there was a third person in the office. Creak, creak. At that moment, a human face slowly emerged from the wooden cabinet in front of it, and then the wooden figure slowly walked out. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but show a look of shock in his eyes, exclaiming, I never thought that the wood release, which had been lost for so long, would reappear in Konoha. And moreover, it would be inherited by the Uchiha. Uchiha Yoru, clearly using wood release, was seated upright at the Hokage's desk, each holding a cup of sake. The Jonin conference was a scene of breathless, almost surreal atmosphere, and at that moment, Uchiha Yoru smiled brightly at the two of them. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but twitch his mouth and sigh, saying, Little brat, I have to say you have quite the nerve. Facing Jiraiya, Uchiha Yoru shrugged slightly, revealing a sincere and earnest smile, and raised his glass, saying, There's no way around it. Jiraiya, you've always been gathering intelligence in the shinobi world, so you should know that the military strength of the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village now surpasses Konoha. These old geezers are still immersed in the dream of Konoha being the ruler of the shinobi world, thinking they have everything under control, unaware that since the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha has been steadily weakening. Jiraiya couldn't help but shake his head and sigh at this outrageous trap. He didn't know if it was right or wrong, but for now, everything seemed to be going according to plan. You little brat, you're practically calculating the entire shinobi world. Leaving aside everything else, just your courage alone is impressive, Jiraiya exclaimed, raising his glass in admiration. But Tsunade snorted in dissatisfaction, saying, Damn it, little brat, wait until you become the 5th Hokage, then we'll see how you agree to the conditions. Facing Tsunade's furrowed brow and gesture, Uchiha Yoru looked at the half-raised wine glass and couldn't help but smile and nod. Rest assured, it's all for Konoha, and even more so for peace. I promise you, after becoming the 5th Hokage, I will absolutely not initiate a great ninja war during my 5-year rest and recuperation period. After all, I still need your help. At this moment, Uchiha Nightheart revealed a smile. In these 5 years, he truly hadn't planned to cause any major disturbances. After all, there were still enemies lurking in the shadows. For Konoha, The three jade cups clinked together, clearly indicating that all three individuals had met some kind of condition. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, was still preoccupied with worrying about how to deal with the current situation within his clan. The glasses clinked together, and the three men's eyes met. At that moment, Jiraiya's expression became serious. "What you said is all true, little devil." At this moment, even Tsunade looked over, her eyes clearly showing a questioning expression. Uchiha Yoru's expression gradually became serious. "I always thought Danzo and the third Hokage were secretly plotting in the shadows, but it's clear that the culprit behind the Nine-Tails Knight was someone else. And even the one who used the Sharingan to control the fourth Mizukage was the same person. Based on the intelligence extracted from Danzo's brain, this person is very likely Uchiha Madara, or rather a descendant of Uchiha Madara." When Uchiha Yoru mentioned that name again, Jiraiya still couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation in his scalp. At that moment, he felt as if a pair of hands were secretly controlling something within the shinobi world. You all know about the Mangekyo Sharingan, but Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo has clearly reached a different level, possessing eternal power. Therefore, even with the same Mangekyo, our strength is still insufficient. Listening to Uchiha Yoru's story, Jiraiya gently raised the cup of sake to his lips. For some reason, the taste of the sake had a bitter undertone. Finally, he drained the cup in one gulp after shaking his head. "I hope your plan is correct." Tsunade, after draining her cup in one gulp, let out a cold laugh. "Jiraiya, after all these years of your investigation, you must know that the shinobi world secretly harbors a powerful force. If it really is that person, then Konoha right now." At this point, Tsunade chuckled self-deprecatingly, clearly realizing how far Konoha had changed from what it once was. Therefore, regardless of the truth, our starting point is the prosperity and strength of Konoha. After the three of them drained their drinks in one gulp, Uchiha Yoru's face lit up with a smile. He wasn't lying. Now that Danzo had been captured, the Nine-Tails Knight had nothing to do with Danzo anyway. Trying to mess things up would only result in more harm than good. It was better to expose the hidden enemy and thus achieve their goal of joining forces. When internal problems arise that cannot be resolved in the short term, the emergence of a powerful external enemy is the best way to divert the conflict. "Little devil, if it were us, we wouldn't choose to cooperate." At this moment, Tsunade suddenly revealed a thoughtful smile, and Jiraiya, standing beside her, couldn't help but show a curious expression. But Uchiha Yoru didn't approach this problem that way. He simply laughed and said, "It's very simple. Reform requires bloodshed. I think Teacher Orochimaru and one pair of Mangekyo Sharingan are enough to stop two of them. But now the elderly third Hokage is facing 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan." The final statement, though not explicitly stated, made it clear that with the rise of high-level combatants, they were confident in executing the beheading plan. Although even cage-level combat power isn't something that can be easily matched in a one-on-one fight, thinking about Orochimaru, Jiraiya couldn't help but fall silent. Furthermore, isn't this what you, Jiraiya, wanted to see? Mutual restraint leading to a certain state of balance. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a confident smile as he slowly extended his hand. 5 years. 5 years is enough time to prove right and wrong. Regarding this bet, Jiraiya poured himself another glass of sake, pouting as he said, "I'll spend 5 years investigating. If the other party has ever appeared in the shinobi world, they'll definitely leave behind some traces." Looking at Jiraiya, Uchiha Yoru shrugged casually and chuckled, saying, "Of course, I can also provide a few clues. After all, it's incredibly satisfying to have someone help with the investigation for free. The Kenabi Bridge and the Akatsuki organization, these 2 clues. And of course, there's one more clue I dare say we can definitely uncover something from. The 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village." Seeing Uchiha Yoru's teasing gaze, Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of sake, glaring angrily and saying, "Going to the water country to investigate it this time. I haven't lived long enough yet." Despite those words, it was clear that Jiraiya was somewhat tempted. His aimless investigation in the shinobi world, compared to the 3 clues he had before him, was quite different. But Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes. He wasn't lying. The Battle of Kenabi Bridge was a local incident where Obito encountered Ban, but he couldn't know exactly how far Ban's hideout was. He retreated empty-handed, since Jiraiya was the one investigating anyway. But Akatsuki wasn't lying either. let alone Obito. Even the Akatsuki's Rinnegan alone would be enough to give Jiraiya a hard time. There's also the fourth Mizukage of the Water Country, who is definitely under Obito's control, so if Jiraiya were to infiltrate the Hidden Mist village, he would certainly be able to investigate some issues. Based on those 3 clues, he hasn't lied at all. I'll go calm the old man down. The rest is up to you guys to fight amongst yourselves. But I'll give you one last warning, little brat. Jiraiya put down his sake cup and walked towards the window, shaking his head as he opened it. Even with 1 foot already outside, he couldn't resist turning back to offer some advice. Little brat, you're really playing with fire this time, but as you said, this is indeed the fastest way to strengthen Konoha. In the Hokage's office, the window was open, letting in a gentle breeze that stirred the rustling of books and papers. Jiraiya's figure had vanished. At that moment, only Tsunade and Uchiha were left in the office. The two looked at each other, and Tsunade couldn't help but pout. Little brat, you're quite bold, daring to toy with Anne's scheme against the entire shinobi world, using various shinobi forces to achieve your own goals. Be careful, something bad might happen. What happened? Faced with this question, with Jiraiya following behind, Uchiha directly revealed his true nature, letting out a contemptuous cold laugh. Now, regardless of whether the third Hokage is willing to give up his power in Konoha, how many of those old geezers are willing to relinquish their authority? If something really happens, shifting the conflict to external parties would be a good thing. Furthermore, Konoha was founded jointly by the Senju and Uchiha clans, so this collaboration is a pleasure. Looking at the hand before her, Tsunade glared disapprovingly, the 2 hands clasped together, seemingly ready to continue their cooperation. There's a saying you're right, little brat. Letting those old geezers waste Konoha is not as good as the Senju and Uchiha giving Konoha its final glory. Then I'll trouble you to take good care of me, 5th Hokage. At this moment, Uchiha narrowed his eyes and smiled, and Tsunade also nodded and said, "You too, Konoha's new Hokage." The upheaval in Konoha, the land of fire, had already spread throughout the shinobi world. The third Hokage, once again accused of wrongdoing, took responsibility and abdicated, but upon encountering the second Sannin, the Hokage who had ruled Konoha for the longest time, he directly pulled him back into power. Sannin Princess Tsunade jumped in and became the 5th Hokage's reserve candidate, while the other was the rising star Uchiha. Following this, Uchiha, under the control of powerful forces, clearly initiated an inevitable armed coup in response to the threat. Tsunade was no ordinary person either. With her Sannin reputation and her connections as a healing saint, she quickly united all the ninjas in the Hidden Leaf Village, creating a 2-way battle for supremacy in Konoha. Tsunade not only maintained her neutral ninja position, but also had powerful allies on her side, including the entire 3rd Hokage faction, giving her a position on par with the police department for a time. The 5th Hokage of Konoha considered both Uchiha and Tsunade as candidates, but it was clear that the Fire Country daimyo's office favored Tsunade. Just as the scales of victory were tipping, suddenly the ninjas from the Cloud Village and Stone Village were the first in the shinobi world to speak out, expressing their deep disgust and hatred for Zetsu Konoha's extremely cruel act of secretly stealing ninja bloodlines, and directly proclaiming their support for Uchiha as the 5th Hokage. Following the influx of smaller ninja villages drawn in by the 2 larger villages, almost the entire ninja world began to speak out. After all, Konoha, which has consistently held the position of the shinobi world's overlord since its founding, suddenly facing collapse. Who wouldn't want to be a piece of this juicy gossip? The Land of Fire is rich in resources, and countless ninja villages in the shinobi world are envious. Even small ninja villages are wondering if they can seize this opportunity to get a piece of the pie. Adding fuel to the fire, they are professionals. They don't need to lift a finger themselves. Sitting back and watching Konoha erupt into civil war is not a good idea. Stone Village. Lord Sachikage, Uchiha from the Land of Fire has once again requested war materials from us, and even vaguely mentioned wanting us to help them obtain the 7 tails from Takigakure Village. Upon hearing the report from his trusted subordinate, Old Man Noki's eyes widened in surprise. Well done! This Uchiha has a really big appetite, he thought. The Uchiha clan already have 3.5 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, and now they're thinking of getting a Biju. That's impossible. He thought that if he wanted to support the Uchiha clan with war materials and even weapons during the Konoha Civil War, it wouldn't matter since these were all consumable items. But the Biju were different. If the Uchiha obtained them, they would be permanent. No, tell the Uchiha clan that the Hidden Stone Village, for the sake of justice in the shinobi world, can provide supplies and aid. It was clear that Noki could still distinguish between right and wrong. The 3.5 Mangekyo Sharingan had made him wary. Fortunately, he had received intelligence that these Mangekyo Sharingan were different from those of Uchiha Madara, and that excessive consumption of their power would cause blindness. At this moment, Noki frowned, looking at the Konoha intelligence officer and saying in a low voice, "Konoha intelligence is top priority. I should have access to the latest Konoha intelligence. Simultaneously, launch a covert operation within the Hidden Leaf Village, using all available strength to ignite the flames of war on both sides." Lord Sachikage, this point seems very difficult. At this moment, a calm Jonin from the Hidden Stone Village pushed down his glasses and solemnly analyzed the intelligence. Based on the intelligence gathered so far, Konoha, although temporarily appearing as a two-way power structure, is actually a three-way power structure. The Uchiha clan's police force, Tsunade Heims faction, and the Third Hokage's faction. It seems that Tsunade Heims' agreement with the Third Hokage is somewhat excessive. Moreover, the Third Hokage, Tsunade Hime, and Jiraiya are all unwilling to start a civil war among the three factions and are acting very cautiously. Based on current intelligence, it seems that the three sides will compromise once they reach a certain condition. Listening to his subordinate's analysis, Old Man Noki revealed a sinister, cold smile. Compromise, the position of Hokage is the biggest conflict. Tsunade Hime has the support of the daimyo's mansion and the Third Hokage. The Fifth Hokage hasn't even secured the current Hokage position yet, and he's afraid the Uchiha clan will retaliate like dogs. But I will give them a conflict. The succession to the throne requires a vote from all the Jonin in the village and the acknowledgement of the daimyo's mansion. But what if the entire shinobi world acknowledges Uchiha Yoru's identity as Hokage? At this point, Noki couldn't help but smile. I think the other ninja villages would be very happy to sell such a favor. After all, Uchiha Yoru, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, has the strength to become Hokage. Wherever you go, report that the Reikage, Kazekage, Mizukage, and also Hokage Uchiha Yoru, I am preparing to hold a 5-cage summit in the Land of Iron. It's quite clear that the cunning Noki, by instigating a civil war in Konoha, directly acknowledged the identity of Hokage Uchiha Yoru. In the 5-year meeting, each major ninja village pointed directly at and named the Hokage, Uchiha Yoru. This is practically equivalent to the entire ninja world acknowledging him. Do you, Konoha, still need to say anything? With Uchiha Yoru being recognized as Hokage by the entire shinobi world, he naturally has a reason to command all of Konoha. If anyone were to disobey, well, a war to quell the rebellion would seem quite normal. Konoha, Hokage's office building. Ever since Tsunade became the 5th Hokage's reserve candidate at the Jonin Conference, Konoha has been exhibiting a strange atmosphere. Having gained considerable power within the Konoha 6 Department's police force, and in order to ease the tense situation, the Sarutobi, Shimura, Nara, and Akimichi clans moved away from the central power areas of Konoha, which could be considered a step back. However, the police force's reaction was the most intense, directly dividing the circular Konoha area into 2 halves, with one half of the circle covered by a barrier, clearly conveying their intentions to everyone. The Hokage Tower became the center of power competition between the 2 opposing factions. Hokage's office. Tsunade, what are your thoughts on this year's Cage Summit? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen publicly declared his resignation, he still wore the 3rd Hokage's ceremonial robe, and this time, with a solemn expression, he entered the Hokage's office. This place used to be practically his headquarters, but now it has become the battleground where Tsunade and Uchiha Yoru clash and compete. Come on, old man, even Kazekage Rasa acknowledged the 5-Cage Summit, and now the 4 great ninja villages have made it clear that they're inviting Hokage Uchiha Yoru to participate. Do you really think I can't go? Tsunade said disdainfully at that moment, and just then the main door was suddenly pushed open. Uchiha Yoru's figure appeared, and upon seeing the 2 people in the office, he immediately smiled brightly and slowly walked towards them. So, it turns out the 3rd Hokage is here to guide us too, the acting Hokage, in official affairs this time. Upon meeting Uchiha Yoru, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was immediately filled with sarcasm, as he spoke directly to her. Even with his masterful self-control, he couldn't help but feel a little displeased by such a display of resentment. This is essentially saying that you, the third Hokage, have already abdicated, and now the Hokage's office is occupied by those two, even though only one will ultimately emerge victorious. Following Uchiha Yoro inside, Uchiha Itachi and Hada Kakashi were also behind her. Uchiha Yoro walked over and sat down neatly at the Hokage's desk to the right, with Tsunade and the other person sitting upright on either side, while the third Hokage stood in the middle, looking like a ninja reporting on his duties. Faced with such humiliation, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained indifferent, calmly observing everything. Sitting upright, Uchiha Yoro's face lit up with a smile as he slowly took a scroll from Uchiha Itachi's hand. This is the invitation scroll for the 5-Cage Summit. This time, it's scheduled to be held in the Land of Iron. I wonder which Hokage will be attending this time. That remark about the Hokage was truly blatant mockery. Tsunade, upon hearing it, let out a cold snort. Yes, we almost forgot. Suddenly remembering something, Uchiha Yoruichi slapped her forehead, looking annoyed, and turned to Hada Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi, I almost forgot to bring my things." At this moment, Hada Kakashi slowly opened the bundle of luggage on his back, revealing a red conical hat. On the front, above the white Ichikaku, was written a large fire character. This was the symbol representing the Hokage, and also the Hokage's hat. Kakashi respectfully handed over the brand new Hokage's hat. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Yoro immediately broke into a smile, and in front of the two of them, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen's pale face, he easily accepted it. The superior quality material used to craft the Hokage's soft, smooth hat was so clean it wouldn't stick to dust or dirt. At this moment, Uchiha Yoro's face lit up with a smile. This time, during the Cage Summit, as the youngest and newest Cage, I'm still somewhat unfamiliar with the various countries, and the village is a bit unsafe. I plan to have Kakashi and Shisui stay in the village. But this time, the journey to the Land of Iron is long and arduous, and the other Hokages are all accompanied by guards, so I want to invite the experienced third Hokage to accompany me. After all, you are the strongest Hokage. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoruichi covered her mouth, a mocking smile appearing on her face. As the longest-serving and strongest third Hokage, I wonder if the third Hokage would be willing to accompany me to the Land of Iron to participate in the 5-Cage Summit. This time, Uchiha Yoro completely revealed his true identity. Now the entire shinobi world acknowledges his identity. Although the world knows about the ulterior motives of these ninja villages, it's still considered legitimate. Uchiha Yoro. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and heavy. We are all Konoha ninjas, all serving this village. You think I'm doing a bad job, you can accuse me of anything. But you should know that the 4 great ninja villages of the shinobi world are all ruthless and heartless. Do you know that the shinobi world fears we won't be able to defeat them? I have endured and endured. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's reasoning, Uchiha Yoro's expression gradually turned cold. Endure. Are you referring to the ninja corps responsible for the Lightning Country's border? Or are you talking about the elite Sarutobi clan you secretly dispatched? Or perhaps other ninja corps within the Fire Country? Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Yoro, without any politeness, coldly laughed and recounted everything that had happened during this period. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having ruled for such a long time, had promoted almost all the ninja corps commanders stationed within the Land of Fire during his reign as the third Hokage. It's impossible to say that a single command will be met with overwhelming support. Within the Land of Fire, Konoha has over 20,000 ninjas, and this ninja hero can mobilize at least 10,000 or more. Although Uchiha Yoro currently appears powerful and intimidating, the number of ninjas under his command is only around 5,000, and he remains solely responsible for the frontline ninja defenses of the Hidden Mist village. Currently, both sides are restraining each other, and after all, the entire shinobi world is watching. Once they start a civil war, it's predictable that the 4th Great Ninja War will break out once the Konoha Civil War ends. A Hokage in his office, with 2 Hokage-style bamboo hats appearing, and even a 3rd Hokage-style divine robe, is undeniably extremely ironic. Hokage, it's not about becoming Hokage and then gaining people's approval, but about being recognized as a talented individual who becomes Hokage. The atmosphere became stifling, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke in a hoarse voice, his cloudy eyes fixed on Uchiha Yoru with profound intensity. There isn't a single ninja in the village willing to see civil war break out. Uchiha Yoru scoffed at the third Hokage's teachings, but he agreed with the ninjas' unwillingness to see civil war erupt. The two sides are now restraining themselves, especially since the three battles ended not long ago. As ninjas from the same village, no one wants to see violence resorted to. In the world of ninjas, emotional bonds are highly valued. From the first Hokage onwards, the selection of the Hokage has always been through an election system. I hope you can proceed peacefully. The third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, no matter how stubborn he was, even now, stubbornly only accepting the will of fire himself. But one thing was certain, he did not want to see a civil war break out in Konoha, because he lived within the very fabric of the will of fire. Facing this point is also the reason why both sides restrain each other. Haha, it's just a normal election system. Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes at this point, a smile spreading across his face. So, I don't know about Lady Tsunade, but I'm willing to share the responsibility of governing with you in my capacity as Hokage. Konoha and the Land of Fire will be divided in two, with you and I each responsible for half, and each of us will separately exercise the power and privileges of Hokage. Uchiha Yoru's proposal was practically a move to split Konoha in two. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was extremely grim. As a stubborn man, he would not allow such a situation to occur again. But now, the entire Konoha has fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Despite this ongoing stalemate, Konoha's missions have virtually stalled during this period. While things are relatively stable in the short term, the longer the situation drags on, the greater the damage and upheaval Konoha will suffer. Furthermore, at present, we basically lack the ability to directly overpower the opponent. Uchiha Yoru, you intend to split Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his face grim, as he spoke each word. It was clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected this proposal. After all, with Tsunade now present, Sarutobi Hiruzen's support gave him the upper hand. But at that moment, Uchiha Yoru slowly stood up, placing the Hokage's hat at his side, a smile appearing on his face, a sight that was extremely dazzling to the third Hokage. You were planning to go to the daimyo's mansion to discuss the fifth Hokage's affairs, weren't you? The current Hokage is attending the 5-Cage Summit. Uchiha Yoru's arrogant laughter echoed unrestrainedly throughout the Hokage's office building, causing countless Konoha ninjas to become serious upon hearing it. Uchiha Yoru is provoking the daimyo of the Land of Fire, clearly telling everyone that Konoha's cage is not someone the daimyo can dictate to. Uchiha Yoru's overwhelming power made many Konoha ninjas feel as if they could see the future of Konoha once being the ruler of the ninja world. While the old-fashioned third Hokage had long since eroded the morale of the Konoha ninjas. After Uchiha Yoru led his men away, only Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in the Hokage's office. At this moment, Tsunade, with a leisurely and self-satisfied expression, slowly took out some sake from the cabinet, continued to pour and enjoy it, showing not a trace of nervousness. Seeing this scene, the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen's veins bulged on his forehead, and he grumbled hoarsely, Tsunade. Tsunade, however, scoffed contemptuously, old man, I'm still willing to address you respectfully. But you're treating me like a pawn. Do you think I'm some snot-nosed brat like the fourth Hokage? It's clear that the third Hokage sent her here to stabilize the morale of Konoha, and the proud Tsunade would never allow herself to become a mere mascot. Tsunade, holding a glass of sake, watched as Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips slowly curved into a smile. Hand over the wood-release ninja, and I also want 1 billion yen to establish a new Anbu. Tsunade, you! At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, his anger soaring to the heavens, his lungs feeling like they were about to explode. Tsunade is taking advantage of the situation to loot, and moreover, she's shamelessly extending her hand to demand power. In other words, if Tsunade were to truly become Hokage, she would absolutely not become a Hokage controlled by the third Hokage. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious expression, Tsunade calmly bowed her head and said to herself, Old man, this is why Jiraiya didn't want to come back to help you. When the financial resources and the wood-release ninja arrive, that's when I'll set off for Daimyo Prefecture. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was extremely unpleasant as he was provoked by Tsunade's shameless tactics. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, fine. The wood-release ninja will arrive soon, and the funds will last a maximum of 3 days. Having been robbed while his house was on fire, Saratobi Hiruzen, his face pale with anger, slammed the door and left. His rage wasn't about the money or the would-release ninjas, but rather that Tsunade was clearly dissatisfied with his policies. He also said that even after Tsunade took office, she wouldn't follow his policies, and this was what Saratobi Hiruzen could least tolerate. Konoha was now at its most dangerous moment. Uchiha clan territory. The ninja forces were powerful. In just a few days, the Uchiha clan rebuilt their clan territory in the heart of what was once Konoha. At this moment, the clan meeting, or rather, the Uchiha Yoro faction meeting, was underway, and the meeting room was crowded with a large group of ninjas crouching in a dark mass. At this moment, everyone's face showed a look of excitement and exhilaration. The entire shinobi world now acknowledged Uchiha Yoro's identity as Hokage, and their prestige had risen to the point where their side was in no way inferior to the other. Uchiha Yoro glanced around, and at that moment, a burning intensity was clearly visible in everyone's eyes, with almost everyone's gaze fixed on his side. Or, to put it another way, the hat on the side of the Hokage symbolizes his status. Gentlemen, this annual conference is being prepared to be held in the Iron Kingdom, so I don't think much more is needed. Uchiha Yoro glanced around and directly delivered this reassuring good news, then began to issue his orders. I'm preparing to attend the Iron Kingdom's annual photo conference. Who wants to come along, and who wants to stay behind? Facing Uchiha Yoro's gaze, everyone was extremely excited, but many also showed signs of worrying. With their trusted confidant gone, it was easy for someone else to take advantage of the situation. Uchiha Yoro noticed everyone's worried expressions, but he confidently smiled and said, "This time, I've decided to bring Uchiha Itachi and Mato Gai as my bodyguards to the 5-Cage Summit." Following Uchiha Yoro's words, the guards' attention shifted to Uchiha Itachi and Mato Gai. Some showed disappointment, while others secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the village's fighting strength remained intact. As for me, I'll be the one to maintain stability in Konoha. When the person in charge of guarding the area was mentioned, everyone's eyes focused on him. Uchiha Yoro glanced at everyone before finally speaking. The Konoha Police Department's main duties are assigned to Uchiha Shisui and Hada Kakashi, while the Uchiha clan is entrusted to the instantaneous elder. This choice was also carefully considered by Uchiha Yoro before making the decision. Of the three, the Uchiha clan held two positions, and the instantaneous elder further compensated for Shisui's political shortcomings, while Kakashi was also the ninja with the highest prestige at the moment. At that moment, the elderly elder, his face flushed with a rosy glow, revealed a smile. In front of everyone, he slowly removed the bandages, revealing a clear Mangekyo Sharingan to all. This Sharingan was actually stolen from Shimura Danzu by Uchiha Fugaku, the former clan head. Uchiha Shizune and Hada Kakashi each possess a Mangekyo Sharingan, and Uchiha Shisui also has a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, so their superior combat power still holds the advantage. However, Uchiha Yoro's final words were the most reassuring, yet they also shattered the fear of countless others, followed by expressions of ecstatic joy. I, in the name of Konoha's Hokage, hereby announce to Konoha that from this day forward, the expulsion order against Sanin Orochimaru is revoked. Sanin Orochimaru's status as a Konoha Jonin is restored, and I hereby declare that I will engrave the name of Konoha's White Fang, who sacrificed his life to protect his comrades, as a hero on the memorial stone. Uchiha Yoro's smile faded, and in an instant, countless ninjas cheered with joy. Did this mean that Sanin Orochimaru was returning to Konoha? Furthermore, Uchiha Yoro made no attempt to conceal this information, essentially telling everyone that their side had gained another powerful ally. The Sanin Orochimaru's return to Konoha was a significant enough threat to his reputation. Firstly, even though Uchiha Yoro participated in the 5-Cage Summit, the village still had cage-level fighting forces like Uchiha Shisui, Hada Kakashi, and an elder named Uchiha Shizune. Even though this elder's eyes were transplanted and he was elderly, a single Mangekyo Sharingan was enough to change the course of the battle. The result was something sufficient to make him Orochimaru's confidant. On the other hand, Konoha, along with Saratobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, did not hold a significant advantage, and Tsunade also wanted to head to the daimyo's mansion. This time, the 5-Cage Summit was held several years earlier than usual, but this time, the 5-Cage revealed a profound and mysterious meaning. Ultimately, all discerning people understood that this was a conspiracy by the Tsuchikage, Reikage, Kazakage, and Mizukage to set a trap for Konoha. This time, the 5 of them held a meeting, each bringing 2 bodyguards with them, despite the blizzard-like weather. In the land of Iron, a snowstorm rages high above the towering castle, representing the 5 great ninja villages and their flags. The temperature inside the castle contrasted sharply with the blizzard conditions outside. Water, wind, fire, earth, and lighting these 5 flags represent the 5 great ninja villages of the shinobi world. Each flag, when placed down, features a ninja village's emblem or hood representing the identity of a ninja. The 5-year meeting is now beginning. A majestic and imposing voice echoed down, and this time, the one presiding over the 5 Shadows meeting was the Iron Nation's 3-ship Grand Admiral. He frowned, his expression serious as he looked at the 5 Shadows. This time, the 5-Cage Summit was clearly intended to create chaos in the shinobi world, but the situation was even more powerful than they were. Tsuchikage Noki arranged the 5-Cage Summit here for 2 reasons. Firstly, because the land of Iron was neutral, and secondly, out of consideration for Uchiha Yoru's safety. Within the land of Fire, the Uchiha clan's controlled territory happened to be the border region of the Hidden Mist village, which also bordered the land of Iron. I am the commander of the 3 ships. And now we begin the 5-Cage Summit. As a neutral nation and the presiding officer of this 5-Cage Summit, the 3 ships sat upright in the seats below, their faces serious as they watched the 5-Cage announce the start of the meeting. At this moment, the figures seated in the U-shaped positions were, in order, the 3rd Tsuchikage Noki, the 4th Reikage, the 4th Kazakage Rasa, the 4th Mizukage Paratachi Yagura, and the 4 great ninja villages all acknowledged the 5th Hokage, Uchiha Yoru. The cage guardians of the 5 great ninja villages stood behind their respective flags, solemnly watching the 5-Cage Summit, a meeting that the entire ninja world was focused on. This was a meeting that had only been held once during the first Hokage's era, and this was considered the second such meeting in the ninja world. This time, the 5-Cage were discussing the matter, while the remaining cage were secretly and intently staring at the legendary Mangekyou Uchiha. Uchiha Yoru, once again clad in a white robe, with the cross-cutting sword held horizontally at his side, calmly observed everyone. Gentlemen, this time I propose a meeting of the 5-Cage, and first I want to make one point clear. The first to speak was the oldest and most senior member of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Noki. Despite his relatively short stature and prominent red nose, the 3rd Tsuchikage Noki's aura was anything but weak. His imposing presence swept over everyone before finally settling on Uchiha Yoru. I must express my deep disgust and hatred for Zetsu, the evil experimenter, especially his theft of bloodline abilities and experimentation on human bodies. While I acknowledge that other nations have done this in wartime, I have never done it to a bloodline ninja from my own village. At this moment, Noki, with a righteous and imposing demeanor, shouted loudly, while the others remained calm. But each of the guards they brought with them showed a hint of embarrassment on their faces. This Tsuchikage seems a bit shameless. He's clearly referring to Konoha Roots Danzo's unauthorized research on human bodies and his theft of the Sharingan and would release techniques. And this time, when the protagonist Uchiha Yoru saw Noki's shameless speech, he not only didn't refute it, but instead nodded in agreement. Not bad. The 5 great ninja villages of the shinobi world are all good, regardless of size. There has never been an incident where they used the bodies of their own fellow villagers for research. The 5-Cage were not cunning old foxes. Each of them had a calm demeanor, as if assessing some kind of evil event. However, the guards each cage brought with them from the great ninja villages all had embarrassed expressions on their faces. Human anatomy research has always existed in the shinobi world. It's just that smaller ninja villages lack the technology and funding, while larger ninja villages have secretly conducted such research. However, it would be false to say that it doesn't exist among ninjas from the same village, including rogue ninjas. Humph, Noki, stop rambling on and on like that. The 4th Reikage, with his audacious temper, slammed his hand on the table in anger and shouted, "If I discover that any ninja from the Cloud Village is involved in such evil acts, I will use thunderous methods to quell them." Looking at the 4th Reikage's rude demeanor, it's clear he's using this opportunity to add fuel to the fire, still relying on his own rude personality. As a shrewd old man, Noki couldn't possibly fail to notice, immediately nodding in agreement, before his gaze shifted to Hokage Uchiha Yoru. Here, I would like to express my sympathy to Hokage Uchiha Yoru, because what Root Danzo has done cannot be described as merely cruel. Kazekage Rasa is clearly secretly maintaining the internal conflict within Konoha, the Land of Fire, but he is obviously the weakest right now, and is also under Konoha's control. Therefore, don't be fooled by his silence. In reality, he is the one who most hopes Konoha will make a mistake. Meanwhile, the fourth Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, bowed his head with a gloomy expression, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Seeing Sechikage Noki and Reikage adding fuel to the fire with their back-and-forth arguments, Uchiha Yoru's face gradually turned into a cold smile. He slammed his hand on the table, the sudden, heavy sound instantly silencing the 5-cage council, and everyone turned to look. Gentlemen, I don't want to waste time with idle chatter at this cage meeting, because Konoha is still in a somewhat turbulent state. Uchiha Yoru calmly looked at everyone and said, I won't elaborate on the details. I'm sure you all know. This 5-cage summit was held because the 3rd Sechikage and the 4th Reikage spoke up for Konoha's sake, claiming it was for justice. Time is of the essence, and the longer I stay here, the greater the chance of change occurring in Konoha. Now we're facing a few problems. We need all kinds of war materials, medical supplies, tools, medicines, explosives, and food. That's quite something, Uchiha Yoru, standing there naked in front of the 4 great ninja villages, reaching out and asking for something, and acting so self-righteous, as if he's the one who's been wronged. This scene made Mado Guy, who was wearing a tight-fitting green outfit behind the fire banner, feel his face flush with embarrassment. He even whispered to Itachi beside him, Itachi, do you think becoming a cage has to be like this? Mado Guy's voice was low, but in this arena, no one was a ninja. However, his mastery of facial expressions had long since reached the pinnacle of perfection, leaving absolutely no ripple of emotion. In contrast, the other images showed different types of bodyguards. The Sechikage brought Clay and his granddaughter Black Clay, clearly intending to take his granddaughter to school to broaden her horizons. But the young man from the Black Land immediately widened his eyes, especially when he heard the voice of the Konoha Guardian, and then burst out laughing with a snort. Seeing everyone's gazes directed at him, the black-skinned man suppressed a smile as he watched the 5-cage discussing, and similarly whispered softly, indeed. Perhaps becoming a cage is like this, but the Hokage is really handsome. The 4th Reikage's two bodyguards arrived at the entrance, and C and the other men exchanged glances, their expressions calm. The Kazekage's bodyguards were Baki and another unnamed Sand Village ninja. The 4th Mizukage's bodyguards, all wearing masks, were clearly elite Anbo ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village. This time, under the protection of the 5 great ninja villages cage, the one who attracted the most attention was still Uchiha Itachi, the Hokage's bodyguard, who, according to legend, awakened a Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 12. Young Uchiha Itachi's expression was calm and unperturbed. Senior guy, please be mindful of maintaining your image. Cough cough, I understand. Although Uchiha Itachi didn't mean anything else, in front of so many people, Mado Guy realized that what he said had a somewhat negative impact. And he couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. Everyone looked at this Konoha Jonin in his somewhat comical, tight-fitting green uniform. Although they were curious, no one dared to underestimate him. Mado Guy, also considered a legendary ninja of Konoha, possessed the Forbidden Jutsu, the 8 Gates, and although they had never seen it before, they knew how powerful the Forbidden Jutsu was, let alone its sudden explosive power. As the 5 cages meeting drew to a close, the neutral representatives of the Iron Nation's 3 flagships couldn't bear to look directly at them, closing their eyes and pretending to listen attentively, but in reality, they all felt that each of the 5 cage was utterly shameless. This young Hokage, Uchiha Yoru, clearly knew the intentions of each of the major ninja villages. Yet he used this as a pretext to confidently and righteously request supplies from the 4 great ninja villages. Hokage, before you shamelessly demand supplies, shouldn't you explain something? At this moment, facing the righteous and imposing request for supplies from Hokage Uchiha Yoru, the 4th Mizukage Karatachi Yagura, despite his childlike appearance, was someone no one dared to underestimate. Your Excellency seems to have a very close relationship with Mei Terumi, the leader of the Hidden Mist Village's rebel ninja force. Even their administrative system is identical to, or even more so, the police department. According to intelligence, The Uchiha clan has been engaged in long-term trade with this rebel force in recent years. As the fourth Mizukage Paritachi Yagura's somber questioning descended, everyone's attention was instantly drawn to him, while Uchiha Yoru, with a righteous and imposing demeanor, loudly declared, "Your Excellency, the fourth Mizukage, this is a normal trade transaction between us." Furthermore, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, and indeed the entire water country, reject the ninja bloodline system. The emergence of rebels is to be expected, and this rebel army is occupying the ruins of Uzu no Kuni, so the Uchiha clan hasn't interfered in the water country's affairs. That's quite something. It's clear that the entire shinobi world is aware of your close dealings, and there are even rumors that you two have actually joined forces. There are also rumors that the Uchiha are preparing to transform Konoha into a supreme ninja village based on bloodline abilities, and a whole series of other rumors. But Uchiha Yoru, now standing before the most influential and high-ranking figures in the shinobi world, is completely spouting nonsense, putting on an innocent, bewildered act. How could he possibly have interfered with the Hidden Mist Village's ninjas in the water country? At this moment, Sachikage Noki, Reikage Iga, and Kazakage Rasa were all feigning ignorance, as if they didn't understand at all. The general of the Iron Nation, with his 3 ships, sighed inwardly, shaking his head inwardly. This was no longer a meeting of the 5 heroes. It was clearly a gathering of thugs. Cough, cough, since the 4th Mizukage has spoken about this matter, I've also heard about it. How about you all hear my opinion? At that moment, Noki put on a sincere, smiling expression, but everyone could see the deceitful look in his eyes. Now, the land of water is constantly embroiled in war due to the influence of the rebellious bloodline, and this is an undeniable fact. However, the Konoha Hawkage also has a point. After all, the Uchiha never directly intervened, and the location of the transaction was chosen at the Uzu no Kuni ruins. At this moment, Noki, with a cheerful expression and a stick for stirring pig manure, looked at everyone and couldn't help but say, since the 3 great ninja wars, the ninja world has finally enjoyed peace. Now Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village are in turmoil, something that neither I nor any of you want to see. And something the entire ninja world doesn't want to see. You, Noki, don't want to see Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village in internal conflict? I'm afraid you'd rather see the entire shinobi world in chaos. Each of the cage guards of the major ninja villages muttered to themselves. Today has truly been an eye-opener, allowing us to witness the shamelessness of the cage. However, the Hidden Mist Village's bloodline ninja army occupying Uzu no Kuni is acting under the will of the Konoha Hawkage. This is an undeniable fact. Furthermore, since your water country rejects and cannot tolerate bloodline ninjas, perhaps I, along with the Reikage and Kazakage, should act as mediators. For the sake of peace and stability in the shinobi world, and for the stability of the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha, it is better to acknowledge Uzu no Kuni's occupation of the Hidden Mist Village. At this point, the shameless third Sachikage Noki, with a sincere and smiling expression, turned his head and looked at Uchiha Yoru, saying with a laugh, "Since Hawkage-sama and this faction have a very close relationship, why not join Konoha? Of course, we only recognize the Uzu no Kuni relic territory to the extent that it occupies the water country's territory." Although Noki didn't say anything at this moment, the bodyguards, upon hearing these words, all widened their eyes in astonishment, inwardly exclaiming, "How shameless! What kind of reconciliation is this? It's clearly a case of cutting flesh from the Hidden Mist Village ninjas and Konoha, creating a third faction within the 2 major powers of Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas." Acknowledging Uchiha Yoru's identity as Hawkage was already a divisive blow to Konoha. Yet it caused the Hidden Mist Village ninjas to rebel and form an alliance. This is completely different from the emergence of a 3rd ninja village. Or rather, say it. Many of the guards were secretly terrified at this moment, cold sweat dripping down their temples, fearing that this Sachikage's plan was to bring forth the 6th great ninja village. Moreover, this 6th great ninja village was founded by drawing blood from the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha, 2 of the great ninja villages. To put it bluntly, they didn't suffer any losses. On the contrary, Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village were cut off, giving rise to another force. The 3rd Sachikage Noki shamelessly laughed heartily at everyone, displaying an air of peace-loving composure. This scene made even the Black Earth feel a little embarrassed, wishing they could clench their toes and crawl into a hole in the ground. Well, Sachikage Noki's words aren't bad at all. Recently, the shinobi world has been in constant turmoil because of the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha. It's been several years since the end of the three great ninja wars, and we haven't been able to enjoy peace in peace. The burly fourth Raikage AI also displayed an angry demeanor, slamming his hand on the table and roaring, as if he were upholding justice. The fourth Kazakage, Ressa, nodded calmly and said, "Not bad." This might be the key to peace in the shinobi world. Even Uchiha Yura smiled brightly, turning to look at the fourth Mizukage and saying, "Suchikage, Raikage, and Kazakage's words are not bad, but on this basis, the Mizukage and the Hidden Mist Village's bloodline ninjas at the Uzu no Kuni ruins need to reach a reconciliation." Of the five great ninja villages, 4Kage nodded in agreement, while the fourth Mizukage's expression turned grim as he looked at everyone. At this moment, let alone the fourth Mizukage, even all the Kage and the three ships understood one thing. Before arriving, the 4Kage had secretly reached some kind of agreement, and the only one who would fall for it was the fourth Mizukage. HMPH, looking at the Tsuchikage, the Raikage, the Kazakage, and even the Hokage, they've already made preparations. The fourth Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, with an even more somber and cold expression, looked at the 3Kage, his gaze finally settling on the Hokage, Uchiha Yoru. The Hokage hasn't even resolved his own family issues, and he's already starting to have other plans. Doesn't he fear bringing disaster upon himself? The warning was all the more serious. It was clear that the fourth Mizukage would never allow another force to emerge from his own territory. But now the other image is a tacit acknowledgement. Even Uchiha Yoru, the Hokage of the Land of Fire, did not hold a dominant position. His control encompassed only the area near the Land of Water, which meant he controlled at most 1/4 of the Land of Fire's territory. However, Sanin Tsunade Hime had too many forces backing her. The third Hokage's faction, the Fire Country's daimyo's mansion, and countless neutral ninjas. Even Tsunade's appearance directly caused the constantly wavering neutral ninjas of Konoha to switch towards him. After all, Tsunade's personal connections and background made him arguably the most esteemed ninja in Konoha. Hokage Uchiha Yoru wanted to take over the Hidden Mist Village's ninja forces from the Uzu no Kuni ruins. So the first thing he would encounter was the Hidden Mist Village ninjas from the Water Country, and the second would be the Land of Lightning, as they were neighboring territories. The glorious Hidden Rain Village of the past witnessed the 5 great ninja villages of the shinobi world forbid the emergence of a 6th great ninja village to share in the spoils. But this time it's different. This time, in the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, where interests should have been divided, a third force emerged. No nation in the shinobi world suffered any losses. The only ones who suffered were the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha. 2 large ninja villages split into 3 major forces, TSK. In the 5 images from the conference, the situation appeared almost entirely one-sided, with the 4th Mizukage Karatachi Yagura's expression grim and terrifying. Uchiha Yoru, however, smiled brightly and turned to look at the Tsuchikage, Raikage, and Kazakage, saying, "Gentlemen, there are still stubborn forces causing trouble within the Land of Fire, refusing to submit. Mother, you're much better than that place." Everyone was already aware of this youngest Hokage's shamelessness, but their mouths still twitched slightly, and even the third Tsuchikage Noki was cursing inwardly. How shameless! He's completely relying on their hope of seeing Konoha split apart. This brat doesn't come back and doesn't even extend his hand to ask for anything. One wouldn't know better than to think he's lacking something. Yes, the 3 battles concluded after the wish was granted, and now I, Uchiha Yoru, I am the Hokage of Konoha. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru muttered something under his breath, clearly with ulterior motives, while the 4th Kazakage of the Sand Village, Ressa, wearing a white mask, let out a cold laugh. "You're so smug now, aren't you? Wait until your Konoha brains are completely worn out and its strength is greatly diminished. Then we'll see how you can still hold onto your position as the ruler of the shinobi world." The 3 wish battles the Sand Village ninjas have consistently carried out, assigning Konoha a fixed number of missions each year. Seeing the 4th Kazakage Ressa feigning ignorance, Uchiha Yoru chuckled and nodded, saying, "It just so happens that during the 5Kage summit, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha has abdicated, and we can conveniently discuss this matter. From now on, the Sand Village ninjas will be assigned missions. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru showed not the slightest hint of displeasure, and the third Sachikage Noki and the fourth Reikage, upon witnessing this scene, exchanged glances and silently nodded in agreement. One day, if the Sand Village ninjas don't confront Konoha and defeat them, the wish will be fulfilled that very day. After all, this mission's quota is to be given to Konoha, so it doesn't matter who receives it. Conversely, this little brat's actions would perfectly sow discord within Konoha. Furthermore, during this meeting of the Five Cage, they also received news that the third Hokage and Tsunade had gone to the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire, clearly intending to use this opportunity to preemptively obtain the official title of fifth Hokage. Therefore, they tacitly acknowledged and supported Uchiha Yoru as Hokage, and even tacitly accepted his continuous accumulation of strength. The two fifth Hokage saw that everyone could see that a civil war was about to break out in Konoha. That year, the Uchiha ancestors and the first Hokage founded Konoha, a memory still vividly present. But looking at Konoha now, alas, it truly feels like the old days are over, but the people are gone. Third Hokage Noki, with a nostalgic and sentimental air, finally looked at Uchiha Yoru and solemnly instructed, "If there is any turmoil in the Land of Fire, and your Hokage lacks sufficient strength, I'm willing to lead the elite forces of the Land of Earth to assist your Hokage." Sharing the same mindset, the third Hokage Noki made no attempt to conceal his greedy expression, as if to say, "If you can't defeat them, just say so, and I'll immediately come to your aid." This clearly indicated his intention to ruthlessly seize a large chunk of the Fire Country's resources. Even the fourth Reikage, standing beside him, snorted coldly. It was clear that if the Land of Fire truly fought to a draw, they wouldn't let go of this golden opportunity. Young scheme. Unless you, Uchiha Yoru, give up your ambitions and meekly wait to be slaughtered, it's clear from your every move that you have no intention of giving up. Although Kazekage Ressa, the weakest among them, remained silent, he had already begun to calculate in his mind. After the Konoha Civil War had driven them to utter madness, and with the loss of the shinobi world's supreme power, would the so-called three-battle agreement still stand? Taking advantage of this opportunity to rest and recuperate, they might even be able to take a piece of the Fire Nation's territory. Root leader Danzo's crimes are so grave, yet the third Hokage Sarutobi hears and protected him, even secretly opposing my taking over the fifth Hokage position multiple times, and even inviting back the Sennin Jiraiya and Tsunade. Now Uchiha Yoru immediately seized the opportunity and extended his hand to the other ninja villages, demanding benefits without the slightest hint of politeness, as if others owed him something. The Grand 5-Year Cage Summit, held amidst the disbelief and embarrassment of the Cage Guardians of the Hidden Leaf Village, ended in a single day. But the gossip it generated was truly the biggest gossip of all time. As the blizzard raged and the sky was still shrouded in darkness, Uchiha Yoru, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, hurriedly departed, completely prioritizing the safety of the Land of Fire above all else. At the same time, he subtly conveyed to everyone just how tense the situation in Konoha was. The fifth Hokage considers himself a good person. Amidst the blizzard, the cage of the 4 great ninja villages watched as the Hokage, along with his 2 bodyguards, swiftly departed, leaving them filled with a sense of melancholy. At that moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention to the 4th Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura. But the 3rd Sachikage Noki, with a mischievous grin, said, "4th Mizukage, don't be hasty. Now that the Water Country rebels and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas are engaged in internal conflict, it would be better to cease hostilities and rest to regain strength." None of those present were fools. They naturally understood the 3rd Sachikage Noki's meaning. He was saying, once Konoha defeats Ri and cripples him, then you Hidden Mist Village ninjas can easily eliminate the weakened rebel army. Uchiha Yoru, isn't that obvious? It's clear that everyone is using each other, but it's all for the Hokage, for Konoha, for power and self-interest. This is how war exists. Otherwise, the shinobi world would have long since been free of war. The Land of Iron is adjacent to Konoha, and following the conclusion of the 5-Cage Summit, the Izu no Kuni ruins are located hundreds of miles away from Konoha on the border. The sea surged downwards, and the Iron Kingdom was still shrouded in blizzards, but upon entering the Fire Kingdom's border, it was a season of blooming flowers all year round. Beneath the Yoru curtain, the sound of rolling waves echoed, followed by a sharp, eagle-like cry from the sky. In an instant, the coastal road on both sides turned to watch in astonishment. As the sea rose, a group of hidden mist village ninjas appeared, specifically the rebellious forces occupying Uzunokuni on the hidden mist village ninja island, led by Mei Terumi. Meanwhile, a considerable number of Konoha ninjas were emerging from the dense forest, all of them nervously staring at the opposite side. Spirit summoning. Suddenly, the two armies before the battle unleashed a cloud of white smoke from the summoning jutsu. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of Mitarashi Anko was revealed, with a giant serpent beneath his feet. Vomit! As the large snake continued to chew, Uchiha Yoru's figure came into everyone's sight. Lord Yoru. No! At that moment, everyone looked at Uchiha Yoru's Hokage-style hat, and in an instant, countless people showed expressions of fanaticism. The fifth Hokage is here to see Lord Hokage. Loud cheers echoed along the border, as the Konoha ninjas excitedly celebrated, still unclear about the situation Konoha was facing. That was perfect timing, Anko, thank you. From the summoning beast, Uchiha Yoru revealed a cheerful expression, while Mitarashi Anko, with her hands on her hips, laughed heartily and said, Yoru, I knew you would succeed. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru turned his head, looking at the countless hidden mist village ninjas appearing on the online wave, and couldn't help but smile. Leading the way, Mei Terumi also slowly walked out, similarly revealing the Mizukage's hat at her waist. The fifth Hokage is watching over Uchiha Yoru. Fifth Hokage, look at Mizukage Mei Terumi. With a similar gesture of handshake, both men's faces lit up with smiles. The fifth Hokage's identity revealed that both were recognized by other ninja villages in the shinobi world as having been weakened by the Hidden Mist village and Konoha. Looking back, this year's meeting was very successful. Mei Terumi's face lit up with a smile, and Uchiha Yoru likewise smiled and nodded, saying, it's a success. But there's still one final step missing, so for now, it's up to you and me to get along. Upon hearing these words, Mei Terumi, with her curly brown hair concealed, a nameless light flashed in her eyes, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth, revealing a dangerous smile. Is that so? It seems Konoha still has a fifth Hokage. Looking at Mei Terumi, Uchiha Yoru's gaze shifted towards the hidden mist village ninjas on the side, and Mei Terumi smiled as she introduced them. These are all ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village's bloodline ninja clans, including the Ice Release clan, the Shikotsumyaku clan, and the Hozuki clan. Sure enough, along the coastal road ahead, there were figures in white robes with red eyebrows and strange ornaments. Each one belonged to the Shikotsumyaku Kaguya clan, which had almost been wiped out. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded. From now on, we are one family. With a wave of his hand, the Konoha ninjas and those with bloodline abilities ostracized by the Hidden Mist Village ninjas slowly moved to one place, and under the cover of night, the two sides engaged in some kind of cooperation. The two sides engaged in friendly exchanges, and eventually, some Konoha ninjas joined the Hidden Mist Village's ranks, including members of the Uchiha clan. Similarly, a portion of Hidden Mist Village ninjas also joined the Konoha ranks. A strange scene unfolded. The sound of the waves continued to echo in the water, and the ninjas who had climbed the coastal path had vanished. As the dense forest moved swiftly downwards, the surrounding scenery flashed by in an instant. From the direction of the Iron Kingdom's blizzard towards the Fire Kingdom, the snowy landscape gradually began to lessen, eventually revealing a scene of spring-like weather throughout the four seasons. At the border between the Iron Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom, where the scenery is like spring all year round, a sturdy, towering stone bridge stands between the two countries. A flash of light appeared, a whooshing sound, and a gleaming kunai embedded itself in the stone of the large bridge. At the same time, the rapidly approaching dark figure suddenly stopped. Two figures immediately assumed a protective stance. They were Uchiha Itachi and Madogai, both staring intently at the kunai talismans tied to them. Fifth Hokage, look, there's an ambush here. Madogai let out a loud shout, followed by the sound of exploding talismans. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yoru, guarded by his bodyguards, slowly raised his head, looking towards the enemy figures that had appeared on the stone bridge. Roaring. At that moment, the explosive charm detonated with a loud bang, yet the sturdy stone bridge suffered almost no damage, demonstrating its exceptional toughness. At that moment, standing majestically atop the bridge atop the enemy's stone pillar, was a figure with disheveled long hair, a single-eyed mask with reddish-orange hair and black stripes. and a long black robe. The fifth Hokage is watching over Uchiha Yoru. Obito, with his mask revealing a single Sharingan eye, calmly looked at Uchiha Yoru and greeted him. I never imagined the Uchiha clan could reach this point and even produce a Hokage. Obito calmly recounted the story to himself, as if talking about a trivial matter, but Uchiha Itachi and Mato Gai, who were standing in front of him, immediately showed wary expressions. Who are you? Mato Gai loudly questioned them, while Uchiha Itachi remained relatively calm. The mysterious Uchiha Obito, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, I never imagined that this generation would produce so many Mangekyo Sharingan users. The youngest even opened their eyes at the age of 12. At this moment, the mysterious figure exuded an air of experience, sorrow, and mystery, calmly and indifferently observing everyone, as if everything else was insignificant and unimportant. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, seeing Obito suddenly appear and put on a show, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, but he still pretended to be calm and oblivious. Sharingan, are you a subordinate of Danzo? Or are you a Sharingan that the Uchiha clan lost outside? At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's frown was completely evident on his face, but he was secretly observing his surroundings, and he didn't frown in secret. On the stone bridge on the road from the land of Iron back to Konoha, the sudden appearance of Uchiha Obito left Uchiha Yoru speechless. He wasn't Danzo, and he certainly wouldn't be sealing a stone bridge here. It was truly a case of fate bringing them together. Haha, Uchiha Jr., you're quite good. At this moment, Obito's voice, tinged with the weariness of experience, spoke in an encouraging tone befitting an elder. In contrast, Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, wearing a mask that hides you from the world. You dare to boast shamelessly in front of me. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru perfectly displayed the inherent arrogance of the Uchiha clan with utmost skill. Youngster. Uchiha Obito stared intently at his former classmate, but remembering what he needed to do next, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Yoru, I will create a world with a forest, and in that world you will continue to be Hokage. Young man, my name is Uchiha Madara. With both arms outstretched, the mysterious figure uttered a terrifying sentence, but then silence fell over the bridge, and the atmosphere on both sides became somewhat eerie. A gentle breeze blew past, and Mato Gai, dressed in tight-fitting green clothes, scratched his head and whispered to Uchiha Itachi beside him, Itachi, who is this Uchiha Madara? Is he very famous? Uchiha Obito arrogantly announced his name, leaving Mato Gai completely bewildered, while Uchiha Itachi maintained a cold expression, failing to stir any reaction from him. Facing Mato Gai's inquiry, Uchiha Itachi, with his 3-tamo Sharingan opening in his eye sockets, calmly said, Gai-senpai, Uchiha Madara is a ninja who died many years ago. That's quite something. Those words are really simple enough. Looking at their reactions, even Uchiha Obito was a little bewildered. Why wasn't there the shock he imagined? Uchiha Yoru, however, revealed a mocking smile looking at Obito, who had appeared on the stone pillar, and said disdainfully, next time you pretend to be Uchiha Madara, you'd better go to the Uchiha clan and get to know this person first. You little rats, trying to hide your heads but showing your tails. Uchiha Yoru's eyes narrowed in contempt. At this moment, Obito couldn't help but frown. He couldn't fool him after all. It would be easier to explain to anyone else, but Uchiha Yoru, who can write about my struggles and has even analyzed the existence of both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the founders of Konoha, naturally understands Uchiha Madara's character. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. In an instant, fireballs erupted one after another, completely blocking the fireballs from all directions. Obito, wearing his mask, couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. Not bad at all, whether it's seizing the opportunity with Jutsu or releasing Jutsu with speed. The scorching fireball roared past, and what was terrifying was that it passed directly through Obito's masked body, as if the figure standing there was an illusion. Suddenly launching an attack, Uchiha Itachi, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but show a serious expression in his eyes. Itachi, Guy, don't act rashly. The enemy is skilled in using spatial ninjutsu. Although the identity of the mysterious masked ninja before us is unclear, he is definitely the one controlling the 9 tails. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru feigned a serious expression and shouted loudly, Madogai and Uchiha Itachi were initially startled, followed by a surge of hatred and anger. The Night of the Nine Tails was a scene that all the ninjas of Konoha did not want to remember, but today, they finally discovered the true enemy. Obito, upon hearing Uchiha Yoru's words, was initially stunned, then showed a look of sudden understanding. It seems you obtained this information from Root. On the Night of the Nine Tails, he fought a great battle with the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Although the fourth Hokage ultimately died while sealing the Nine Tails, he certainly passed on information about the mysterious enemy to the third Hokage, who arrived at the time before his death. Having fought alongside Namikaze Minato, he naturally understood his combat intelligence, especially regarding space ninjutsu. With this intelligence, the third Hokage, upon assuming power, would naturally have the Anbu and Root secretly investigate the matter. Since Uchiha Yoru directly raided both the Anbu and Root strongholds, and even took 3 Konoha for prisoners, it's perfectly normal that he knows some intelligence. As expected, Uchiha Yoru directly addressed Uchiha Itachi and Madogai in a low voice. The mysterious masked enemy is proficient in spatial ninjutsu. According to the intelligence left by the fourth Hokage, it is likely the enemy's Sharingan ability. The enemy's spatial ninjutsu causes their body to become ethereal, placing them in a different dimension. Therefore, they disregard ninjutsu and taijutsu attacks, and during this time, the opponent is unable to launch effective attacks. Attacking would cause their body to materialize, making this the best opportunity to launch a counterattack. Listening to Uchiha Yoru recount the intelligence, Uchiha Obito, who was at the bridgehead, couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his heart filled with silent contemplation. He truly lived up to his reputation as Minato's teacher. Lord Hokage, aren't the jutsu in this space supposed to be invincible? Upon hearing about the enemy's ninjutsu, Madogai couldn't help but frown, a look of seriousness appearing on his face. This ninjutsu was too abnormal. After becoming ethereal, it disregarded all taijutsu and ninjutsu attacks. But next to Uchiha Itachi, a calm voice said, "No, every jutsu has its flaws." The Hokage just said that when the enemy attacks, the body will materialize. As expected of Uchiha Itachi, his sharp mind was constantly analyzing battle intelligence. Uchiha Yoru, after hearing this, nodded and said in a low voice, based on the intelligence revealed by the fourth Hokage before his death, the estimated time for the enemy to enter this kind of void space ninjutsu state is 3 to 6 minutes, of course. Not excluding the possibility that the enemy's abilities have improved over the years and the time has been extended. Upon hearing Namikaze Minato's initial analysis of the approximate time it would take for Obito to become invisible, his eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Ninjas believe that revealing intelligence related to their own techniques is tantamount to taking lives. So no ninja wants to possess intelligence about their ninjutsu techniques while the enemy is still alive. It's instinct. Haha, as expected of the fourth Hokage, it was such a shame at first. At this moment, Obito's mask revealed a mocking smile. No matter how powerful someone is, they'll still die anyway. However, when he saw Uchiha Yoru, Madogai, and Uchiha Itachi forming a battle formation, he immediately broke into a smile. Uchiha Hokage, this time your enemy isn't me, but an old acquaintance of yours. With a sinister grin, Obito's masked right Mangekyo Sharingan rotated downwards, causing ripples to appear in the surrounding space. To everyone's horror, a figure wrapped in bandages slowly emerged. The evil Uchiha. The figure that appeared had an extremely unsightly, stiff expression, and its right arm was deathly pale. What was even more nauseating was that bright red Tritamo Sharingan eyes were rotating on its right arm. Shimura Danzu. At that moment, Madogai and Uchiha Itachi stared in horror at the figure that appeared. It was clear that Danzo was under the control of a cursed seal, his body stiff and unable to move. Obito, gazing at his own masterpiece, couldn't help but reveal a sickly grin. Haha, Danzo, you really should thank me. Spending the rest of your life in the dark, sunless prison of Konoha, it was I who brought you out, and even fitted you with the stable would release hell arm you so desperately desired. And of course, there's the Sharingan I collected over the years. After Shimura Danzu's involvement in the incident was revealed, even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could only imprison and seal him away for life. Obito somehow rescued this old man and even managed to install Shiro Zetsu's arm and a bunch of Sharingan on him. How dare you! Although restrained by the cursed seal, Shimura Danzu still observed the situation with a gloomy expression. When he saw the Hokage's head around Uchiha Yoru's waist, his eyes widened, revealing an expression of furious disbelief. Naturally, this scene didn't escape Obito's notice, and he immediately chuckled mockingly, saying, "That's right, now that the fifth Hokage of Konoha is Uchiha Yoru, I think you, Danzo, wouldn't want the Uchiha clan to ascend to the position of Hokage, would you? Konoha falling into the hands of the Uchiha. TSK, this Uchiha Yoru, after returning to Konoha, will probably become the true fifth Hokage." With Obito's mask pulled down provocatively, Shimura Danzu's eyes blazed with fierce hatred, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "How could Konoha fall into the hands of the evil Uchiha?" Although he knew full well that this was a cover-up of a conspiracy, even a way to exploit him. Now that his true nature had been exposed, his dream of becoming Hokage was shattered. However, his lifelong conviction was that he would absolutely not allow the position of Konoha Hokage to fall into the hands of the Uchiha. Sarutobi, what kind of business are you running? How could Konoha fall into the hands of the evil Uchiha? At this moment, Shimura Danzu angrily cursed, further solidifying his resolve. Regardless of the masked man's ulterior motives, he couldn't control any of that. But now there was an opportunity to eliminate Uchiha Yoru, this evil little brat, and rescue Konoha from the Uchiha's clutches. He was, after all, the foundation of Konoha. Sarutobi, this time, I want to go before you, for Konoha, Sarutobi. I will eliminate this evil Uchiha for you. Seeing the sunlight again, Shimura Danzu looked towards the direction of the land of fire and couldn't help but murmur to himself, finally a look of determination appearing on his face. "Ban, I don't know what your purpose is, but I agree to help you eliminate this evil Uchiha brat." Shimura Danzu's reaction was nothing like Obito's. Instead, he revealed a mocking smile. "Good, this time let me see a bit of the insidious tactics of the shinobi world." Obito's masked hand gently tapped Danzo's shoulder, and the next moment, the black cursed mark on Danzo's exposed skin vanished like a tide, and at the same time, Shimura Danzu's stiff body regained its freedom. "Lord Hokage, this place is at most half an hour's journey from the Fire Country's border." At this moment, Meidogai's face clearly showed a resolute expression. He stood in front of Uchiha Yoru, having prepared himself for sacrifice. However, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a disdainful, arrogant smile. "Anyone who dares to impersonate Uchiha Madara is just trying to use Danzo to analyze my Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. Itachi, Guy, you two hold off the masked enemy for me. I, Danzo, will kill them as quickly as possible. Lord Hokage, be careful." At this moment, Meidogai and Uchiha Itachi had long since considered Uchiha Yoru as the fifth Hokage of Konoha. However, it was precisely these two people's actions that made Shimura Danzu seethe with anger, his eyes practically bursting with rage as he shouted, "Evil Uchiha! I absolutely will not allow the fallen leaves of the Hakumo clan to fall into your hands. Fire release! Great fire annihilation!" Suddenly, Meidogai and Uchiha Itachi dodged to the sides, while Uchiha Yoru, who was guarding behind him, was already prepared. The Sharingan in his eye sockets instantly evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and at the same time, he spewed out a torrent of flames. The Hokage arrived like a raging waterfall, a tsunami-like sea of fire roaring down. Even masked Obito couldn't help but gasp in awe, saying, "What a terrifying amount of chakra." Rumble, in an instant, a sea of flames engulfed everything, and at the same time, a plume of white smoke suddenly rose from the opposite side. Following that, with a sharp cry, a black eagle directly soared into the sky above. However, taking advantage of the cover, a small splashing sound came from the lake beneath the bridge, and a snake and a toad slipped into it. The sea of flames dissipated in an instant. Obito, seeing this, immediately frowned and said in a low voice, "Danzo, Uchiha Yoru has sent a signal. Konoha reinforcements will arrive to rescue them in an hour. The fifth Hokage will be here." "Shut up!" Seeing the Hokage Danzo's sarcastic remarks, the fifth Hokage roared, tearing open the bandage covering his face, revealing his right eye, and striding swiftly towards the Uchiha clan's night attack. After Danzo lost his Mangekyo Sharingan once before, he no longer possessed one. However, Obito had several spare 3-Tamo Sharingan, which he used to compensate for his loss. "I've got it!" Meidogai's hand, holding nunchucks, suddenly appeared behind Obito's mask. The heavy iron staff swung, and upon contact, it vanished in an instant. Die? Uchiha Itachi suddenly shouted coldly, throwing the shuriken in his hand. At this moment, as Obito entered Kamui form, a serious expression appeared in his eyes. Maidogai's taijutsu ninja techniques and Uchiha Itachi, this little brat, were not to be underestimated. Their coordination was surprisingly perfect. When Madogai launched a close-range attack and exposed his weakness, Uchiha Itachi's long-range shuriken had already arrived. At that moment, if Itachi were to reveal his physical form and attack Madogai, he would undoubtedly be damaged by the shuriken. Lord Hawkage, we have the enemy contained. Facing a formidable enemy, Madogai, with a youthful face, roared, showing not the slightest fear. On the contrary, his fighting spirit surged. The 8 gates of the hidden array are open. Open the gate of rest. Open the gate of life, open the gate of commerce. Open the gate of obstruction. Madogai instantly opened the 5 gates, his face flushed crimson, and a powerful surge of chakra erupted. His speed and strength increased exponentially, giving his enemies no chance to catch their breath before launching a series of attacks. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi moved around the perimeter, filling in Madogai's gaps, constantly attacking with shurikens or simple ninjutsu. The perfect teamwork of the two caused Obito, the masked man, to frown. It was clear that the battle here would likely not be resolved in a short time. In the end, Kamui's intelligence was almost half revealed, and the enemy was already prepared. On one side, the fighting was filled with urgency and haste, while on the other side, the fighting appeared strangely eerie. On the stone bridge, Uchiha Yoru and Shimura Danzu both froze in place, stunned. They were only a step apart, but at that moment, black cursed runes slowly appeared on their exposed skin. From the profession of binding the seal, how hateful! I never thought the evil Uchiha would be so skilled in using sealing techniques. With identical sealing techniques unleashed, Shimura Danzu glared intensely at his opponent, both struck by the attack. Yet Uchiha Yoru calmly observed the other's battle, a slight smile of relief appearing on his face. Do you think I'm also under your sealing jutsu? Danzo, you've probably forgotten, my teacher Orochimaru is stationed at Route, and I know your intelligence like the back of my hand. The new Uchiha Yoru wouldn't reveal all of Danzo's schemes. Instead, he once again shifted the blame onto his teacher. As expected, upon hearing that Orochimaru had revealed his intelligence, Shimura Danzu immediately became enraged and said, "Damn it, you two are birds of a feather. I should have killed you long ago." At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the stiffened body of Uchiha Yoru, and upon seeing this, Shimura Danzu became even more enraged. Jiraiya's Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a screeching sound, Uchiha Yoru, who was being restrained by a sealing jutsu, turned into a wisp of white smoke, a shadow clone. At this very moment, Uchiha Yoru looked at the stiff, tense body of Shimura Danzu before him, revealing a contemptuous, mocking smile, and slowly drew the Gross World Sword from his side. Shimura Danzu, I, in my capacity as the 5th Hokage of Konoha, hereby judge that you, Shimura Danzu, have endangered the peace of Konoha and even attacked the 5th Hokage. Therefore, I hereby sentence Shimura Danzu as a Class S Rogue Ninja of Konoha. Any Konoha ninja who encounters you must kill you. Boom! At this moment, Uchiha Yoru stood on the moral high ground, delivering a verdict with the air of a superior victor, effectively trampling on Shimura Danzu's bottom line. Evil Uchiha, you absolutely cannot become the Hokage of Konoha. I will never allow it. Completely identical to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzu firmly adhered to the will of fire, stubbornly believing that only he could lead Konoha to glory. However, they shared one common trait, a strong aversion to the Uchiha clan. I will absolutely not allow the Uchiha to become Hokage, and I will certainly not acknowledge it. Uchiha Yoru's actions this time were a blatant provocation, and Shimura Danzu, whose last remaining boundaries had been trampled upon, roared hoarsely and desperately. Whoosh! The sharp Gross World Sword sliced through, blood splattering everywhere. Shimura Danzu's eyes were now glazed over, unable to believe what he was seeing. His pupils contracted, instantly becoming covered with ferocious bloodshot veins. The crisp sound of metal falling to the ground echoed across the stone bridge. It was Shimura Danzu wearing a headband, though it was usually concealed by a white cloth. But this time, the sharp cross-cutting sword offered almost no resistance, cutting through Danzo's waist, blood splattering everywhere. Danzo showed no anger. Instead, his eyes stared blankly at the Konoha forehead protector lying on the ground. His Konoha forehead protector was stained with his own fresh blood, and it also bore a cut from a rogue ninja. I, Uchiha Yoru, in my capacity as the 5th Hokage of Konoha, pronounce judgment. Shimura Danzu, the rogue ninja, is sentenced to death. Uchiha, a hoarse, unpleasant sound, filled with boundless rage, echoed to the heavens. Shimura Danzu had never been so angry before. His reason was quickly overwhelmed. The Uchiha had not only destroyed his lifelong pursuit of the Hokage ninja path, but now they have also trampled on his last remaining boundary as a Konoha ninja. Murder with a murderous intent. Oh, so you're angry then, TSK. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru looked at Shimura Danzo mockingly, a cold smile playing on his lips. Since you revealed in front of all the Konoha ninjas that you stole the first Hokages would release and the Uchiha clan Sharingan, you should have understood that in the eyes of all Konoha ninjas. Everything you did was a heinous crime that only rogue ninja would commit. You're still harboring delusional fantasies, pretending to be blind and deaf, thinking you're a Konoha ninja. Uchiha Yoru's mocking smile faded, his gaze subtly glancing at the distant battle on the lake's surface. He was still relentlessly attacking Shimura Danzu's psychological defenses. Yes, do you really think I would kill you directly? Do you really think I didn't see the Sharingan Jutsu on your arm? At this point, Uchiha Yoru's expression became even more sarcastic. Traitor Danzo, have you forgotten who severed one of your arms? How could I not have studied the secrets hidden in your arm? Izanagi, from the very beginning, you unleashed this jutsu, and I wanted to kill you. Then you took advantage of the situation to launch a surprise attack. TSK. Uchiha Yoru shook his head, a mocking smile playing on his lips, while the enraged Shimura Danzu glared intensely at Uchiha Yoru, his eyes now filled with a deadly intent. His lifelong pursuit of becoming Hokage has been shattered, and even the last Konoha ninjas have been trampled upon. The only way now is to eliminate this evil Uchiha clan. Only then will Sarutobi be able to restore order, and Konoha will absolutely not fall into the hands of the Uchiha. At the very least, he will still have the identity of a Konoha ninja. Thinking this, Shimura Danzu glared fiercely at Uchiha Yoru, evil Uchiha. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Whoosh! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Shimura Danzu had actually chosen to commit suicide. Looking at the fallen corpse, Uchiha Yoru kept backing away. Evil Uchiha, I, the old man, have mastered would release. Back then, the first Hokage used would release to suppress you evil Uchiha. Today, for Konoha, I will definitely kill you here. At that moment, Shimura Danzu suddenly appeared, his furious roar echoing, and the Sharingan on his arm slowly closing. It was clear that he was committing suicide because of the Izanagi Jutsu. My chakra has decreased considerably. Seeing Shimura Danzu charging towards him with a kunai after being resurrected, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Is it because the masked enemy bestowed upon you the gentle would release cells, leading to a surge of chakra in your body and boosting your confidence? Crack! Suddenly a crisp sound rang out, and a classic scene unfolded. Shimura Danzu, wielding a kunai, stabbed Susanoo. The sharp kunai snapped with a crack, and at that moment, Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyo Sharingan rotated downwards in its socket, revealing the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Susanoo. Uchiha Yoru's Susanoo appeared in black, and it was also the rudimentary skeletal stage of Susanoo. In an instant, the black, skeletal arm directly and tightly grasped Shimura Danzu. The immense force crushed his bones, yet it was remarkably skillful not to kill him. Cough, cough. Fresh blood spurted from Shimura Danzu's mouth as he glared at the black Susanoo skeleton protecting Uchiha Yoru, his face filled with rage. Damn it, the distance isn't enough. I must restrain this brat. With his arm's flexibility and malleability lowered, Shimura Danzu's attempt to unleash his ultimate jutsu at this moment had a very low probability of success, and furthermore, it would expose his own secret technique, allowing his opponent to prepare. Susanoo, I never thought you, this evil little brat, would reach this point. Seeing Shimura Danzu still muttering, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but mockingly say, Danzo, are you still hoping that the masked man will defeat my two bodyguards? And then you can take the opportunity to finish us off. TSK, your calculations sound quite impressive. Uchiha Yoru shook his head mockingly, but couldn't help but admit that this old man was truly stubborn. In the original story, Danzo stubbornly insisted on retaining Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, hoping to use it against the masked bandit. His calculations were wrong, and in the end, he desperately used his ultimate technique to take Sasuke down with him, resulting in them both colliding on the same bridge. I don't know what Danzo was thinking, why he didn't directly use Shisui Mangekyo Sharingan to control Sasuke and team up to deal with the masked man. Thinking about this, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a little headache. There were some behaviors he really didn't understand, like Obito's. You say the current situation in the shinobi world isn't good, right? Shaking Konoha, doesn't that fit your future goals? The fact that you absolutely insist on seeking out the Uchiha clan is truly illogical. It can only be interpreted as extreme mental illness. How did you know? At this moment, Shimura Danzo seemed to have revealed his trump card, immediately showing a look of shock, while Uchiha Yoru pretended to know everything, mockingly saying, "The Nine-Tails Knight." The fourth Hokage suddenly sealed it. Now that I'm the fifth Hokage, how could I not know about the Reaper Death Seal Jutsu? Surely, Danzo, you're planning something similar, aren't you? At this moment, Shimura Danzo was furious, but at the same time, there was a hint of secret joy in his heart. He was furious that this brat had actually flipped through the sealing scroll. He knew that this was a privilege only the Hokage possessed, meaning that this brat, upon returning to Konoha, truly intended to become the fifth Hokage. But since the demon seal has been broken, it's clear the intelligence was wrong. He doesn't possess this sealing technique. A slight deviation can lead to 1,000 miles of trouble. Although both were using the same sealing technique, it was clear the opponent had guessed wrong. Shimura Danzo immediately felt a surge of secret joy. If he could seize the opportunity, he might have a chance to capture this little brat. Little brats! How could you evil Uchiha clan members possibly look through the sealing scroll? Damn it! What exactly is the third Hokage Sarutobi doing? How could the fifth Hokage fall into the hands of the Uchiha? I absolutely will not allow it. At this moment, Shimura Danzo roared wildly, seemingly having lost his mind. Whoosh! Once again, Shimura Danzo directly bit his tongue to commit suicide, blood gushing out, and the skeletal arm of Susanoo inside his corpse gradually faded away. Kuchioshi no Jutsu, suddenly a massive cloud of white smoke appeared, followed by a powerful suction force. Uchiha Yoru was momentarily shocked, hastily increasing his chakra power, and his Susanoo finally stabilized his body. Danzo's summoning beast Baku, wrapped in a massive brown mammoth-like bandage, opened its wide mouth, unleashing an incredibly powerful suction force. The enormous Susanoo became its target, completely sucked in and unable to escape. So Susanoo is now immobile. After Kuchioshi left Baku, Danzo directly circled around from the side of the Great Bridge, suddenly appearing behind Uchiha Yoru. At this moment revealing a sinister smile of having successfully carried out his scheme. The wind escapes the vacuum and creates waves. With both hands quickly forming hand seals, Shimura Danzo seized the opportunity to appear behind the immobile Susanoo. Utilizing the powerful suction force of the summoning beast Baku to further enhance the power of his wind-release ninjutsu. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo unleashed a powerful blast of wind from his mouth. Danzo, being a cage-level warrior and highly skilled in wind-release ninjutsu, combined with the suction power of his summoning beast, caused the power of his wind-release ninjutsu to skyrocket. Rumble! As the powerful wind attack struck, cracks instantly began to appear in the black Susanoo's core. This sight startled Uchiha Yoru, further increasing his admiration for Danzo's terrifying wind-release ninjutsu. The next moment, Uchiha Yoru watched as the wind-release attack came, the wind blades cutting through Susanoo's already shaky skeleton, causing cracks to appear. Susanoo has a weakness, right here. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo discovered that the wind-release jutsu had breached Susanoo's weak point, and in his ecstatic state, he continued to rush forward at high speed. But at this very moment, Susanoo's skeletal frame was completely immobile. Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curled into a mocking smile, and he spoke with an even more domineering and mocking tone. Just sand and pebbles, not even half as good as me. Danzo, you truly are a useless piece of trash, if only it weren't for strengthening the village's power. Uchiha Yoru, with a disdainful, domineering smile, simultaneously formed hand seals. Seeing this, Shimura Danzu was even more shocked. These were fire release jutsu hand seals, and under these circumstances, he had absolutely no advantage. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. In the distance, Baku, who was frantically devouring all the summoning beasts, suddenly had Mangekyu Sharingan appear at its eye sockets. Its enormous, devouring mouth suddenly transformed into a whirlwind and spewed out a torrent of energy with a long scream. Rumble! In an instant, a whirlwind erupted, and at that moment, Uchiha Yoru had just finished his hand seals. Looking at Shimura Danzu, who was almost 10 steps away, a mocking smile appeared on his face, and in Danzo's shocked eyes, he spewed out a torrent of flames. Fire release! Great fire annihilation! Borrowing the power of the wind, the summoning beast Baku roared, unleashing a whirlwind that swept down. Uchiha Yoru's mouth spewed out a waterfall of fire, its power instantly skyrocketing. The waterfall of fire directly upgraded to a sandstorm-like fire release jutsu. Wind release plus fire release combined ninjutsu. Rumble! The sturdy stone bridge was suddenly engulfed in flames, its outer layer burning and cracking, and Shimura Danzu was almost instantly swept away by the sea of fire, disappearing completely. Not even a fragment of bone remaining. Half the sky was stained crimson by this overwhelming fire release jutsu. Far away on the lake, the three combatants watched in horror at this level of fire release jutsu. Even masked Obita couldn't help but be terrified. It was truly a terrifying fire release jutsu. Rumble! The whirlwind swept down into the sea of fire, burning half of the great bridge to ashes. The cracked, dry outer layers of the stone bridge creaked and exploded, their sturdy surface peeling off, a layer of stone being directly stripped away by a single fire release jutsu. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru directly leapt onto Baku's head. Danzo's nightmare summoning beast let out a long howl, its eye sockets controlled by the Mangekyu Sharingan, and its long, nose-like appendage directly wrapped around a summoning beast scroll, placing it in front of Uchiha Yoru. Haha, you old geezers are hoarding all the good stuff. It's such a waste to let such a powerful spirit beast go to waste. The Twilight Wind escape technique can be used for it. As Uchiha Yoru retrieved the summoning beast scroll, the Mangekyu Sharingan in his eye sockets began to spin downwards, his hands tapping rhythmically beneath Baku's feet and head. In an instant, an ancient cursed power swept over Baku's body, and at the same time, the Mangekyu Nightmare Genjutsu was dispelled. You beast, get out of here first. Now that Danzo has become a rogue ninja of Konoha, I'll find you a new master again. As the hockey subsided, Baku showed a look of agony. The cursed power caused him unbearable pain, and the terrifying gaze of the Mangekyu Sharingan made him cry out in agony. Then, unwillingly, with a loud bang, a thick cloud of white smoke billowed down, and he was instantly transported back to the summoning world. Evil Uchiha. At that very moment, Shimura Danzu suddenly appeared, his furious roar echoing down. His summoning beast vanished, and simultaneously, one of the Sharingan eyes on his arm permanently closed. Wind Release Shuriken. Shimura Danzu simply blew Wind Release Chakra into the Shuriken, and in an instant, the small Shuriken transformed into a rapidly spinning, sharp, large windmill. Swoosh! 2, 4, 6 hidden Wind Release Chakra spheres almost completely blocked all his escape routes as he sped towards them. No sooner had Uchiha Yoru landed than he was met with a barrage of attacks, but a look of arrogance appeared on his face as he mocked Danzo in the distance, saying, "Trying to use Wind Release to counter my Lightning Release, ignorant fool." Lightning Release Chakra surged throughout his body, arcs of electricity flashed. Uchiha Yoru directly pushed his Lightning Release armor to its limit, and at the same time, he gripped the Gross World Sword in one hand, which was flashing with lightning. Wind Release counters Lightning Release. When two jutsu of similar elemental strengths are at roughly the same level, you're just a mouse hiding in the shadows, you're far too weak. As Uchiha Yoru's mocking words fell, a flash of lightning instantly appeared, and the muscles in his arms suddenly tensed, a cold light flashing as fast as lightning. A fierce electric arc flashed down, and the four rapidly spinning shuriken, like a large windmill, were struck in the center of the circle by the Gross World Sword. The immense force, combined with Wind Release and Lightning Release, and the friction of the weapons, caused the spinning shuriken to shoot out intense sparks. His body tilted slightly, and in an instant, four wine-fin-shaped shuriken flew past him from the left, their sharp wind-release chakra easily leaving marks on the ground. The solid, rock-like structure was cut through as easily as tofu by the wind-release chakra. Danzo, try a taste of your own wind release. With immense force descending, Uchiha Yoro let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, he swung his cross-world sword, instantly controlling for shurikens that were flung out at high speed, all aimed at Shimura Danzu in the distance. However, faced with such an attack, Shimura Danzu not only did not dodge, but instead revealed a sinister smile. Whoosh! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Danzo was instantly dismembered by four shurikens thrown in a whirlwind. But as the opponent's scheme succeeded, Uchiha Yoru's expression suddenly stiffened upon witnessing this scene. Impossible! The whistling sound continued from behind, and the four shurikens that had just narrowly dodged the attack spun rapidly downwards and then returned, perfectly sealing off the perimeter. You evil Uchiha brat, die! Shimura Danzu, whose face had been torn apart, vanished, replaced by a ferocious, maniacal grin that instantly appeared right in front of them. Would release, burial of the root of the violent tree. In the blink of an eye, Shimura Danzu's right arm conjured a gigantic tree trunk that instantly engulfed himself and Uchiha Yoru, while behind him, four shurikens flashed like lightning. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru's eyes were filled with terror. Evil Uchiha, this time you have nowhere to go. And as for the masked man, I will be here to wipe out you evil Uchiha for Konoha. At this moment, Shimura Danzu burst into maniacal laughter, using his ultimate all-or-nothing jutsu, relying on Izanagi. He was still immersed in the final, desperate attempt to bring glory to Konoha. But even as he was surrounded by giant trees, with four wind-release shuriken behind him, Uchiha Yoru's face suddenly showed a hint of mockery. It's quite an eyesore, but the mask won't require you to go to such trouble. With victory firmly in his grasp, Shimura Danzu's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Uchiha Yoru's contemptuous smile, his body gradually turning to stone. Whoosh! A sturdy, mature tree surrounded the two, and at the same time, four sharp shurikens cut through them like tofu, instantly splattering blood everywhere. Simultaneously, the tree rapidly grew and fell, crashing down with a loud bang, much to Shimura Danzu's disbelief. The same wooden clone was crushed into a bloody foam, becoming nutrients for the giant tree. But it turned into a different battlefield. While descending the Great Bridge, Uchiha Obito wasn't entirely clear about the battle unfolding above, but after engaging in combat with Mado Gai and Uchiha Itachi, he couldn't help but admire their strength. Both of you have earned my approval for your abilities, but you can only go so far. At this moment, Mado Gai and Uchiha Itachi were both panting heavily, and Obito, wearing a mask, couldn't help but shake his head in regret at this scene. Uchiha Itachi, you truly are a genius. If it weren't for the limitations of your age and physical condition, and if you were given 5 more years, you would absolutely grow to a terrifying level. It's just a pity. After a long time of opening the 8 gates, Mado Gai was breathing heavily. He now stared intently at his enemy, unable to contain his anger, and said, "Damn it, I only have brute force, but every time I hit only air." Facing such an opponent, a ninja with such martial arts skills like Mado Gai would truly be at a disadvantage. But at this moment, Uchiha Itachi, panting heavily, had a smile on his face. What a pity. I think it should have been just right. Roaring. Suddenly, the surface of the lake erupted with foam, and a glowing red dragon, holding a black pearl in its hand, charged forward. Senpo Haku's kicking technique, in an instant, a powerful, dazzling white light flashed, the air vibrated, and Obito, who had taken off his mask, was utterly terrified, his senses paralyzed, his hearing numb, and his body experiencing immense pain. Orochimaru! At that moment, emerging from the water was Orochimaru, who had already entered Sage Mode and was directly unleashing his ultimate technique. In an instant, a series of Kawazunaki sound waves echoed throughout the heavens and earth. A large-scale, high-intensity sound wave emanated, and Obito, still wearing his mask, felt the world spinning. Even with his Mangekyo Sharingan, he was drawn into a Genjutsu world. Senpo Mahayan Hamalin Xeng, in the original story, Jiraiya relied on this Genjutsu, and even Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan, fell victim to it directly, demonstrating its immense power. In this genjutsu-filled world, Uchiha Obito stared in horror as he found himself imprisoned in a water prison surrounded by four giant toad statues. This could be a mental binding illusion, a golden binding technique. Once struck by this illusion, the body will be unable to move. The genjutsu surrounding Jiraiya was filled with majestic sounds, and Obito, trapped in his mask, couldn't help but murmur in shock. As expected of a Sannin, he even possesses such genjutsu. And his cooperation with Orochimaru just now was to prevent me from using Kamui. Whoosh! Blood splattered everywhere outside. Mato Guy and Uchiha Itachi stared in horror as Orochimaru and Jiraiya, both in sage mode, suddenly emerged from the lake, each wielding a weapon and plunging it diagonally into the masked bodies of their enemies. Orochimaru wielded the grass-cutting sword, while Jiraiya grasped a large, bone-bladed sword. The two coordinated their attack, thrusting their swords into the enemy's chest, sending blood splattering everywhere. Ha! Orochimaru, it's been a long time. I didn't think our teamwork would still be so perfect. Suddenly, Jiraiya's dignified expression turned into a relaxed, cheerful smile, completely shattering his usual imposing demeanor. Beside him, Orochimaru scoffed disdainfully, scoffing. I didn't think you'd ever reach this point, you fool Jiraiya. Sage mode. Judging by his grasp of the situation, Jiraiya mastered it even earlier than him. Ha ha! At this moment, Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru, who was still as arrogant as before, even calling him an idiot, and his eyes welled up slightly. His comrade had finally returned. Cough, cough, little Jiraiya, this genjutsu singing will put a huge strain on your throat. It's very tiring. My throat hurts so much. Little Jiraiya, what kind of enemy did you encounter this time? You're being so cautious, and even teaming up with Orochimaru to fight them. With Jiraiya perched on Fukasaku's shoulder, Shima, the two old frogs, couldn't help but grumble, but they also knew the seriousness of the situation and didn't interrupt. Instead, becoming filled with solemnity, Jiraiya was able to directly enter Sage Mode and even team up with Orochimaru, a Sannin. They were an extremely terrifying enemy. Hey, let me see who exactly is controlling the nine-tailed fox. At this moment, beside Orochimaru, a horse, evil smile appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but extend his hand, intending to remove the male mask. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and at that moment, Obito's masked figure instantly became ethereal. Impossible! In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya and Orochimaru both simultaneously dodged, and instantly, dark figures appeared behind them, entering a state of illusion, allowing their attacks to completely penetrate them. Bump! On the surface of the water, Orochimaru and Jiraiya quickly widened the distance between them, while in the distance, Mato Guy and Uchiha Itachi also hurried towards them. Lord Orochimaru, Jiraiya. The two men gasped in surprise, and at that moment, Orochimaru and Jiraiya both stared intently at the dark figure in the distance with serious expressions. Cough cough, as expected of a Sannin, just a little bit short. At that moment, Uchiha Obito, hidden behind his mask, broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost been killed just moments before. Crack! The left eye of the mask shattered, revealing Ichikaku, and what immediately caught the eye was a gradually closing three-tamo Sharingan. Izanagi! Seeing this scene, Orochimaru couldn't help but reveal a hoarse, grinning smile. Not only was he not disappointed in the slightest, but he also displayed a similar pathological sense of intrigued desire. That means you still have one more chance to use Izanagi. I wonder what kind of face will be behind this mask after the other eye is used. Sannin Orochimaru, with a hoarse, sickly smile, looked down at Obito's mask, which was filled with solemnity, revealing a Mangekyo Sharingan that stared intently at the enemy. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, when did you two arrive? Suddenly, a thought crossed Obito's face, his pupils contracting in shock. He seemed to have remembered something. It's just the beginning, from the very start. When Uchiha Yoru first encountered Fire Release Ninjutsu, he used a concealment jutsu to lure them in, using the summoning beast Kuchioshi, the flying eagle, as bait to request assistance. At this moment, Obito finally thought of something, and Jiraiya couldn't help but smile and nod. Not bad, since the beginning. The little brat has used the summoning jutsu 3 times. I left behind the summoning frog scroll and my blood. From the very beginning of the fight, Uchiha Yoru's summoning jutsu was actually 3 times faster than Kuchioshi's. The frog and the snake took advantage of the momentary distraction and jumped directly into the lake under the bridge. Orochimaru and I remained hidden in the lake until we entered Sage Mode. You idiot, Jiraiya. Watching Jiraiya laugh heartily as he recounted his experiences to the enemy, Orochimaru, usually arrogant and disdainful of everything, uttered a single word of resentment. What did you say, Orochimaru? The familiar figure descended, and Jiraiya instinctively glared at Orochimaru with intense hatred. Facing Obito's mask, Sun looked at the current situation with a serious expression and said hoarsely, "It seems we miscalculated today, but I still don't understand, Jiraiya. How did you and Orochimaru prepare so early? Or how did Uchiha Yoro know there would be an ambush?" This Obito mask was the most inexplicable thing. Faced with this problem, Jiraiya's smiling expression gradually turned serious, and a look of solemnity appeared on his eyebrows. "Ninetales, you're the one who did it, right?" As expected, this brat secretly said there's always an enemy targeting Konoha. Originally, this was just a precaution, but now that this brat is dead, the whole of Konoha will fall into internal conflict, and to have such power and such a motive. The only culprit I can imagine is the Ninetales Night Killer. At this moment, Jiraiya's eyes were filled with questioning as he stared intently at Obito's mask, as if wanting to uncover all the truth. In the end, during the Ninetales night, he lost his most outstanding disciple, Namikaze Minato. Not only was Konoha a huge loss, but in his eyes, the village had reached its current state. The third Hokage and his group harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Uchiha, which clearly intensified after the Battle of the Ninetales. Konoha is now in this kind of tumultuous situation, and the root cause of all this is actually the Ninetales night. Haha, Jiraiya's answer is probably already in our hands. At that moment, Orochimaru, with a hoarse, sinister grin, lowered his head. A white snake flicked its tongue slowly across his neck, then suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of white, fleshy chunks. One piece was divided into two and placed in a test tube. Orochimaru, with a sinister and confident grin, said, "Jiraiya, I think you know that the fourth Hokage left behind an arm when facing an enemy. You can compare this piece of flesh and blood yourself, and you'll know." During the Ninetales night, Uchiha Obito was injured in a battle with Namikaze Minato, his arm shattered by a Rasengan and immediately discarded on the battlefield. With their ninja investigative abilities, how could they let it go? Furthermore, Danzo's arm was also very strange. Konoha had been researching wood release for such a long time, and suddenly they grafted it onto their own arm. It's likely they used this part to create a spare arm, and then Orochimaru, through his research, fitted Danzo with an immature wood release arm. I know! After receiving the test tube that Orochimaru tossed over, Jiraiya frowned heavily and nodded. At this point, the enemy's ninjutsu, all of these things, almost perfectly matched the clues Minato had left behind, practically proving that the masked man before him was the culprit behind the Ninetales night. Seeing this scene, the masked man Uchiha Obito couldn't help but frown, revealing a wary expression. "Haha, it seems I underestimated you juniors. I'll let you off this time, but next time, you won't be so lucky." The Uzumaki space rippled downwards, revealing Obito's masked face with a menacing, arrogant smile before gradually disappearing. Have the enemies left? At that moment, Madogai scratched his head, watching the figure disappear from the surface of the lake, while Uchiha Itachi paused and said, "Be vigilant, guard against any trickery from the enemy." Oh no, there's this little devil. Suddenly, Jiraiya slapped his forehead in shock, and at that very moment, an angry roar echoed from the stone bridge behind him. On the stone bridge, Shimura Danzu's pale Sharingan eyes were all closed, but this time, with Obito's mask assisting him, the wood release cells in his arm stabilized, causing his chakra to surge, making him even more powerful in the face of his enemies. Evil Uchiha, how could Konoha fall into your hands? Only I am the future of Konoha. Faced with utter despair, Shimura Danzu couldn't help but let out a hoarse, exhausted roar of anger. He was unwilling to accept this fate. But at this moment, as he wanted to kill his enemy, Uchiha Yoro stood tall at the head of the bridge, a gentle breeze blowing, making the Hokage's hat on his side even more dazzling. In this battle, Danzo couldn't even figure out Uchiha Yoro's Mangekyo Sharingan, which was rather disappointing. Even now, facing Shimura Danzu, Uchiha Yuri still didn't give up on his calculations and continued to employ psychological tactics. The rats lurking in the shadows, the self-righteous Konoha hidden in the dark roots, and the third Hokage basking in the sunlight like leaves. Perhaps you were once like that. But now you have long since become a rotten, malignant tumor hindering Konoha's development. Konoha was founded in the hands of the Uchiha and Senju clans from the very beginning. What right do you parasites have to talk about Konoha? Uchiha Yuri looked down from above with a mocking, domineering gaze at Shimura Danzu, directly rejecting all of the other's self-righteous claims. Even in death, he wanted his enemy to die with his eyes wide open. Cough cough, evil Uchiha. Having practically ingrained the Uchiha clan and evil into Danzo's bones, Uchiha Yuri couldn't help but mockingly say, "So what are you? Would Konoha exist without the Uchiha? What would Konoha be without the Senju and Uchiha clans to fulfill your greedy, rotten desires?" Cough cough. Shimura Danzu staggered across the stone bridge towards Uchiha Yuri, his right Sharingan closed, and the Sharingan on his right arm also shut, indicating that he had completely used up his Izanagi, leaving no chance of resurrection. Now severely wounded, he seemed to be on the verge of death, reluctantly coughing up fresh blood, weakly approaching Uchiha Yuri, simultaneously extending his old, powerless arm and shakily waving a kunai, as if trying to kill his opponent with it. "I cannot accept this. I have sacrificed my entire life for Konoha, and you, this evil Uchiha, know nothing about it. Konoha cannot fall into the hands of the evil Uchiha. The Hokage absolutely cannot allow that." Staggering weakly and gasping for breath, Shimura Danzu seemed to have little breath left. Looking at the ever closer distance, his heart was filled with ecstatic joy. Quick! Just a few more steps, and I can wipe out this Uchiha for Konoha. Facing imminent death, Shimura Danzu reluctantly propped up his weakened body, using this to lower the opponent's guard, and even put on a pathetic display of his own vulnerability, all in order to get closer to the opponent. Just as he approached Uchiha Yuri, the extremely weak Shimura Danzu, as if experiencing a dying moment, suddenly puffed out his chest, revealing his aged muscles, and let out a furious roar of self-sacrifice. For the ninja world, for Konoha, you, this Uchiha, absolutely cannot be allowed to live any longer. I will never allow the Uchiha to trample on the Hokage. Inside Shishofin, in an instant, black sealing runes appeared on Shimura Danzu's chest. In a flash, black ink splattered everywhere, and the seal was activated. Upon seeing the water splashing all over Uchiha Yuri, Shimura Danzu immediately broke into a maniacal grin. "Haha, Uchiha Yuri, you can't escape now." Fresh blood, transformed into a dark, ink-like color by the sealing jutsu, when splattered on the body, will directly cause the body to stiffen and the entire body's chakra to become chaotic. Seeing Shimura Danzu's final, crazed smile, Uchiha Yuri's lips curled into a sneer as the sealing jutsu enveloped him. Even at the last moment, he still killed with a heart-piercing blow. Konoha rogue ninja Shimura Danzu, before his death, activated the Shishofin technique, ultimately sealing half a bridge at a great cost. I wonder how this legend is portrayed. Uchiha Yuri's mocking smile faded. His body, under the influence of the sealing jutsu, experienced chaotic chakra within him. His feet began to stiffen, slowly transforming into a wooden structure. Would release, would clone jutsu, a technique so powerful that even the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't figure it out in the original story. When Song Shimura Danzu witnessed this scene, his fierce pupils were filled with resentment, especially the jarring title of Konoha Rogue Ninja, which made him die with his eyes wide open. Are not roaring. Inside, Shishofin transformed into a massive black ball of light, instantly sealing more than half of the sturdy stone bridge, along with a wooden statue of a person, completely extinguishing its life force. A loud explosion rang out, and from a distance, Jiraiya and the others happened to turn around and saw Danzo transform into a black ball of light, sealing the Great Bridge. At the border between the land of Iron and Konoha, there stands a dilapidated stone bridge, seemingly bitten by something. That's how it ended. As Jiraiya watched this scene unfold on the bridge, he couldn't help but let out a weak sigh, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Shimura Danzu, the shadow of the shinobi world, was gone just like that. Such an ending truly left him with a lingering sense of melancholy. Jiraiya was just a rogue ninja, no matter how great his achievements and accomplishments were, like those of the first Hokage. Does anyone in Konoha still remember him? Emerging from the shadows, Uchiha Yoru revealed a mocking smile, further ridiculing the third Hokage's will of fire, which had caused Konoha to have long forgotten the first and second Hokage's achievements and contributions. Lord Hokage, Mato Gai and Uchiha Itachi also rushed over, escorting Uchiha Yoru to safety. Both of them performed their protective duties with remarkable skill. The two Toad sages returned to Mount Myoboku, and through contact with the sage mode, Jiraiya's appearance gradually returned to normal. Meanwhile, Orochimaru slowly walked onto the stone bridge, licking his lips and revealing a wicked, sinister smile. Haha, I never thought I'd be able to capture the Ninetales culprit this time, and it's even Uchiha Madara. With a knowing smile, he looked down at Uchiha Yoru and scoffed, just a cowardly rat hiding its head in the sand. How can it possibly compare to Uchiha Madara? Seeing everyone's skeptical expressions, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and said, "The style of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara has long since disappeared from Konoha. The third Hokage's rule has only lasted a few decades, causing the Konoha ninjas to forget about it. However, according to the Uchiha clan scrolls, there are also records of the Uchiha clan elders who, in their youth, witnessed the existence of two beings who quelled the chaos in the shinobi world. Uchiha Madara's demeanor is absolutely unmistakable, and while people may change, their Mangekyo Sharingan will never change." At this point, Uchiha Yoru revealed a cheerful expression. Although Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan isn't clearly defined as a dojutsu, it's definitely not a spatial ninjutsu. Moreover, based on the enemies would release constitution, I suspect they probably would release test subjects back then. Would release test subject. Upon hearing this speculation, Jiraiya's expression visibly stiffened. He naturally understood that the initial would release experiment led by the third Hokage of Konoha had resulted in tragedy. But considering Rude Danzo's methods, it's likely he secretly added more and more evil materials, even turning himself into something like that. Surely there were test subjects as well. The Ninetales Rebellion and the subsequent assassination attempt all clearly demonstrate the enemy's hatred towards Konoha. Logically, if they were truly Uchiha, they should have been secretly assisting the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, would release and Sharingan, two bloodline abilities that Konoha is incapable of revealing to outsiders, mean that he is highly likely to be an accidental survivor and escaped as a test subject, which is why he harbors such hatred towards Konoha. It's likely similar to how Orochimaru, initially acting on Root's orders, secretly initiated the would release experiment with test subjects. Initially, this experiment was almost certainly a failure, but while Danzo was cleaning up the evidence, he unexpectedly discovered that the surviving would release test subject, Aga, was actually Yamato, who is now in the Konoha Anbu. After listening to Uchiha Yoru's detailed account, Jiraiya couldn't help but rub his temples, his head aching. What exactly was that old man hiding in his previous life? And what about the third Hokage? Konoha also has another would-release test subject ninja, which means it's quite possible that the person in question accidentally survived in a Konoha laboratory. Haha, interesting. It seems that even would-release and the Sharingan still hide quite a few secrets. As a scientist, Orochimaru wouldn't care about any conspiracy or not. Now, his snake-like eyes gleamed with excitement, filled only with the discovery of a new world beneath his eyes. Orochimaru! Jiraiya opened his mouth, intending to persuade Orochimaru to return to Konoha with him, but Orochimaru, with a sinister smile, gradually turned his body into mud. Haha, Night Lord, it seems you've grown to a whole new level. At this point, Orochimaru's snake-like eyes finally turned towards Jiraiya, mockingly saying, "You idiot, Jiraiya, you absolutely mustn't die." Clearly, this is a different kind of concern from Orochimaru. Given Jiraiya's personality, he'll likely investigate secretly, and such an existence is enough to threaten their lives. You bastard Orochimaru! Faced with Orochimaru's mockery, Jiraiya immediately bristled, glaring with wide eyes at the boisterous Orochimaru who had turned into mud, but the amusement in his eyes was impossible to conceal. "Jiraiya, I need your help this time." At this moment, Uchiha Yoru turned his head to look at Jiraiya with a serious expression and directly stated his request. Jiraiya, upon hearing it, fell silent. He had always been reluctant to get involved in this matter. Konoha has a formidable enemy, even in the shinobi world, as you've seen. Moreover, while the third Hokage's actions over the years have been meritorious, their achievements outweigh their merits. As the second-generation Hokage's bodyguards, they definitely abandoned the Hawkeye and fled back to the village. But when it comes to White Fang, they lose face. Jiraiya, do you think they're blushing? One abandoned Hokage's succession to Konoha, the other gave up a mission for his comrades. If the White Fang incident was wrong, and they were simply carrying out their mission, then why didn't they risk their lives to protect the second generation back then? There are all sorts of problems, piles upon piles, packages upon packages, and packages upon packages. Konoha, once a force to be reckoned with in the shinobi world, has seen its military capabilities decline to the point where it's been surpassed by the Cloud-Hidden Village and the Stone-Hidden Village. Uchiha Yoruichi, with an angry expression, recounted Konoha's weakness and decay over the past few decades, revealing a deep-seated disgust and hatred for Zetsu. With my current strength, I have the full capability to carry out an armed coup, but I don't. Why isn't it for Konoha, for a stronger village? Seeing Uchiha Yoru, so young yet already burdened with such great responsibility, Jiraiya gave a wry smile, shook his head, and sighed, "Little brat, I admit your eloquence, your strength, and your tactics. You are indeed stronger than the third Hawkeye." Jiraiya agreed to stand on his side, the biggest reason being the sudden appearance of a terrifying enemy. When a powerful enemy is lurking behind the scenes, internal conflicts will begin to shift, and at this point Jiraiya, under external pressure, has made a decision. The village is in a dire situation. It seems that only by pushing through the other side can peace be achieved. Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Jiraiya was lost in thought, suspecting that the root members in the shadows were experimenting with a combination of Uchiha Madara's bloodline and would release otherwise. Why would they so readily refer to themselves as Uchiha Madara? Without mentioning Jiraiya's self-serving actions, Uchiha Yoru, after seeing Jiraiya nod, showed a smile on her face. With the upper hand secured and the net cast, it remains to be seen how much can be caught this time. The shinobi world focused its attention on the 5 images from the meeting that virtually stirred the hearts of the entire shinobi world. The result also shook the shinobi world, with the 4 great nations of the Land of Earth, Land of Lightning, Land of Wind, and Land of Water separately proclaiming Uchiha Yoru as the 5th Hawkeye. At the same time, Konoha's daimyo appointed Tsunade as the 5th Hawkeye, causing a stir throughout the shinobi world. One Konoha, and simultaneously 2 5th Hawkeye-like figures. What kind of concept is that? Clearly, it's an attempt to stir up civil war and split the political landscape. What shocked people even more was the news that the 5th Hawkeye, Uchiha Yoru, was attacked on his way back from the 5-Cage Summit all night. At this moment, Konoha directly attracted the attention of the entire shinobi world. The 5th Hawkeye, Uchiha Yoru, seeing the Hawkeye attack midway through his mission, directly caused the situation to become tense, and even the 3rd Hawkeye, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in Konoha, was filled with anger. He had originally intended to use Tsunade to suppress the Uchiha, but unexpectedly, the nature of this attack changed completely. This difference almost made it clear that he had fired the first shot. The clashes and fights were fraught with danger, and the situation in Konoha was revealing a prelude to a storm. Rock Village. In the Tsuchikichi's office, Uchiha ninja from Konoha rushed in, his face showing signs of anxiety. "Your Excellency Tsuchikichi, the 5th Hawkeye, Lord Yoru, has sent me here to request assistance." Having just returned to the village, the 3rd Tsuchikichi Noki, observing the turbulent situation in the shinobi world, couldn't help but look serious. Yet the excitement in his eyes was impossible to conceal. "What's going on? I've only just returned to the village, and now the 5th Hawkeye is already sending someone to ask for reinforcements. The atmosphere in Konoha is tense, with the possibility of conflict and fighting between the 2 sides at any moment. You say the Tsuchikichi, don't know. The entire shinobi world knows, so how could you not?" But this time, the Uchiha ninja's eyes showed worrying, and he said in a low voice, "The 5th Hawkeye saw that Hawkeye Yoru was attacked on his way back. Now the situation within the Land of Fire is fraught with danger, and the 3rd Hawkeye's ninja army has already posed a threat. We urgently need reinforcements." Holy cow! This is the rhythm of starting a war. Even the arrogant Uchiha clan came to ask for help. At this moment, the 3rd Tsuchikichi Noki couldn't help but blush, his heart overflowing with excitement. He never thought he would get to witness this Konoha civil war in his lifetime. It was worth it. How hateful, Sarutobi has betrayed the justice of the shinobi world. Rest assured, for the peace of the shinobi world, and even more so for the justice of the fifth Hokage. The Hidden Stone Village will do everything in its power to help. Lord Sachikage, our ninja are outnumbered, so we urgently need some more materials, especially explosive tags. All the words referred to this matter, especially given the tense situation in Konoha. At this moment, Noki had thought about many things, but his heart remained firm. The Uchiha clan is currently at a disadvantage and may be defeated, but they absolutely cannot be defeated so quickly. They must inflict the greatest possible losses on Konoha. Rest assured, the Hidden Stone Village has always stood firm and unwavering on the side of justice. I, in the name of the Hidden Stone Village, will immediately inform the shinobi world to immediately provide the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Yoruichi, with war materials and 1 million explosive tags. Noki, a man of righteous indignation, slammed his hand on the table, seemingly disgusted by those who disrupted peace. The Uchiha ninja nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you, third Sachikage-sama. I need to return to Konoha immediately to assist the fifth Hokage." The person who came inside dispatched an elite squad to escort them from Konoha's Justice League. Yes. Seeing the Uchiha ninjas returning so urgently, Noki became even more convinced that the situation in Konoha was currently very tense. Not only that, the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Yoru, dispatched messengers to simultaneously attack the Cloud Village, Sand Village, and Stone Village. The situation in the shinobi world was shaken in an instant. With the third Sachikage, the fourth Reikage, and the fourth Kazekage joining forces, they managed to rally a group of smaller ninja villages around them, angrily denouncing the third Hokage's corrupt government in Konoha. The more majestic and imposing he stood beside the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Yoruichi. The legend of the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Yoruichi, spread throughout the shinobi world at this time. Justice prevails. This is the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Yoru. During that turbulent period of ninja activity, the three great ninja villages joined forces with a number of smaller ninja villages. Besides issuing condemnations, they also collaborated to transport the first batch of supplies. These supplies, including large quantities of ninja tools, explosive tags, and medical supplies, are of paramount importance. This is not supposed to be righteous and peaceful aid. Instead, it's supposed to be weapons aid, as if they're afraid Konoha won't be able to fight. However, this particular area of the Land of Water is rather strange. The Hidden Mist Village, which has been isolated and closed off, is unknown what has happened, but one thing is certain. Despite the turbulent situation in the shinobi world, the Hidden Mist Village remains remarkably quiet. However, each major ninja village in the shinobi world simultaneously acknowledged the rebellious forces of the Hidden Mist Village that occupied Izu no Kuni, and even acknowledged the fifth Hokage's identity as Mizukage. That's impressive. Konoha has produced a fifth Hokage, and even a deposed third Hokage. A village with 3 Kage has shaken the shinobi world, and civil war is on the verge of breaking out at any moment. As a result, two Mizukage appeared in the Hidden Mist Village, the only difference being that one was the fourth and the other the fifth. At this moment, the situation in the shinobi world gradually became clear. It was very clear that this was a blatant scheme by each major ninja village, using this to split the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha. For a time, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha felt as if they were about to fall from their pedestals. However, faced with this scene, the Land of Water fell silent, as if they hadn't seen anything at all. The next scene instantly made all the aware ninjas realize where the problem lay. Izu no Kuni's site marks the beginning of the Hidden Mist Village's rebellious ninja army. The fifth Hokage officially formed an alliance with the fifth Hokage of Konoha, and even signed a treaty establishing a defensive and offensive alliance. At the same time, the fifth Hokage watched as the Mizukage, having conquered several islands in the vicinity of the Hidden Mist Village, withdrew from the area. At this moment, the entire shinobi world understood clearly that the fifth Hokage and the fifth Mizukage, Uchiha Yoru, had joined forces. The Water Country's silence was entirely due to the fact that this rebellious Hidden Mist Village ninja force clearly intended to join the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Yoru. In the Fire Country, the leaders of each of the ninja villages suddenly realized that this meeting of the 5 Kage was truly about to change the landscape of the ninja world. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas feigned ignorance and pretended not to know, simply remaining silent and ceasing hostilities, which would allow this rebel force to join Konoha, thus escaping the flames of war. With such a massive move underway, the ninjas of the Cloud Village, Stone Village, and Sand Village seemed blind to it, instead providing numerous advantageous conditions that led to the merger of the two major forces. This clearly shifted the flames of war to the land of fair, while simultaneously strengthening the power of the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Yoru, thereby leading to a life-or-death conflict within Konoha. In just a few short days, the shinobi world experienced tremors far greater than those seen in the past several decades combined. The first 5-Cage summit confirmed the extraordinary status of the 5 great nations. The results of the second 5-Cage summit will clearly change the landscape of the shinobi world. Konoha, the shinobi world's overlord for so many years, saw the outbreak of civil war mark the day of its downfall. The silent and uncommunicative demeanor of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas in the Land of Water was actually the biggest beneficiary at the moment. Firstly, the civil war had stopped. Secondly, this rebel force had shifted its focus and was heading towards Konoha. The day the Konoha Civil War ended was the day the Hidden Mist Village ninjas seized territory, and Konoha, weakened even further, could use this opportunity to grab a piece of the Fire Country's riches. And as for the ambitious ninjas of the Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village, not to mention Konoha's fall from grace, how could they possibly remain idle? The Sand Village ninja feared that the first to jump out would be to directly sever all ties with Konoha. Konoha, the once bustling and prosperous village of the shinobi world, now exuded a suffocating atmosphere. On the streets, people hurried along, heads bowed, even those shopping for supplies were rushing, and the streets were deserted. Within the village, the ninja forces had an ancient fire, the smell of medicinal herbs, and the prelude to music. With the third Hokage's full support, Tsunade held an almost absolute advantage, and the massive ninja force began to overwhelm the opposing side, leaving them breathless. However, a moment later, after Uchiha Yoruichi returned from the chase, the situation changed. In the central part of Konoha, around the perimeter of the Uchiha clan's territory, several clans were once again established, and they erected a clan emblem that was both strange and familiar. The Kaguya clan, the Yuki clan, and the Hozuki clan, 3 great ninja clans of the Hidden Mist Village with bloodline abilities, directly declared their allegiance to Konoha under the 5th Hokage's rule. It is now clear that with the Uchiha clan leading the way, the Hyuga, Aburame, Inuzuka, and Kurama, along with a group of smaller Konoha clans and the 3 major bloodline clans of the Hidden Mist Village, and a group of Hidden Mist Village bloodline ninjas, have directly merged and coexisted together. Under external pressure, the 2 bloodline ninja clans merged in a way that defied all expectations. If one didn't know better, they would truly believe these bloodline ninjas were longtime companions. The Uchiha clan, leading the Konoha clan, faced pressure from Tsunade and the 3rd Hokage's combined forces. Having finally found outside help, they naturally smiled broadly and eagerly sought to forge alliances with their allies. But the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, with their bloodline, were considered a despicable and hateful group in the Land of Water, living gloomy lives. Suddenly arriving in Konoha, they were all greeted with smiles, feeling completely like family, and naturally, they integrated very quickly. Indeed, only under pressure can one find motivation. Even in an extremely short time, the Water Country's bloodline clans and the Uchiha clans, along with a group of other clans, formed an alliance through marriage, instantly entering a honeymoon period as if they were one big family. Hokage's office building. The 2 factions of ninja were almost completely separated. Even the tasks assigned to them in the Hokage's office were marked by a red thread across the middle of a single desk. Reporting to the 5th Hokage, this is the mission report. A Konoha Chunin squad arrived to report on their mission. They respectfully bowed and sat upright at the Hokage's desk. Uchiha Yoru displayed a satisfied smile. Not bad, this mission was completed very well, and the client is very satisfied. In the Chunin squad, there was one Uchiha ninja, one civilian, and another Kaguya clan ninja. It was clear that in a short time, they had blended in and formed a camaraderie. Meanwhile, on the other side, a Chunin squad returned and respectfully reported, 5th Hokage, this is our mission report. The one who spoke up was Tsunade, the blonde-haired girl sitting to his left. Looking at the mission scroll, he frowned angrily and said, "Are you all idiots?" Sarutobi Ichiro, take a look at your mission report. What do you consider your teammates to be, your subordinates, or your servants? Because you caused your teammates to get injured, and yet you still act so superior. That's quite something. Tsunade's anger, overflowing with majesty, frightened Sarutobi, causing his face to turn pale and then flush. But seeing Tsunade's intimidating gaze, he immediately turned pale, his lips twitching, unable to say anything. Useless, get back home and let your father teach you a good lesson on how to get along with your teammates. Tsunade completely pushed her capriciousness to the extreme, angrily scolding anyone who showed even the slightest dissatisfaction, especially when dealing with these once high-ranking members of the Sarutobi clan. In Tsunade's presence, everyone, regardless of their status, is nothing but trash, only obediently submitting to her teachings. Both examples form a clear comparison. By observing a speck of water, one can understand the whole picture. By observing the trickle of water, one can understand the vast ocean. Uchiha Yoruichi's faction had almost formed a unified entity, entirely under his leadership, and there wasn't much corruption, even among these bloodline clans from the Water Country. This group of Water Country ninjas who came over with their bloodline weren't all of them, but only half. Furthermore, at the Uzu no Kuni ruins, there was also a portion of Konoha ninjas who had merged with Hidden Mist Village ninjas. However, both sides faced immense external pressure, leading them to embrace each other and form a close-knit, family-like mentality. Everyone focused on positive thinking, naturally leading to positive development. In contrast, Tsunade's faction, along with the Third Hokage's long-standing business empire, had deep-rooted and intertwined power structures, forming a unified entity. Tsunade's greatest strength lies in her reputation and connections. Her reputation goes without saying. Ninja clans like the Sarutobi clan, who suddenly lost their once high status, naturally feel resentment and want to reclaim it. However, Tsunade's network of connections, with commoner ninjas making up the majority, led to conflicts with the Third Hokage's faction, which had already formed a unified ninja community. Although both sides were very restrained, their starting point was disagreement. The numerous ordinary ninja who followed Tsunade did so purely because of Tsunade's reputation and the life-saving favor she had done for them. They simply wanted to faithfully complete their missions, but these Sarutobi clan ninjas, under the guise of treating everyone as companions, were actually treating them like slaves. This is nothing special, but for comparison, Uchiha Yoru's policies are clearly hierarchical. Although he adheres to the principle of bloodline ninja supremacy, he also adheres to the principle of strength supremacy. As long as you reach the Jonin rank, you can have any bloodline ninja. Even among ninjas of the same rank, as long as you demonstrate sufficient talent in bloodline ninja abilities, even if you come from a commoner background, you can still receive the same treatment as other bloodline ninjas. This involves comparison, and naturally, dissatisfaction arises. Uchiha Yoru's policy was based on the principle of bloodline, but in reality, it was a policy of supremacy based on strength, giving ninjas a significant advantage over others. There are children with innate ninja talent, and the comparison between them and ordinary people without such talent is based on bloodline. As for bloodline ninjas, those who awaken their bloodline are extremely powerful, accounting for the vast majority of high-level combatants. Furthermore, there's another point. Uchiha Yoru, the fifth Hokage, holds the supreme bloodline of a ninja, and it's not simply about having the surname. Awakening the bloodline is what matters. Without awakening your bloodline beforehand, even if you are an Uchiha, all your treatment and status will be the same as that of an ordinary ninja. Haha, it seems Lady Tsunade has quite a few troubles. Seeing Tsunade getting angry at the slightest provocation, Uchiha Yoru, sitting to her right, smiled brightly and teased her, but Tsunade, displeased, snorted coldly. Uchiha Yoru, don't get too cocky. If it weren't for these old geezers. Tsunade's face clearly showed her displeasure. Ultimately, the Third Hokage's clans, such as the Sarutobi, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, occupied high positions and enjoyed superior status, only to be suddenly overthrown. Just like the Uchiha clan, who were initially located in the central region of Konoha, after the Ninetales incident, they were directly moved to the outskirts, which naturally caused dissatisfaction among everyone. It's safe to say that life has its ups and downs, and the current Uchiha clan members can understand the same feelings they once had. Therefore, having obtained Tsunade's banner, they desperately hoped that Tsunade would lead them to reclaim everything they had lost before. However, Tsunade wasn't good at manipulating people. Her personality dictated everything. She directly demanded funding and then established her own Anbu force. This immediately led to dissatisfaction. Many ninjas within the third Hokage's faction harbored resentment, believing that Tsunade was not only doing her job, but also using their money to further her own power. Recently, each of the major ninja villages in the shinobi world had sent quite a lot of supplies. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Yoru, revealing a smile with a hidden meaning. Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing this, made no attempt to conceal anything, directly nodding and laughing as he said, "These are all supplies for the peace of the shinobi world." Peace? Then why do I hear about explosives and the materials of war? I've never heard of weapons being linked to peace before. Tsunade said it sarcastically, but Uchiha Yoru, in a righteous tone, shook his head in denial. Although you are a Sannin, I absolutely do not agree with your concept on this point. What is peace? Is it just something you talk about? You and I are not children. You should know that peace is built upon power. Why was the shinobi world peaceful when the first Hokage was still alive? The first Hokage's departure was immediately followed by the devastating Great Ninja War. Peace can only exist without the intervention of external forces. Therefore, while weapons represent war, they are also inextricably linked to peace. Inside the Hokage's office, the two fifth Hokages watched as the Hokage once again disagreed and argued. The Konoha ninjas inside the Hokage's office, accustomed to such behavior, simply watched the two Hokages helplessly. To be honest, both of the fifth Hokage seemed quite decent. At the very least, they were both heading in a direction that served Konoha well. For a time, all the ninjas felt that even if they had to endure two fifth Hokage simultaneously, at least there wouldn't be internal conflict. Descending from Hokage Rock, a group of ordinary craftsmen, their faces filled with melancholy, gazed at the massive, sturdy mountain, seemingly studying how to sculpt it. What's going on here? Both fifth Hokage have declared they want to sculpt portraits of the current Hokage, but the question is, which one should we sculpt? Damn it, I've lived my whole life. The first one was sculpted by my father, the second one was sculpted by my father and me together, and the third one I did myself. Now I'm having a headache. I can't possibly sculpt two statues of the fifth Hokage. The old sculptor, his face full of sorrow, smoked his pipe. He was truly distressed at this moment. For the first time, he felt that money was so hard to earn, and it felt so painful to handle. But at this moment, his young son, scratching his head in frustration, came over and said, "Dad, now I don't have two headaches, but three." The old man's face, etched with sorrow, showed a look of disbelief. Weren't there two fifth Hokage? Could another one have suddenly appeared? Who is it? The young man gave a wry smile and directly pulled out 3 photos. "Father, these are the fifth Hokage looking at the Mizukage." The fifth Hokage announced the mission, stating that she, in her capacity as the fifth Hokage, would lead the Hidden Mist Village's ninja army to join Konoha. Naturally, this would leave behind a significant memento, and she even said that while the Hokage's privileges could be relinquished, the symbol of his honor was absolutely essential. At this moment, the old father was stunned, saying in disbelief, "The Hokage Rock is a Mizukage. Does the Hokage know about this?" The fifth Hokage, seeing that Lord Uchiha Yoru knew about it, nodded in agreement. At that moment, the father and son looked at each other in silence, gazing at the 3 photos in their hands, a difficult feeling weighing on their minds. 3 photos! Wanting them all to appear at Hokage Rock at the same time. How is that even possible? At that moment, the 3 photographs, slightly overlapping in the sunlight, suddenly sparked a flash of inspiration in the old man's mind. Since the 5th Hokage ceremony hasn't even been held yet, why not just put down 3 overlapping portraits? At this moment, under the sunlight, the 3 portraits overlapped slightly. In the middle was Uchiha Yoru's smiling face bathed in sunlight, flanked by Tsunade and Emi Terumi respectively. The 3 faces were joined together, seemingly as close and inseparable companions. Seeing this scene, the old father immediately had a premonition and excitedly laughed loudly, saying, "Ha ha, being able to make a living, 3 of them in the same frame, represents Konoha's joy and prosperity, and also represents the 3 Kage living together harmoniously and leading Konoha towards greater heights." Clearly, no one in Konoha wanted to start a civil war. This old master, inspired by his sculpting skills, wanted to use his talent to inspire the world. This will allow the 3 Kage to put aside their differences and join forces to lead Konoha's overall creation tomorrow. "Father, who is it?" The young son looked at his elderly father, his eyes filled with anticipation and tears welling up. He fell silent. This was his father's unfulfilled hope, and he didn't want to shatter it. Even he knew that two Hokages could not possibly coexist, because the so-called mountain could not possibly accommodate the two tigers. But he remained silent. He didn't want to shatter his father's unrealistic hopes. Yet this was also a faint illusion deep within his heart. Never mind, since we've accepted the entrusted task, and even the 3 senior officers haven't said anything, let's just do our best. The unrestrained laughter that echoed around Hokage Rock slightly lightened the gloomy atmosphere of Konoha. At the same time, the massive Hokage Rock, a landmark architectural structure in Konoha, began to show signs of activity. Every Konoha ninja could see it, their reactions ranging from initial helplessness to later astonishment. 3 portraits, each with a more defined face, appeared above, then were covered with large, puffy cloths, seemingly waiting for the official Hokage inauguration ceremony before announcing the result. Sarutobi Clan. High on the wall hung a calligraphic inscription. The pressure that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had endured during this period had aged him by 10 years. Now, with white hair and beard, and a somewhat hunched, thin, and short stature, he already resembled about 8 parts of the Chunin exam appearance from the original story. With a pipe between his lips, he smacked his lips, the room becoming increasingly filled with swirling smoke. The retired 3rd Hokage, who had been living in seclusion at home, now looked like an ordinary old man, staring intently at Shogi. And sitting directly opposite him was Narashikaku, the wise Hokage and captain of the Konoha Jonin squad. When two precious gems compete, one is bound to be wounded, and all the other gemsan pieces on the chessboard that are protecting them will be affected. Looking at the chessboard, Narashikaku couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy, as if he had a hidden meaning, which the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally understood, and therefore remained silent. Does Shikaku regret it? Faced with this problem, Narashikaku gave a wry smile and shook his head. Is there a choice in regret? The Ainu Shikacho clans, having enjoyed privileges, naturally also have to bear corresponding responsibilities. This was a huge price to pay. The Ainu Shikacho clans chose to completely rely on the 3rd Hokage, enjoying decades of rapid development. They rose from humble beginnings to their current positions, meaning that for as many years as the 3rd Hokage ruled, they enjoyed the same privileges. As the family has grown to its current size, even its collateral branches have become stronger than the entire family once was. It's not that easy to change the label on a person. In the Ninja Island Nation world, betrayal is possible, but if it's an entire clan, betrayal will earn them hatred. Furthermore, Narashikaku raised his head and stared intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage. Ainu Shikacho and the others could be considered accomplices at best, although they had no choice but to enjoy everything now. But at least they still had a chance to catch their breath. The Sarutobi clan, along with the Midokado, Uchiha, and Shimura clans, 3 smaller clans, truly had no choice. The Ainu Shikacho clans, at most, would be targeted and weakened to a certain extent, and then released. But the Sarutobi clan, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gradually became serious. Speaking of his clan, his expression became solemn as he said, "When I first became the 3rd Hokage, I had to make a choice with my clan. Initially, the entire clan chose to support me. That's how the Sarutobi clan came to be what it is today. This is fate. Having enjoyed the blessings of the Will of Fire for so many years, one must also acknowledge everything that comes with it. For the clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen elevated the Will of Fire to a level higher than the clan status, and although this way of thinking is somewhat unconventional, it cannot be denied that it is very much in line with Japanese culture." Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding a chess piece and arranging it on the board, frowned and said in a low voice, "The situation is exactly as you said. Once we're on the verge of a major conflict, a civil war will break out, and Konoha will be destroyed in an instant. I absolutely will not sit idly by and watch Konoha fall into the hands of the ambitious and evil Uchiha. The day of the 5th Hokage's official succession ceremony will likely be the start of a major civil war in Konoha. The 5th Hokage sees that the losing faction will seize the opportunity to cause chaos during the Hokage succession ceremony. And since Uchiha Yoruichi's top-tier fighting force will be present at this very moment, I want to do one last thing for Konoha. At this point, Saratobi Hiruzen's eyes showed determination, and he said in a hoarse, low voice, "You don't need to worry about the rest. When the time comes, the clan will be leaderless. With Tsunade and Jiraiya around, the Uchiha clan won't be able to stir up any major trouble. You just need to assist Tsunade in managing the relationships within the village." Seeing Saratobi Hiruzen's resolute and determined demeanor, Narashikaku couldn't help but frown, his expression becoming serious. But being intelligent, he didn't ask many questions. The third Hokage already had this under his control, which proves he still had a trump card. However, it seems likely that it was a suicidal trump card. However, right now, if we want to resolve the crisis in Konoha, decapitation is the best option. The room was quiet. Narashikaku had left, leaving only Saratobi Hiruzen, the old man who held onto his last shred of will. At this moment, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Danzo, I've been wanting to come find you." When faced with sacrifice, Saratobi Hiruzen not only showed no fear, but was instead filled with a fervent enthusiasm. "Once the Death Demon Seal is broken, I will make sure that all the destabilizing factors threatening Konoha disappear completely." Saratobi Hiruzen, with unwavering determination, declared that he now had the confidence to successfully launch an attack from close range. In the original story, the Chunin faced the first and second Hokage, as well as Orochimaru. Although the two Hokages weren't in their prime, the third Hokage still fought a fierce battle, only resorting to the Death Reaper Seal after becoming completely exhausted. But even so, the third Hokage still sealed away to cage-level combatants, along with Orochimaru's arms. Now that the third Hokage has decided to directly use this sealing jutsu in its full form, he is confident that he can succeed against Uchiha Yoru, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi, three young demons with Mangekyo Sharingan 3 cage-level fighters. Ultimately, despite his good intentions, Saratobi Hiruzen was filled with unwavering determination regarding this sealing technique. It's undeniable that the demon sealing jutsu, when used unexpectedly, is truly quite abnormal. Every move Konoha makes affects the entire shinobi world, and as a result, after waiting for 3 months, although the situation in Konoha remains tense, they simply haven't attacked. For a short time, every major ninja village was rapidly falling into disrepair. Ninja village of Cloud Village? In his office, the fourth Raikage was suppressing his anger, gritting his teeth as he glared at the Konoha ninja who was begging for help. He really wanted to break their necks and smash their heads. Respectfully addressing the fourth Raikage, the situation in Konoha and the shinobi world is now crystal clear. Our fifth Hokage sees the predicament that Lord Uchiha Yoru is facing. After continuously talking about the predicament Uchiha Yoru is facing and the immense pressure he's under, he finally reaches out for explosive tags and blades in short. He's asking for weapons again. Damn bastard! The fourth Raikage, enraged, let out a furious roar. Not only was the table in front of him instantly shattered, but under the astonished gaze of the Konoha ninjas, he took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and forcing out a terrifying smile. These ninjas are so hateful, they even rebelled against the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Yoru. But in just 3 months, we ninjas of the Cloud Village have continuously provided the Hokage with 5 times the amount of strategic supplies. Even when the Uzu no Kuni ruins, located within the Hidden Mist Village's ninja territory, were invaded by rebels, we Hidden Cloud Village ninjas not only ignored it but also gave them the green light. We even stopped some of the troublemaking ninjas. The more the fourth Raikage spoke, the angrier he became, suppressing his resentment as he said, "According to my intelligence, the war materials provided by each major ninja village in the shinobi world, all driven by a sense of justice, are enough to wage a 2 or 3-year great ninja war." 3 months. Konoha's fifth Hokage watched as Hokage Uchiha Yoru practically went mad plucking the wool from a goat's back. The messengers came in wave after wave of considerable quality. Except for the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, the other 3 great ninja villages each received several times, and even the poorest ninja from the Hidden Sand Village provided assistance 3 times. Not to mention all the small, isolated villages, even those in remote areas who were constantly holding back tears while seeking aid. If they didn't provide aid, the neighboring major nations wouldn't allow it. The land of earth, the land of lightning, and the land of wine surrounding the small ninja village almost all shed tears as they handed over nearly half of their hard-earned savings to provide aid. There's no way out. Without aid, they would not only have to offend Konoha, but also the great nation that supports them from behind the scenes. It's too difficult. The larger ninja villages chose to remain silent about Uchiha Yoru's underhanded tactics of plucking hair from the sheep's back. After all, this could be considered a way to indirectly weaken these smaller ninja villages, and then Konoha's dog-brained attacks would be even more vicious. But as time passed, Konoha didn't erupt into civil war, which they could tolerate. After all, civil war wasn't something that broke out so casually. Moreover, Konoha was currently in the process of sculpting the 5th Hokage's portrait, and the official succession ceremony was still being prepared. By then, Konoha's leader couldn't possibly have created two 5th Hokage level figures to watch the succession ceremony, could he? If Konoha actually dared to do that, they would be happy, because Konoha would be directly split into two, which would be great. But this part involved waiting and enduring inner suffering. The 5th Hokage, seeing what Hokage Uchiha Yoru had done, found it somewhat shameless, constantly reaching out for war materials. Now Uchiha Yoru, the 5th Hokage, controls the territory of the Land of Fire and has established no fewer than 10 military bases. You've gone too far. You're not fighting battles, you're frantically hoarding supplies, and you're using them. You should at least fight. If you need anything, you don't need to tell us. If we see it, we'll naturally send it over. Your Excellency, the 4th Raikage. Before the Konoha ninja could say anything more, the 4th Raikage interrupted him with a swift, decisive gesture, saying in a deep, righteous voice, "For the peace of the shinobi world." We Cloud Village ninjas have unconditionally provided so much expensive supplies, seriously impacting the normal military defense of the Cloud Village ninjas. Therefore, I still ask you to answer the expensive picture. The Cloud Village ninjas are truly powerless right now, but please rest assured. I have decided to have the production of various ninja tools, explosive tags, and other supplies exploding. New supplies will be available in a month. Don't be fooled by the 4th Raikage's rough exterior. Could a mere brute truly become a cage? His broodiness is merely a facade he projects to the outside world. Deep down, he still possesses the intellect of a cage. Seeing the Raikage refuse, the Konoha ninja couldn't help but sigh. Although he blushed slightly, he had gotten used to it after doing it so many times. If the other person wouldn't give it to him, then so be it. In that case, I'll return to the village first and truthfully report the matter to our 5th Hokage, Lord Yoru. Finally, in the Raikage's office, the 4th Raikage, with a rough and wild expression on his face, forced a smile, watched the other person leave, and then could no longer restrain himself from roaring in frustration. Damn it, the 5th Hokage of Konoha has absolutely no understanding of the rules. He's utterly shameless. Seeing this scene, every ninja from the Cloud Village sighed. Not only the Raikage, but they all wanted to vent their frustrations. Having witnessed the development of the Hidden Leaf Village over the years, I've never seen anyone so brazen and direct in demanding weapons from every major Hidden Leaf Village. If you were the ruler of the shinobi world, that would be one thing, but you clearly aren't. Clearly, they possess the power to refuse, but the fact that they were repeatedly unable to refuse made it seem like a difficult situation. This wasn't unique to the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas. Both the Kazekage and the Tsuchikage found various excuses to temporarily refuse. However, Konoha hadn't yet entered into civil war, but the 5th Hokage, Uchiha Yoru, had already made a name for himself in the shinobi world. This Hokage, Uchiha Yoru, used his own experience to show everyone how to confidently and righteously demand money from everyone. If they refuse, you can't directly refuse, but you have to pretend to be indifferent and find an excuse to gloss over it. Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Yoru, with a relieved expression, approved the mission scroll, while beside him, Tsunade clearly displayed a bored and weary look. Tsunade, in particular, turned her head to look at the half-meter-tall stack of documents in front of Uchiha Yoru, which had been completed in just over an hour, yet now the stack was on her side. Tsunade couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment on her face. She had to approve more than half of the documents that this little brat had assigned her, yet after a busy morning, she hadn't even completed 1/3 of them. This little devil, he's truly a born talent for this kind of thing. Tsunade considered herself quite capable, but when comparing one mountain to another, she was truly impressed. This skill really does require talent. Hey, little devil, you're approving this document so quickly. Are you just being careless? Tsunade couldn't help but tease, but Uchiha Yoriichi, who was busy reviewing documents, was so preoccupied that her hands and eyes weren't idle. Instead, she laughed and said, "Is this considered fast? It's because you guys are reluctant to delegate authority. You see, I need to approve some documents. Minor security incidents in the village don't need to be sent directly here. The experienced police department captain can handle them. Whenever I have free time, as the Hokage, I can personally inspect the files and check the actual situation. At the same time, I also established a small investigative team within the Anbu, with all identities kept secret, specializing in pilot investigations to check if subordinates were hiding information or submitting false reports. There's also the intelligence department. Various types of missions within the village, B-rank missions and below, are approved by the Hokage's elite assistant personnel. The Hokage only needs to review them, and if he finds anything wrong, he can correct it." At this point, Uchiha Yura smiled brightly, a hint of amusement in his expression as he reached for the documents and said, "How many B-rank missions or higher does Konoha have in a year?" Even counting the days spent seriously reviewing and carefully processing documents, it's only about 10 or so. All that's left is to check for any loopholes, and naturally, the efficiency of this job will increase. Just as Uchiha Yoriichi was speaking with a relieved and cheerful expression, the experienced Uchiha Itachi entered carrying a stack of documents and reported something. "Lord Hokage, these are documents from the intelligence, medical, and barrier departments. Among them, the intelligence department has 3 documents of rank B or higher, requiring your personal approval. These 2 parts are the re-establishment of root and Anbu after the document, and they also require the Hokage's personal approval." Looking at Uchiha Itachi's report, Uchiha Yori seemed to remember something and said to Tsunade with a laugh, "That's right, the root and Anbu are personally overseen by the Hokage. Except for some internal daily training and other tasks that can be completed by the minister, anything related to going outside the village or targeting ninjas requires the Hokage's approval." That's quite something. Looking at Uchiha Yori's explanation this time, although it sounds a bit convoluted and complicated at first, upon careful consideration, Tsunade immediately frowned. Looking at the young boy before her, a complex expression involuntarily appeared on her face. This little brat really dared to delegate authority, practically handing over more than half of the Hokage's power to a subordinate. However, with the same careful consideration, it's actually just a matter of delegating all the Hokage's petty authority to subordinates, which not only makes things easier for the Hokage, but also wins the hearts of those below him. Hey, how old is this Uchiha Itachi? Although his strength isn't bad, you dare to use him to assist you in handling official affairs. Although inwardly submissive, Tsunade still showed a defiant expression on her face, glaring at Uchiha Yoru as if to say, "Isn't this going too far?" However, Uchiha Yoru just smiled and shook his head, saying Itachi was a genius. Perhaps he was a bit stubborn, but relatively speaking, when it came to handling Anbu affairs, Itachi already had the mind of a Hokage at the age of 5. Facing his teacher's encouragement, 12-year-old Uchiha Itachi still felt a little embarrassed. After all, at his age, his status was so high that if it weren't for the Mingekyu Sharingan's power suppressing him, people would truly be gossiping about him. However, his heart was filled with gratitude. Haha, but Itachi is indeed a bit young. At this age, he should be focusing more on improving his strength, because after all, ninja strength is the foundation of everything. Uchiha Yoru said with a smile, and Itachi, standing beside him, quickly bowed slightly in respect and shouted loudly, "Yes." Itachi will absolutely not disappoint the Hokage-sama. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly in surprise. This little brat's charm and ability to bewitch people were no less than that of the old man and Orochimaru, practically winning people over at any moment. A high-ranking official sometimes doesn't need to show much or little concern. Even just a calm, smiling expression can command the emotion of others, leading them to believe that a discerning judge of character is willing to sacrifice their life for them. This is practically the way to descend to power. "Little Brad, your role as Hokage's assistant is going a bit too far," Tsunade said, sounding a little weary, while Uchiha Yoru looked up and displayed a faint innocent smile. "Is that so? Yui Kurenai, Itsuki Yugao, and Anko are all young, and their abilities still have a lot of room for development. I'm just encouraging them to focus on improving their skills. Look at my assistants. Haruka Hazashi and Aburain Shibi are in charge of intelligence. Kakashi and Itachi are in charge of the Anbu. And there are also the newly joined ninja from the water country. They are most skilled in interrogation and assassination. We're still short on staff. Yakushi Nanu, a pharmacist from Root, is currently responsible not only for treating patients but also for assisting me, the Hokage, in handling some official affairs. At this point, Uchiha Yoro looked even more troubled, shaking his head, but this scene seemed to be something Tsunade found particularly strange. Coincidentally, at that moment, the docile Shizune approached carrying a stack of documents. Lady Tsunade, these are the documents you need to approve. That's impressive. At this moment, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Yoro with so many assistants, and then looked at herself, her eyes widening in surprise. She only had Shizune as her assistant, yet she had to handle all the affairs, big and small. Konoha. Under the moonlight, on the rooftop of the circular Hokage building, the two Hokage's conical hats fluttered in the night breeze, and hidden in the shadows were the two fifth Hokage figures. At this moment, the two fifth Hokages and the members stared at each other with wide eyes, turning their heads in unison. However, the initial suspicion and wariness between them had now given way to a strange mix of emotions. Meanwhile, the two fifth Hokage, Uchiha Yoro and Tsunade, were leaning against the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the night view of Konoha. Ninjas on the Fire Nation continent occupy the most fertile land and possess the richest resources. As long as there are emotions and desires, conflict is inevitable. When the two discussed this issue, Uchiha Night God remained calm, as if he had long accepted this reality, while Tsunade, listening beside him, let out a soft sigh of reflection. Therefore, your ambition is to create rules based on the law of survival of the fittest, with the strong standing at the top of the pyramid and ordinary people living at the very bottom. Faced with this extremely cruel topic, Uchiha Yoro couldn't help but show a hint of surprise, looking at Tsunade scratching her head and saying, "When did you get this kind of illusion? Aren't commoners supposed to live at the bottom of society? Could it be just because they're Konoha villagers? If so, how are their lives any different from those of ordinary villagers like the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Sand Village? It's only in terms of the natural environment, but the standard of living in the five great nations is almost the same. Fortune has never been the pursuit of the common people. They only want to live in a stable environment, to have a family. Their greatest pursuit is simply having enough to eat and not having to endure the cold winter." Uchiha Yoro directly and bluntly exposed the deceitful facade of the shinobi world, shaking his head as he looked at Tsunade and said, "This world has always been governed by the strong. Hence the rules. Without order, chaos ensues." The first Hokage was called the god of the shinobi world because he suppressed all powerful forces that changed the shinobi world's structure, directly transforming it from the warring states period to the current form of the ninja villages. "You little devil." After being lectured, Tsunade couldn't help but show a hint of impatience on her face, directly letting out a dissatisfied huff. "The situation in the shinobi world is unstable lately. With you pulling the wool over people's eyes like that, every major ninja village in the shinobi world is now resentful and has practically stopped your aid." At this point, Tsunade frowned even more, pausing before continuing. According to recent intelligence reports, elite ninjas from the Cloud Village, the Stone Village, and even the Sand Village have infiltrated the Land of Fire. These three great ninja villages are getting impatient and eager to ignite a war. Uchiha Yoro understood the situation even better, and couldn't help but shrug and chuckle softly, saying, "Don't worry, haven't we also made good preparations? The Hokage succession ceremony is in half a month, and then the envoys from each major ninja village will come to observe, which will also be the time to put an end to this farce." "A farce?" Looking at the young Uchiha Yoro's calm and relaxed demeanor, as if he were talking about a trivial matter, Tsunade couldn't help but show a surprised expression, as if she couldn't keep up with the boldness of today's youth. "Little rat, you've really stirred up a huge commotion, dragging the entire shinobi world into it. Let's see how you'll face the upheaval in the shinobi world then." Seeing Tsunade's adorable, childlike demeanor, Uchiha Yoro couldn't help but smile, but a haughty, arrogant aura of dominance over the shinobi world gradually welled up in his eyes. The shinobi world is shaken, in the face of absolute power, There has never been any shaking. I will lead Konoha towards a new beginning and once again reach the pinnacle. At this moment, Uchiha Yuru turned his head and looked at Tsunade, solemnly saying, the Uchiha and Senju will once again lead Konoha to dominate the shinobi world. Seeing Uchiha Yuru exuding a maturity and domineering aura that didn't belong to his age, Tsunade couldn't help but raise her golden eyebrows, revealing a cold smile. Where is that fifth Hokage, Mizukage Mei Terumi? Suddenly bringing up this embarrassing topic, Uchiha Yuru's intense aura instantly dissipated, but he showed not the slightest embarrassment. Instead, a look of determination appeared in his eyes. For Konoha, for peace in the shinobi world. Shameless little brat. Tsunade couldn't help but curse inwardly, but she seemed to have tacitly accepted this point. Uchiha Nightheart, who had also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly showed a serious expression and said in a low voice, Tsunade, have you completed that jutsu? Upon hearing this form of address, Tsunade's face flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but coldly retort, little brat, who are you calling sister? Orochimaru is your teacher. Haha, Tsunade, let's discuss our own opinions. I don't care if you call me Ne, and you don't care what I am. Uchiha Yoruichi's shameless smile made Tsunade both annoyed and amused, but inwardly she sighed, realizing that the pressure from her clan and village had driven this little brat to this point. He vaguely remembered that this young boy, when he was only in his teens, had already developed a firm resolve to change Konoha, and he sighed softly in his heart. This forbidden's technique, the Demon Seed Net, is indeed powerful, but it also has clear drawbacks. When it came to this forbidden's jutsu issue, Tsunade couldn't help but suppress her other thoughts, and with a serious expression, she stated her opinion. This forbidden's jutsu can indeed fuse a ninja or summoning beast with one's own body, possessing certain abilities, even capable of merging bloodline limits. However, the so-called eternal life achieved after the jutsu is completed is merely theoretical. In reality, it only enhances cell activity. At most, it only prolongs lifespan, but it fundamentally fails to achieve eternal life. If something exists on its own, it's gone. Instead, it's merged, and even then, it's just an incomplete version. For example, a bloodline would definitely not be as good as the original, and after merging, this kind of power is almost impossible to improve. The secrets of the human body are fundamentally beyond the comprehension of any single individual. Tsunade, being a princess of the Senju clan, and having initially researched so many forbidden techniques, especially Edo Tensei, which were developed by the second generation, must have undergone extensive research on numerous human subjects. How could Tsunade be a complete novice? With the light relying on the research materials left behind by the second generation, Tsunade stood on the giant's shoulder. Regarding the secrets of the human body, Tsunade's theoretical knowledge was absolutely no less than Orochimaru's. Uchiha Yoru listened and nodded slightly, smiling as he said, so I haven't perfected this jutsu yet. Although the difficulty has increased, and some aspects have even been reduced, it's still almost perfect. Speaking of this perfect version of the forbidden's jutsu, Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim, you truly live up to your reputation as Orochimaru's disciple. The talent you two possess in ninjutsu and forbidden's jutsu is equally terrifying. Not bad, perfecting this forbidden's technique can indeed achieve this step, but it's better to have abilities that are already inherent within oneself, such as abilities that are already present in the body. At this point, Tsunade's lips slowly curved into a smile, and her delicate, pale hand slowly extended, visible only to the two of them. And then a branch sprouted out, its tip turning a pale green. For example, although our Senju clan doesn't inherit wood release, logically speaking, every member of the Senju clan has a hidden wood release gene in their bodies. Perhaps this gene is incomplete, but almost everyone spends their entire life trying to awaken and activate this gene without success. However, this forbidden's technique can be stimulated through external factors. For example, his would release cells, after being stimulated by this forbidden's technique, allow the incomplete and defective genes in his body to be repaired and activated. This is what is called awakening the inherent bloodline within the body. With a gentle grip, the branch was instantly crushed into fine powder. Despite this violent technique, Tsunade calmly said, therefore, this forbidden's technique, which is supposed to involve stealing and fusing the blood of others, is now more accurately described as repairing and activating the hidden genes within one's own body. Daddy. Watching Tsunade's explanation, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but show an appreciative smile, clapping his hands in admiration. As expected of a Senju princess, her analytical skills in the shinobi world are absolutely top-notch. With a thumbs-up gesture, Uchiha Yoru smiled brightly. Not bad. This forbiddance technique, which can steal the blood of others, is truly terrifying. To say it has no drawbacks is impossible. Arbitrarily seizing a bloodline that doesn't belong to the individual only yields incomplete and temporary power, and is almost incapable of the same potential for continuous training and improvement as a true bloodline ninja would normally possess. However, this perfect version, which he created through the manipulation of luck, has actually changed direction, shifting from plunder and fusion to repair and activation. He was similar to the Uchiha clan. Although they were of the Uchiha clan, 500 years ago they were considered part of the Senju clan, and they also had Senju genes in their bodies. Only this part of the gene was too small and weak, even incomplete, and remained in their bodies as before. Through the forbiddance jutsu of the demon seed net technique, using Senju Hashirama's cells, which is essentially a perfect copy of his genes, he was able to stimulate and repair this part of his own genes, thus awakening it to a certain level. Of course, even after this forbiddance technique is completed, it doesn't guarantee a 100% awakening of the bloodline. It's also possible that the cells of an Uchiha ninja or Senju Hashirama through this forbiddance technique can achieve the effect of reactivating this physical ability. In other words, the Uchiha clan ninjas awaken the Senju clan's physical abilities, to the point that the awakening of bloodlines in this aspect has led to the study of occultism. At the same time, there is another point. This forbiddance technique has a high level of difficulty in terms of cultivation threshold. Forbiddance techniques are called forbiddance techniques precisely because their cultivation difficulty and requirements are extremely stringent. Otherwise, why would so many forbiddance techniques preserved in every major ninja village in the shinobi world be lost to previous generations and almost disappear completely? The demon seed net is a forbiddance jutsu. The most basic threshold is possessing a massive amount of cage-level chakra, and that's just the foundation. I never imagined that the Senju and Uchiha clans actually shared the same ancestor. Uchiha Yoru said jokingly, and Tsunade beside him also sighed. That's right, the Senju and Uchiha clans fighting each other in the Warring States period for hundreds of years is truly a joke. How could Uchiha Yoru, having awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, possibly let go of Naka no Jinja in the secret chamber, a monument that influenced countless people? The inscription on the stele describes the relationship between the Senju and Uchiha clans, stating that when these two forces combine, they can create an even greater power. Of course, this is a distorted version of the story by Kurozetsu. But this is enough. With this stone tablet in existence, one problem can be solved, which is the problem between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Kurozetsu probably never imagined that the content he distorted would still be exploited by others. In Uchiha Yoru's eyes, everything has its own value. All of this lies within you, whether you can discover it and then develop and expand it. So the next step, perhaps Princess Tsunade wants to awaken her Sharingan, and then, well. Uchiha Yoru's mocking words subsided, and Tsunade, unable to contain her arrogance, tilted her head and coldly snorted. Don't joke around. The difficulty of using this forbiddance jutsu increases exponentially each time, and after using it once, it takes at least 3 years for the body to adapt. Awakening wood release was already an unexpected joy for me. As for the Sharingan, let's wait 3 years before discussing that. Regarding this difficult problem, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. This forbiddance jutsu was almost identical to the snake-like Fushi Tensei, both requiring the same 3-year condition. The difference is that others need 3 years to adapt, while he can accelerate his body's adaptation through the use of luck. He has the Uchiha bloodline, and now possesses the Senju clan's wood release and the Uzumaki clan's physical attributes. However, he hasn't awakened any of the similar bloodline abilities that the Uzumaki clan possesses. To put it bluntly, by activating the Uzumaki clan's physical constitution, with the powerful life force bestowed upon them, the abilities of wood release and the Sharingan have also increased significantly. Would release Sharingan, plus the Uzumaki clan's powerful life force 1 + 1 is greater than 2. The shinobi world seems to be hiding a great secret. did the Rakudo Sennin even exist? How did the Biju, considered a calamity yet immortal and indestructible, come into being? And what about the origins of the shinobi world, the progenitor of chakra? Looking at Uchiha Yoru, who exuded a mysterious charm and spoke of philosophical topics, Tsunade couldn't help but stare blankly. This little brat is practically the spitting image of Orochimaru, even more stubbornly obstinate than he actually is. Orochimaru, for better or worse, only wanted to pursue the truth of chakra and ninjutsu, but this brat was even more greedy, seemingly wanting to uncover all the secrets of the shinobi world. Oh dear, this topic is getting off track. Tsunade, despite her boisterous demeanor, was inwardly sighing. This brat was forced down this path. If he lived in peaceful times, he and Orochimaru would likely join forces to pursue the truth of the shinobi world. But it's not the present moment, for the sake of Konoha and the peace of the shinobi world, that fuels such burning ambition and calculations against the shinobi world. The Uchiha and Senju clans founded Konoha, and now they have become shackles binding and restraining this little brat, just like Orochimaru. The difference being that Orochimaru broke those shackles under certain circumstances. But this little devil chose to overcome difficulties and move forward. Different choices create different people. Uchiha Yoru and Orochimaru are very similar, but they chose different paths. Faced with shackles, Orochimaru chose to watch helplessly as someone else severed them for him. Uchiha Yoru, however, took the shackles into his own hands. It's impossible not to say that I'm just making things up myself. Tsunade mentally assessed the situation, and upon seeing Uchiha Yoru, who had been striving since his teens, a surge of feminine sympathy, even a touch of pity, welled up within her. Ultimately, when initially confronted with the problem of the corrupt Konoha upper echelons, she chose to avoid it, not to mention Jiraiya. And Orochimaru purely placed the choice in the hands of his teacher. If the third Hokage were to entrust the position of Hokage to Orochimaru, although Orochimaru would still be busy researching, he would absolutely cast changes to the already established and unchanging Konoha, which is like an old man. They all chose to run away, but in contrast, a teenager in his teens, with unwavering determination, chose to rise up against the great Liang dynasty, vowing to change everything and overcome all obstacles to move forward. Faced with this situation, Tsunade felt a sense of shame. Adding to that, this little brat's foresight, his cunning, and his strategies, she chose to support him. Even Jiraiya was initially neutral, wasn't he? If Uchiha Yoru's vision, strategy, and tactics were even slightly inferior in any aspect, making Jiraiya and Tsunade feel that he would only bring destruction, they would never have allowed Uchiha Yoru to control Konoha. To be frank, the two of them couldn't help but admit that Uchiha Yoru's plan this time, while making them sigh in admiration, also seemed feasible, even if it failed. Overall, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, with so many cage-level fighters unleashed this time, where did Konoha's military capabilities go? But the high-level bureau holds the advantage. Moreover, each and every one of them is a young cage-level warrior. Even a fool would know how to choose. These cage-level warriors, woven together like a rope, can at least guarantee Konoha's development for the next few decades. Konoha, Hokage Building. We can understand the Sand Village ninjas, but what about the Stone Village and the Cloud Village ninjas? They should be steadfastly standing on the side of peace, so how could this happen? In his office, the Hokage, Uchiha Yoru, stood up in a fit of rage, banging his hand on the table and relentlessly reprimanding him. Upon hearing the fifth Hokage's reprimand, the entire Konoha ninja working in the Hokage's office fell silent, whether they were there to receive a mission or report on one. Their large eyes met the small eyes, and although this wasn't the first or second time, they still felt their faces flush slightly. Meanwhile, in Uchiha Yoru's office, someone completely unaware of their own state was angrily slamming their hand on the table. Damn it, issue a notice to the shinobi world. I want to severely criticize the Cloud Village and Stone Village ninjas for their half-hearted and wavering behavior. Everyone is finding flimsy, irresponsible excuses, yet they've stopped providing us with aid. We only have enough supplies to barely build 17 reserve bases, all prepared for peace. How can they do this? That's great. The Hokage in the high-rise building left all the ninjas speechless. A few who had just arrived to take on their assignments were a bit confused, but all the Konoha ninjas were bewildered. What's going on here? Does this Uchiha fifth Hokage think the Hokage is lecturing other ninja villages about not providing supplies? But why would the other ninja villages want to give them supplies? Just like the fifth Hokage, I think what he said makes sense. For the sake of peace, how could other ninja villages act like this? How could they stop providing aid so carelessly and irresponsibly? At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, unable to contain his anger, slammed his hand on the table. Kakashi, why are these small ninja villages also reducing the supply of aid? And they say it's for temporary production needs. But it's all just excuses. It's all just excuses. The entire shinobi world is full of shameless liars. At the 5K summit, every single one of them was posing proudly and confidently, but now they've turned their backs on us. Indeed, these ninja villages are untrustworthy. Peace, we can only trust ourselves. That's quite something. At this moment, before reporting to Hada Kakashi, Kakashi's face was blank, one eye showing a bewildered expression, as if saying, "Who am I? Where am I? What happened?" Hada Kakashi seems to be following the original story's development trend. The once aloof Kakashi from his Anbu days is gradually changing. Since eventually taking refuge with Uchiha Yoru, Hada Kakashi's responsibilities have largely revolved around official duties, so changes are bound to happen soon. In the original story, Kakashi remained in the Anbu environment until a few years before the main storyline began, at which point he left the Anbu and officially appeared as Hada Kakashi in the main plot. Haha, you little brat, you're too shameless. You're asking so many villages in the shinobi world for supplies, and you're still acting so righteous and arrogant. If we don't give them what they want, you'll even scold them. On the other side of the table, the Hokage Tsunade couldn't help but slap the table and burst into laughter, even teasingly saying, "If the third Sechikage and the fourth Raikage saw you in this shameless state, would they regret it?" Facing Tsunade's teasing, Uchiha Yoru, with a solemn expression, said in a low voice, "Princess Tsunade, I am doing this for peace, for justice. When discussing this topic, you should pay attention to your image. Good. Pay attention to your image. Pay attention to your influence. Whoosh." Tsunade covered her mouth, laughing so hard that tears were about to fall. This little brat had swindled so much of the shinobi world out of resources, and now he wanted to lecture her. Are these all freebies? They didn't give them to you, and yet you're turning around and lecturing them about being unethical. This type of argument is fallacious, yet it seems to be made with great care. That fifth Hokage, look at the supplies that have arrived from every major ninja village in the shinobi world in the past few months. They're enough to sustain over 10,000 ninja in a protracted war. Even with the average losses over 3 wars, it could last a year or a year and a half. Hada Kakashi said this with embarrassment, feeling even more regretful in his heart. No wonder Knight could become Hokage, while he could only be his assistant. This level of shamelessness, coupled with an unyielding and upright demeanor, is something he could never achieve even in a lifetime. At this moment, Hada Kakashi was filled with immense respect and admiration for Uchiha Yoru's level of achievement. However, Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing Hada Kakashi's explanation, not only failed to understand but also stubbornly clung to her own beliefs. Kakashi now sent a shinobi world announcement, severely criticizing these wavering actions. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, we should set an example for peace. How can we act like this? Such behavior is irresponsible towards peace. That Lord Hokage, the ninjas from the Hidden Stone Village, the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Sand Village, and numerous other smaller ninja village envoys have successively arrived at the village, each expressing their apologies. Kakashi reluctantly reported, but a look of admiration appeared on his face. He confidently stood up and extended his hand to ask for favors, and when refused, he even reprimanded them. Yet, each of them still greeted him with a smile, expressing their apologies. It's like you extend your hand demanding money, and when someone refuses, you angrily and righteously scold them. This kind of behavior. And yet these powerful people still have to laugh and bow in apology, promising to bring it next time. When Uchiha Yoru heard about the numerous envoys from the ninja villages arriving in Konoha, her first reaction was to look at Kakashi with a skeptical expression. "Kakashi, did these messengers arrive without bringing anything?" Kakashi, somewhat dreamy, scratched his white hair in confusion, as if wondering what gifts these envoys from various ninja villages had brought to Konoha. Looking at Kakashi, Uchiha Yoruichi shook her head resentfully. Nonsense. Aren't all the envoys sent by major nations to congratulate me on becoming the 5th Hokage? And they came empty-handed. Who would come empty-handed even for a friend's wedding? A ninja academy graduate becoming a genin or a chunin promoted? There are gifts. These envoys from great nations, each of whom is touted as a good ally for peace. How could they possibly come empty-handed? At this point, Uchiha Yoru's expression suddenly hardened, revealing anger and resentment as he slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone. I know these envoys must have been paid a commission. Otherwise, how could they have come empty-handed? No family or country has the morals to do such a thing. At this moment, Uchiha Yoruichi glared angrily at Kakashi. Kakashi, I order you now, while you're receiving these envoys from various countries, find out clearly whether they are taking a commission for all the gifts brought by the cage. I immediately said it was inappropriate. The 3rd Sechikage, Noki, and the 4th Reikage, clearly figures embodying justice and striving for peace. How could they be so lacking in understanding of proper etiquette? That's good. At this moment, Hada Kakashi finally reacted. Uchiha Yoru wasn't being proactive about these issues at all. She clearly just wanted to get one last bite of meat, since she wouldn't have another chance later. But Kakashi, facing this arduous mission, nervously swallowed, his mask lowered, revealing an eye filled with helplessness. That Lord Hokage, the Anbu have been quite busy with missions lately. Could this mission be handled? Before Kakashi could finish speaking, Uchiha Yoru suddenly showed a look of realization, as if he understood something, and slapped his forehead in frustration, saying, I almost forgot, Kakashi. Your recent missions are quite demanding. This mission to accept the messenger is very complicated. Upon hearing this, Kakashi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, even wiping away non-existent sweat from the corner of his eye. He felt somewhat ashamed of himself for shamelessly asking his family for anything, but Uchiha Yoru's next words left him utterly speechless. Kakashi, you bear a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. You've gone through a lot of trouble for Konoha this time. I've sent Shisui and Itachi to assist you. This time, you must set an example and teach them your lesson. Next time, I'll send Shisui and Itachi instead. Excellent. First, the big radish-headed guy was given a familiar comforting remark from the superior. Then he sent to more people. It seemed like the workload was reduced, but in reality, it wasn't reduced at all. On the contrary, he needed to bring in new people. Finally, he even drew a huge picture of a cake, saying, next time. If it were anyone else facing these words, they would probably have become agitated and unable to extricate themselves, thinking it was the appreciation of a superior. However, Hada Kakashi, with his political acumen, felt that something was amiss. To be. Despite his hesitation, Kakashi instinctively nodded in agreement to the mission, simultaneously scratching his gray hair as he turned around, his face instantly falling. With one eye peeking out from under the silk, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. He turned his head to look, only to see Uchiha Yoru buried in a sea of documents on his desk. Kakashi opened his mouth to say something, but the words always got stuck in his throat before he swallowed them back down. He sighed helplessly. It wasn't a matter of whether it was difficult or not, but rather that without some sense of shame, it was truly hard to do this. Konoha has the 5th Hokage watching factions, and on the day the statue at Hokage Rock is completed, one of them must be chosen. Uchiha Yoru, the 5th Hokage watching faction, is recognized by the entire shinobi world and every major ninja village. But even the Konoha clan hasn't confirmed it yet. At the very least, neither the Land of Fire nor Konoha has officially accepted it. After all, the 3rd Hokage is still alive, and the symbolic acceptance of the Hokage position must come from him. With the completion of the Konoha Hokage Rock ceremony approaching, and the 5th Hokage's official succession ceremony drawing near, almost every major ninja village, as well as a number of smaller ninja villages, has sent representatives. On the surface, they appeared to be there to offer congratulations, but in reality, everyone knew perfectly well that they were just a group of people who had come to watch the building collapse. Watching Konoha's skyscrapers rise, watching Konoha's banquets for guests. After all these years, I finally want to see Konoha's buildings collapse. Each of the great ninja village's envoys was separately assigned to a building near the Hokage's office, and they had everything they needed. It could be said that in terms of hospitality, They were absolutely treated as VIPs. But this time, all the envoys, who had enjoyed such privileges, had come to watch a show, and now their expressions were somewhat displeased. Inside the building, Hada Kakashi, accompanied by the cold-faced Uchiha Itachi and the bewildered Uchiha Shisui, had practically received the envoys from the vast majority of ninja villages. No, absolutely not. How could we possibly eat roses? A small, hidden village messenger, his face flushed red, shook his head repeatedly, but facing Hada Kakashi's lifeless eyes and Uchiha Itachi's icy gaze, a drop of cold sweat involuntarily trickled down his cheek. Looking at the terrified little ninja village messenger, Hada Kakashi, with his seasoned experience, revealed his lifeless, fish-like eyes and calmly and slowly took a small book from his satchel, muttering to himself as he did so. The hidden bird village, who previously came to observe the fifth Hokage's succession, brought no gifts whatsoever, seemingly harboring animosity towards Konoha and attempting to disrupt border peace. Excellent, Hada Kakashi muttered, jotting down notes, instantly scaring the hidden bird village messenger so much that his face turned pale, and he hastily waved his hand to explain. No, Lord Konoha Ninja, I didn't explain clearly. I'm just an early messenger to Konoha. Our village leader and daimyo are preparing generous gifts to congratulate the fifth Hokage on his succession. However, when faced with the other party's explanation, Hada Kakashi merely raised his lifeless, fish-like eyes and softly uttered a single word, as if saying he understood. But words alone lacked any sincerity. Seeing this scene, the Bird Kingdom's messenger immediately gritted his teeth and hurriedly said, 3 days. According to our calculations, our Bird Kingdom's tribute will enter the Fire Kingdom's territory in 3 days. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Hada Kakashi's lifeless eyes instantly broke into a smile, and he closed the small book in his hand. We, Konoha, appreciate the sincere intentions of the hidden bird village. Just as Hada Kakashi was about to turn and leave, he sighed wearily at Itachi beside him and said, if it weren't for the news that the third Hokage is preparing to receive a gift, we would have almost forgotten about this. Let's hurry and complete the mission before the third Hokage reacts. After the sound of footsteps faded into the distance, the main door of this bird country room closed, but the remaining bird country ninjas, seeing no outsiders around, immediately showed expressions of anger. Damn it, Konoha is being incredibly arrogant. Robbers, bandits. Seeing each of them angrily scolding Konoha for their ruthless act of stealing their comrades, the bird country envoy couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. If you want to blame someone, blame Konoha's third Hokage. If he hadn't thought of this, how would the fifth Uchiha have been so eager to accept the gift so early? Damn the third. Clearly, all of this was done by Uchiha Yoru, and he even took all the benefits. But out of humanity, everyone resented this third Hokage. Alright, let's use the spirit beasts to deliver the news to the village and the village's renowned figures. Prepare the necessary gifts, and this time, we absolutely must not let anyone cause any trouble. This Bird Kingdom envoy was also in a helpless situation. Looking at his enraged companions, he couldn't help but wave his hand to comfort them. Well, actually, thinking about it, this could actually be considered a good thing. Having suffered such a great loss, the Bird Kingdom's envoy couldn't help but show a cruel expression on his face. This time, we, the Land of Birds, will proudly present all our gifts to the Uchiha clan, the fifth Hokage's territory. Then all the Konoha ninjas will see it. Humph, I don't believe there won't be people who are envious and resentful. One must understand that Konoha currently has the fifth Hokage, and everyone else is giving their tributes to the Uchiha. What about the other side? How could they not be furious? Furthermore, what decision did the third Hokage of Konoha and the daimyo's office make? Was this fifth Hokage ultimately Tsunade Himen, one of the Sennin, or Uchiha Yoru, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? This time, the envoys from various countries almost gritted their teeth and held back. It was the last chance. Just give it to them, just like they would pay for tickets to watch a play. Anyway, just wait until Konoha unleashes its full power. Then, HMPH. They can already imagine Konoha falling from its pedestal. And if things go wrong, it might not even be able to hold onto its position at the bottom of the 5 great ninja villages. One day, Konoha was bustling with people. Countless Konoha ninjas and villagers rushed towards the Hokage's office. This day also marked a pivotal moment in Konoha's history, and envoys from every major nation and Ninja Village rushed to witness this moment that would significantly impact the direction of the ninja world. The area in front of the Hokage's office was already packed with people. Rooftops and trees everywhere were occupied by ninjas sitting in solemn anticipation. At the same time, a large number of ninja police officers began maintaining order, and many ninjas from the village also assisted them. While people waited anxiously outside, a strange atmosphere permeated the Hokage's office. Tsunade stood coldly by the window, watching the crowds outside. Little brat, leave the third Hokage to me and Jiraiya. Faced with this choice, Uchiha Yori didn't mind, just chuckled and nodded. That's possible. But after the ninja army is deployed, I want 70% of the Sarutobi clan's ninja. It was clear that the two had reached some kind of agreement. Tsunade, upon hearing this, sighed softly and nodded in agreement. The Sarutobi clan rose to power by absorbing the nutrients from Konoha, and now it's only natural that they're returning to their former glory. Moreover, an overly powerful Sarutobi clan would inevitably lead some people to harbor inappropriate thoughts. But you little brat, you'd better think carefully this time. This time you're facing the entire shinobi world. It's not too late to regret it. Tsunade clearly knew his intentions, or rather, Uchiha Yoro had never hidden anything from his family. Even Jiraiya was aware of it. Seeing Tsunade's serious expression, a hint of arrogant amusement gradually appeared on Uchiha Yoro's face. No one starts out standing at the top, neither you nor I, not even the gods. But the window of time for the shinobi world's supreme ruler is about to close. From now on, I will stand at the top. I will put an end to the chaos in the shinobi world. Looking at Uchiha Yoro, who exuded a powerful aura, a nameless emotion flickered in Tsunade's eyes, but her personality allowed her to suppress it, and she still pouted, saying, "Arrogant little brat! Time flies. Enjoy your last moments of leisure. From today onwards, you will face the entire shinobi world. I'll go out first and deal with the third Hokage's affairs." Tsunade threw down a remark and then turned to leave. Although she said she wanted to deal with the third Hokage's affairs, her eyes suddenly glanced at a secluded spot, and a slow, cold snort curled at the corner of her mouth before she departed. As the sound of the Hokage's office door closing echoed, Uchiha Yori's gaze shifted to the secluded spot Tsunade had been looking at before leaving. Haha, what an ambitious man. At that very moment, the Hokage's office was filled with enchanting sounds, and from a secluded corner of the shadows, a figure slowly emerged. It was Mei Terumi, a ninja from the Hidden Mist village. She wore a blue bra and skirt, a white belt cinched at the waist, and dark blue nail polish on her nails. Now that Mei Terumi had perfected her skills, she completely embodied the original character, the fifth Hokage's aura when he appeared on stage. "Min, you've arrived." Appearing in the Hokage's office, Mei Terumi's seductive gaze assessed the surroundings. Then she comfortably snuggled into Uchiha Yori's chest, sitting upright on his strong, powerful lap. It was clearly a scene overflowing with enchantment, but Mei Terumi and Uchiha Yori's eyes revealed a clarity they had never shown before. The two looked at each other that afternoon, and in the end, Mei Terumi was the first to lose the battle. The feigned mature and alluring expression on her face vanished, replaced by weariness and melancholy. "What were you planning to do if I hadn't come?" Mei Terumi's question betrayed the deep-seated doubt in her heart, but Uchiha Yoro merely chuckled in response. "No problem. A fallen ninja from the Hidden Mist village will only end up delaying things a little. So where do we go?" Mei Terumi was clearly a little anxious, wanting to ask this question. This problem is a bit tricky, no less difficult than the question of who to save before Carrie falls. However, Uchiha Yori simply smiled and slowly extended his hand, stroking Mei Terumi's soft, long hair. "Since the Mangekyo Sharingan can control the fourth Mizukage, I think it wouldn't be unreasonable for my Sharingan to control the fifth Mizukage as well." Upon hearing that answer, a hint of disappointment flashed in Mei Terumi's eyes, along with a glimmer of understanding. "Indeed, you truly are a man brimming with ambition." However, it was precisely such a charming talent that Mei Terumi slowly leaned against this familiar chest, involuntarily narrowing her eyes, enjoying the temporary peace like a Persian cat. Hokage's meeting room. The meeting room, which once had 4 armchairs, now only has one, symbolizing the end of Konoha's third Hokage's F for high-ranking group. And on this single seat, the elderly third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, sat alone, his clouded eyes filled with countless memories and images. Old man, sometimes don't be so stubborn. The future belongs to the younger generation. Leaning against the window, the white-haired Jiraiya gazed at the crowded skyscraper outside, then at the lonely third Hokage, radiating an aura of old age, and couldn't help but show a hint of sadness. As Tsunade pushed open the door and entered, the first thing she saw was the third Hokage, silently and solitarily sipping tea, enjoying his final moments as Hokage. Seeing this scene, Tsunade couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile, then turned to look at Jiraiya. Tsunade. Facing Tsunade's knowing smile, Jiraiya's face showed a mixture of embarrassment and speechlessness. Hearing Tsunade's sarcastic remarks, Jiraiya's face turned green, as if he'd been trampled on something, and he immediately bristled with resentment, just like he did in his youth. HMPH, you think everyone's like you, an old bull grazing on young grass. It was clear that Jiraiya knew something, or rather, had figured it out. Although he felt a pang of sadness and emptiness at the time, as a hero, Jiraiya couldn't possibly let himself be consumed by it. The next day, he reverted to his usual self, laughing like a madman. Jiraiya, you're asking for death. Tsunade least wanted to hear this sentence right now. Her forehead immediately furrowed with veins, and a fiery anger blazed in her beautiful eyes. However, the third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen, who was lost in his memories, was startled awake by the noise and couldn't help but look up at his two boisterous disciples. Saratobi Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, casually setting down his cup. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed drastically. My chakra suddenly became turbulent. I've been poisoned. The next moment, the third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief, and he looked up at Jiraiya and Tsunade with a mixture of shock and anger. The tea is poisoned. Only Jiraiya has touched this tea, and Jiraiya poisoned it. But it's colorless and odorless, so he didn't notice at all. The poison was concocted by Tsunade. In an instant, this highly experienced third Hokage analyzed who the poisoner was, and even figured out who had concocted the poison. Jiraiya, Tsunade, you too. A hoarse, angry roar, like that of an old tiger, echoed through the meeting room, and a tall, imposing figure in white appeared before Saratobi Hiruzen. At this moment, the heroic Jiraiya's face was filled with complex emotions, but his attack was anything but gentle. His hand slammed heavily into Saratobi Hiruzen's stomach, the immense force sending the 60-year-old man flying against the wall. 5 elements sealing technique, break. With excruciating pain in his lower abdomen and an uncontrollable urge to investigate Kara within his body, Saratobi Hiruzen struggled to slowly slide down the wall, letting out a desperate, furious roar. Jiraiya. That one, that teacher, me. At this moment, Jiraiya stood there, stammering and embarrassed, scratching his white hair. He had no Sanin-like demeanor, just like the young boy who used to hang onto the back of a cart, too embarrassed to know what to do. Jiraiya, well done, quick, precise, and ruthless in your attacks. You really haven't neglected your training for a single moment these past few years. Next to Tsunade was a group of people who didn't mind making a big deal out of things, applauding and saying it was great, which made Jiraiya even more embarrassed. Tsunade, you! Jiraiya turned his head to look at Saratobi Hiruzen, who was hunched over on the ground coughing violently, and immediately said awkwardly, "Old man, I don't want to see you die in vain. Besides, with Konoha in this state, if that brat really goes berserk, the whole of Konoha will be buried with him." Watching Jiraiya's rambling explanation, Tsunade, standing beside him, scoffed disdainfully, "What's the point of all this rambling? Don't you know how stubborn that old man is? Just wait until he sees it with his own eyes. Then he'll understand how ridiculous his own ideas are." Tsunade concocted the poison, and in the original story, Jiraiya himself admitted that after being poisoned, he couldn't even gather chakra. His whole body was paralyzed, and he didn't even have the strength to throw a kunai. It was only with Shizen's assistance that he managed to recover about 30% of his fighting power, which shows just how potent this poison is. This time, Saratobi Hiruzen was lost in his memories, unconsciously drinking an entire pot of tea while Jiraiya gazed at him. Even Jiraiya, at his peak, couldn't withstand it, let alone an aging Saratobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya is capable of such cruelty, making the old man drink an entire pot of tea. Tsunade picked up the teapot, and after seeing that the bottom was already visible, she couldn't help but look at Jiraiya with a surprised expression, as if saying, "Are you worried about my poison? Or are you worried about the third Hokage, an old man over 60? As soon as this scene ended, Jiraiya, who had been hiding somewhere, hurriedly began to explain. "You don't know. Just now the old man was drinking glass after glass, groaning and moaning. What was I supposed to do? The medicine hadn't even taken effect yet, and I had to tell the old man that this tea shouldn't be drunk, right? Taking too much anesthetic can cause problems too. Although the old man is old, he's truly enraged. By then, everyone will know that Sen and Jiraiya conspired with Tsunade to poison and assassinate the third Hokage." Watching Jiraiya's explanation, Tsunade burst into laughter again, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaning against the wall and panting heavily, glared at his two disciples with bloodshot eyes, hoarsely roaring at them. "Jiraiya, Tsunade, you will destroy Konoha." But Jiraiya still wanted to persuade the stubborn old man, but Tsunade didn't have that much patience. The previous incident had already strained their teacher-student relationship, and it was already fortunate that she hadn't personally beaten the old man. "Come in, time is running out." A man with orange hair tied up in a short, side-swept ponytail, like a ninja, respectfully pushed the door open and entered. Yamanaka whined bows before Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade. The man, dressed in brown, had no sleeves, wore a short jacket with short sleeves, had black gloves on both hands, wore black trousers, and carried a large saber on his back. Yamanaka whined, "This Konoha ninja who appeared at the 5-cage summit in the original story is one of Shimura Danzu's bodyguards and possesses formidable strength." Now that Root had quickly become Uchiha Yoru's personal property, Yamanaka whined naturally also became Uchiha Yoru's subordinate. Upon entering Yamanaka, the first thing the wine did was respectfully bow to Jiraiya and Tsunade, then turn and bow to the third Hokage. "I apologize for any offense. Third Hokage Shama, what do you intend to do?" As if he had suddenly remembered something, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen glared angrily at his two disciples and the Konoha ninja. Mind-turning technique. In the blink of an eye, Yamanaka dried up the net profit he had earned from the third Hokage, unleashing the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was filled with resentment and anger. In an instant, his body trembled, his pupils contracted, and his eyes became vacant. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but show a worried expression. "Is Tsunade alright like this?" "Don't worry, Jiraiya. This potion I have also includes a potion that suppresses mental power. With Yamanaka's strength, there's absolutely no problem, especially since you have your 5 elements seal as a safeguard, right?" Tsunade gave him a teasing look, and Jiraiya, utterly embarrassed, scratched his head, noticing his hands were burning hot. His 5 fingers were turning red. What immense strength he must have used. "Tsunade, Jiraiya-sama." In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's vacant gaze refocused, replaced by a respectful expression. It was clear that a change of leadership had occurred. Yamanaka whined had taken his place. 3 minutes to adjust to the numbness in my body. I'll need you later." Tsunade gave the order concisely, and Yamanaka whined respectfully nodded. In the meeting room, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose body had been somewhat unsteady, began to walk around. From being extremely unsteady at the beginning, he later became almost indistinguishable from a normal person, demonstrating the ninja's control over his movements. It wasn't the Yamanaka wind's secret technique that was the problem, but rather the anesthetic Sarutobi Hiruzen had in his body. Naturally, his body needed to adapt so that no one could tell. In Konoha, bathed in the beautiful sunlight, countless figures crowded the area in front of the Hokage's office, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed at the elevated platform. "It's here! It's here!" With a loud cry of surprise, the crowd instantly erupted in commotion, and at the same time, the envoys from each country and village showed signs of excitement, finally wanting to come out. First, Ando ninjas appeared one by one around the Hokage building, becoming wary of each other, while at the same time, all the ninjas inside Konoha were solemnly observing the surroundings. After all, this was Konoha's most important event, and absolutely no one was allowed to cause any disturbance, especially since the envoys from various countries were surrounded by Konoha's elite ninja guards. Something unusual happened. It was the work of Konoha ninjas. On this particular day, all Konoha citizens entering the area surrounding the Hokage's office building for sightseeing were required to undergo identity verification and a search. Who is that, the Mizukage? How can there still be ninjas from the Hidden Mist village, specifically the Mizukage village? As figures gradually emerged from the Hokage building, the people below, whose identities were unclear, immediately began talking to each other in astonishment. As soon as Mizukage Mei Terumi emerged wearing the Mizukage's hat, she instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Even the envoys from each of the major ninja villages were somewhat surprised. The bright sunshine of Konoha. In front of the Hokage Tower, countless Konoha villagers and ninjas had gathered. At this moment, everyone held their breath, not daring to even breathe heavily, and the scene was filled with a suffocating atmosphere. On the top floor of the Hokage's office building, figures appeared one after another. Uchiha Shisui, Hada Kakashi, and Uchiha Itachi looked calm as they watched the scene unfold, but their eyes betrayed a surge of excitement. Jiraiya was also waiting for a group of Anbu. Want to make an announcement? The envoys from each ninja village in the ninja world stared intently at the appearance of the third Hokage and his companions. While they mostly assumed that Mizukage Mei Terumi had come to provide assistance, the frail and emaciated third Hokage slowly appeared in Konoha, within everyone's sight. At this moment, countless ninjas who knew everything showed complex expressions. Regardless, this third Hokage, having ruled for so many years, is now an aging man in his twilight years, and his abdication in such a humiliating manner can be considered a fitting end to his career. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have led Konoha through many years of trials and tribulations since assuming the position of third Hokage, witnessing its glory and ultimately bringing it to its present state. At this moment, the third Hokage didn't even wear his Hokage hat, revealing an aged appearance that made countless Konoha ninjas sigh, thinking, the ninja hero is really getting old. His beard and hair were completely white, even his one straight back was bent over, and his face was covered with age spots. After the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly expressed his feelings, he turned around, raised his brand new Hokage hat high in his hand, and under the watchful eyes of countless people, a figure slowly walked forward. The figure, clad entirely in a white kimono, was adorned with a hexagonal plum blossom pattern. The wide sleeves, accented with red accents on one side, also featured a hexagonal plum blossom design. A snow-white, fluffy cloak draped proudly over the shoulders and neck. With her long, flowing blonde hair and radiant golden eyes, Princess Saninksha displayed to the world what it meant to be majestic and imposing, exuding an aura of nobility. Tsunade. Does the fifth Hokage think Tsunade is the Hokage? At this moment, the villagers of Konoha all looked towards the blonde figure that had appeared. Sanin Tsunade Hein's reputation was now very strong. When the envoys from the various ninja villages saw Tsunade, they immediately felt a surge of joy in their hearts, and some even displayed a mischievous, theatrical smile on their faces. It remains to be seen whether this Hokage inauguration ceremony will be marred by unexpected events, whether a civil war will erupt today or later. All the Konoha ninjas were filled with complex emotions, not because they were dissatisfied with Tsunade, but because no matter who became the fifth Hokage today, Konoha would be shaken. Like a white swan, Tsunade proudly raised her pearly white neck, sweeping her gaze across Konoha. A newfound aura of authority emanated from her face as she casually took the Hokage hat offered by the third Hokage and held it high. Starting today, I am the fifth Hokage, the administrator of Konoha. As Tsunade's domineering declaration came to an end, the expressions of countless Konoha ninjas below became serious, and some even began to show signs of wariness towards each other. But at that very moment, a figure clad in blue slowly advanced forward. It was the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village. Wearing a blue bra and skirt, a white belt cinched at the waist, and dark blue nail polish on her nails, she slowly removed her blue Mizukage hat, revealing to the world her mature and captivating face. From now on, I am the fifth Mizukage of the Water Country. Despite her dignified, gentle, and friendly demeanor, Mei Terumi, on the Hokage Tower, dramatically swore that she was the fifth Hokage and was overseeing Mizukage affairs. This scene astonished countless Konoha ninjas, and even the envoys from other ninja villages felt that this fifth Mizukage, well, he seemed a bit neurotic. Knock, knock. Konoha was clearly deserted, yet at that moment, everyone's ears were filled with the distinct sound of footsteps. When a figure reappeared on the Hokage's tower, everyone was terrified. A pure white kimono, black trousers, a broad chest slightly revealing those captivating muscles, dark wristbands covering the forearms all the way to the hands. A straight sword tucked horizontally at his side. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Uchiha Yoru's tall figure slowly appeared between the two fifth cage, as if he were the moon surrounded by stars. At this moment, the third Hokage bowed his head. Outsiders couldn't see his eyes, but the two hands he held, each holding something resembling a Hokage's hat, were visible to everyone. What is the third Hokage trying to do? What is Konoha trying to do? Countless Konoha ninjas were terrified, but even more ninjas were secretly speculating about the secret agreement the two sides had reached, or something similar. The envoys from the various ninja villages and nations were astonished by this scene. The 5 ninja headdresses, each with a distinct bright color, represent the customs and traditions of the 5 great ninja villages. Red for the Hokage, blue for the Mizukage, dark green for the Kazekage, dark brown for the Tsuchikage, and earthy yellow for the Reikage. But this time, the third Hokage had a conical hat in his hand, and it was a brand new, snow-white one with a red streak at the corner of the brim. At this moment, Uchiha Night God calmly glanced at all the Konoha ninjas, as well as the envoys from various ninja villages who had arrived earlier, and slowly accepted the conical hat handed to him by the third Hokage. When it was held up high for a moment, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. With their exceptionally sharp ninja eyesight, almost everyone could clearly see the image of Uchiha Yoru in his hand, either the image of the conical hat or the large red lettering on the hat. God! The 5 battle hats are distinguished by the characters for fire, lightning, earth, wind, and water. But this time, the battle hat in Uchiha Yoru's hand is not the Konoha Hokage battle hat, but a battle hat with the character for God written on it. Countless human brains swirled around Konoha, the legendary shinobi god of the shinobi world. I, the 5th Hokage, will announce the Hokage Mizukage's declaration. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, and the 5th Mizukage Terumi, facing everyone, began to take their oaths. The war of hatred between Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas has ended. The two men lowered their voices and shouted loudly. At that moment, everyone was terrified. What was this? At the same time, behind Hokage Rock, the stage curtain slowly fell, revealing 3 faces. Uchiha Yoru's face was positioned relatively high, flanked by Mizukage Mei Terumi and Hokage Tsunade. It seems like it's trying to prove something to the shinobi world. This clearly shows that Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, under the leadership of their respective guardians, swore allegiance to each other. Uchiha Yoru's ambition was not limited to Konoha alone, nor was it simply to become Hokage. Instead, it's about conquering the 2 great ninja villages of the shinobi world and making them the shadows of those 2 great ninja villages. Even become a god of the ninja world. God of the ninja world. Although Mei Terumi couldn't represent all the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, it's important to know that the rebel forces still controlled a significant portion of the Hidden Mist Village's ninja territory, at least nearly half of them. There's also the third one to answer. At this moment, the envoys from each of the major ninja villages, after recovering from their initial shock, all revealed their towering anger. This was a trap. A conspiracy by Konoha to plot against the ninja world. Motherfucker, what kind of Konoha division and coup is this? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old geezer, had already pledged allegiance long ago. Otherwise, why would he be offering up this hat representing the god of the shinobi world? Like a dog today. The third Hokage submitted, and the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, and the 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi declared their allegiance to the 2 great ninja villages, representing Mei Terumi's control over the territory and its merger with Konoha. More importantly, Mei Terumi's ninja from the Hidden Mist Village will merge with Konoha. The already precarious position of the shinobi world supreme ruler was already difficult to maintain, but now, under Uchiha Yoru's rule, their strength and influence have dramatically increased, reaching their most glorious state. With their combined strength and military power, the ninjas have risen to become the #1 ninja in the ninja world, holding an unshakable position as the supreme rulers of the ninja world. God, roar, roar. Silently, someone, their voice hoarse and exhausted, shouted out a rhythmic cry, instantly stirring the emotions of everyone. In an instant, all of Konoha erupted in excitement, countless ninjas and villagers alike bursting into tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Konoha! No civil war has broken out. War has not come. God of the ninja world. Roar, roar. At this moment, among the Konoha ninjas, there was also a young ninja from the Hidden Mist village who had come over, all of them excitedly shouting and cheering. In contrast, the faces of the envoys from each of the major ninja villages in the shinobi world were grim. They had been tricked. They had been made a fool of. All of this was a conspiracy, a plot by Uchiha Yoru to annex the territory of the Water Country rebels, a conspiracy by his forces. It's a conspiracy orchestrated by two opposing forces. If the plan were to be exposed right from the start, every major ninja village in the shinobi world would absolutely not agree. They would even engage in open conflict, covert struggles, provocations, and assassinations from the very beginning. Even if it meant destroying the Water Country's rebel army, they would absolutely not stand idly by and watch it invade Konoha. Uchiha Yoru, the representative of the god of the shinobi world, wearing the Hokage's cloak, exuded an aura of unparalleled dominance, and his imposing presence as he looked down from above captivated everyone present. From now on, I declare that I, Uchiha Yoru, take over the land of water. At the same time, I declare that the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, who has been subjected to an extremely tragic bloody regime for years, is hereby abolished. From now on, all ninjas of the Hidden Mist village will be under the command of me, Uchiha Yoru, and the fifth Mizukage, Enmei Terumi. Disobeying orders is considered treason. The fourth Mizukage's disobedience is considered the leader of a rebel army. Konoha and the Hidden Mist village, the two great ninja villages, will all be under my rule from this very day. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's domineering aura was overwhelming, and he arrogantly declared this dictatorial order right in front of the envoys from various countries. He brazenly declared the fourth Mizukage's entire army to be rebels. A conspiracy. A blatant conspiracy. This is a conspiracy by you Konoha people. Damn it. Uchiha Yoru, you've brought about the attack of all the ninja villages in the shinobi world. The great ninja war will break out because of you, you madman. Following Uchiha Yoru's arrogant and domineering declaration, which shook the world, he also provoked the anger of the envoys from various ninja villages and nations. What were they plotting all this time? Were they just going to be made a fool of by you, Uchiha Yoru? To put it bluntly, Uchiha Yoru was toying with the entire shinobi world. At that moment, three figures appeared from the Hokage's office building. Uchiha Yoru led the way down, and Enmei Terumi and Tsunade both displayed domineering smiles. Boom, in an instant. The three of them joined forces below, their entire aura erupting, a terrifying surge of chakra directly sweeping across all of Konoha. The combined chakra pressure from the three of them struck fear into countless ninjas. The terrifying chakra pressure descended. Even a Biju of this rank couldn't surpass this. Just like in the original story, when Orochimaru summoned the successive Hokages, the second Hokage suppressed the entire battlefield with just a single burst of chakra, demonstrating that pure chakra power, when unleashed to a certain extent, is an extremely terrifying force. But at this very moment, Uchiha Yoru, Tsunade, and Enmei Terumi, in front of countless people, simultaneously formed a hand seal. Would release Tree World Forest, Susanoo in its entirety. Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyo Sharingan opened and continued to spin downwards, instantly transforming his entire body into a powerful, black entity that began to rapidly condense and grow stronger, a terrifying force visible to the naked eye. Tsunade, with both hands moving in unison, roared as a massive surge of chakra flowed wildly, instantly causing the entire Konoha to begin shaking violently. In the vast village of Konoha, the ground began to tremble, followed by cracks in the earth, revealing a terrifying sight. Vines visibly sprouted from the towering trees. How is this possible? Would release. So it's would release. Rumble, following the shocking and outrageous scene, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, high above the Hokage's office, exchanged glances, their faces solemn. Simultaneously, they both let out a loud shout, activating their Mangekyo Sharingan and unleashing Susanoo. Rumble, in an instant, the landscape of Konoha underwent a dramatic transformation, with countless towering trees suddenly sprouting up. These trees didn't damage any buildings. Instead, they added a significant amount of greenery to Konoha. But the terrifying thing is, Konoha is such a large village. All the trees are incredibly tall. almost 100 meters high, especially the training grounds, which look like they've been there for 100 years. Each towering tree visible to the naked eye displayed a similarly terrifying growth pattern. What is this? All the ninjas recoiled in horror, their eyes glazed over as they watched this scene unfold. The entirety of Konoha had changed, and 3 giant figures had appeared in front of the Hokage's office. Is this something a ninja can achieve? And yet, it changed the shape of the land in this area. Roaring, the imposing black Susanoo appeared directly above the Hokage building, drawing the attention of countless people below. Uchiha Yoru's Susanoo was black, directly descending completely, its size surpassing that of a Biju, manifesting as a full armored form. The terrifying chakra pressure descended, causing even Jonin to break out in cold sweat, their minds filled with only one thought: that's simply unbeatable. In the face of such overwhelming power, even a Jonin would be nothing more than an ant. At the same time, there were also 2 relatively small Susanoo giants. One was Uchiha Itachi's red Susanoo, and the other was Shisui's green Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi, being young, could barely maintain the first stage of Susanoo. Meanwhile, Shisui's Susanoo had already progressed to the second stage, Kuchioshi no Jetsu. At that very moment, a deafening scream suddenly echoed around the Hokage building. In an instant, the thick smoke from the summoning beasts dissipated, revealing the terrifying figures of Gamabunta and Manda. At this moment, Konoha is showing off its muscles to the envoys of every major ninja village in the shinobi world. At that moment, Mei Terumi, high above and mighty, appeared inside Uchiha Yoru's Susanoo and let out a seductive laugh. This moment deserves beautiful fireworks to celebrate. Mei Terumi's lips curved into a smile, a dazzling display of talent and a handsome, ambitious man. Dung crawls under the raging sea. In an instant, a torrent of fiery red molten rock erupted from his mouth like a tidal wave, exploding in the air and creating dazzling sparks, resembling a blooming fireworks display. Having finished all of this, Mei Terumi seductively wiped the corner of her mouth with her hand, leaving behind traces of fiery red molten rock. Mei Terumi was already famous in the shinobi world for her dual bloodline abilities. And today she revealed another one. Mud release and lava release corroding mucus are now even spewing out molten lava. 3 bloodline ninja techniques of Mei Terumi. Is this really something a ninja can achieve? Damn it, they're not even on the same level. All the ninjas in Konoha stared blankly, and the envoys from the various ninja villages also looked terrified. Susanoo descended from above Uchiha Yoru, looking down upon all of Konoha, and with a domineering aura, roared, "Go back and tell your cage that the entire shinobi world is so small that it barely has enough territory for me to torment. The shinobi world has been in chaos for too long, peace has never truly arrived, and no one is born with an impossibly supreme position, whether it's the 5 cage or a god. But this unbearable window of time for the heavenly throne is about to end. From now on, I will stand at the pinnacle in the name of a god." With his hands clasped together, brushing through his hair, a youthful hairstyle that had once been a part of his life now exuded a mature charm. At the same time, Uchiha Yoru demonstrated to the entire shinobi world what true haki was, what it meant to possess an aura that could conquer mountains and rivers, a sense of absolute supremacy. Would release. And this terrifying ninjutsu. What is Konoha trying to do? One moment the envoys from various nations were seething with anger. The next their faces showed fear as they watched this scene unfold. The power Uchiha Yoru displayed this time was too strong, too terrifying. The first Hokage quelled the chaos with his would-release jutsu, the legendary Mangekyo Susanoo, and also possessed terrifying cage-level compressive strength. This is pure brute force, telling the entire shinobi world just how powerful and influential Uchiha Yoru is now. Susanoo ascended onto Uchiha Yoru, giving orders with domineering authority. Jiraiya of the Sannin Order is heading to the land of Earth to assume the position of Commander-in-Chief, while Orochimaru is heading to the border of the land of Wine to conduct reconnaissance. Kakashi Haddock, Jaizubiwa, and Zabuzamomochi are heading to the border of the land of Lightning to assume the position of Commander-in-Chief. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Ringo Mayuri, and Madogai are advancing to defend the land of water. Any rebellious ninja from the Hidden Mist village who dares to provoke us will be considered an invasion. We will kill them without mercy. The 5th Hokage sees Mizuki's Mei Terumi, and the 5th Hokage Tsunade is stationed in Konoha. At the same time, I, Uchiha Yoru, announce to the entire shinobi world that anyone who invades my territory will be considered to be in for war. Uchiha Yoru's domineering declaration echoed through the skies of Konoha, lingering for a long time, leaving countless people in awe of this unforgettable scene. The ninja world is shaken. In Konoha, the 5th Hokage's inauguration ceremony was an event that could be recorded in the annals of ninja history. The person who assumed the position of 5th Hokage was Sannin Tsunade Hime, but what followed was the most shocking. The 5th Hokage, upon seeing Mizuki's Mei Terumi appear, simultaneously declared with the 5th Hokage Tsunade that he would lead Konoha and the Hidden Mist village ninjas to pledge allegiance to Uchiha Yoru. Ninja God? This title was only used by the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, at the beginning and end of the Warring States period. But this time, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, personally crafted the image on the bamboo hat with the word God inscribed on it, clearly expressing that Konoha once again had a powerful ninja who was a god of ninjas. Sannin Tsunade unleashed her awakened wood release, while Uchiha Yoru directly unleashed her complete Susanoo form. Then there's the 5th Mizuki, Mei Terumi, who possesses both lava release and blazing release bloodlines, and unexpectedly revealed a 3rd bloodline ability, lava burrowing. Furthermore, there's the return of Sannin Orochimaru, Jiraiya's presence, and performances by Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi to Mangekyo users. At this moment, the shinobi world was shaken. The number of cage-level powerhouses revealed in Konoha was truly terrifying. Uchiha Yoru, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Hada Kakashi Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the 5th Mizuki Mei Terumi. All 9 of them were terrifying cage-level powerhouses. Following that, news spread that Hoshigaki Kisame had obtained the Samehada, the great sword bestowed upon him by the 5th Mizuki, a figure of arrogant power who dominated every major ninja village. There was also Kuba Kiribaka, the user of Biwa Jaizu, who, even without being considered a kage, was still regarded as an elite jonin. In particular, the Hidden Mist village's ninjas, each with a powerful bloodline, joined forces, directly compensating for Konoha's high-level combat power and instantly surpassing the 5 great ninja villages of the shinobi world. Simultaneously with the merger with the Hidden Mist village ninjas, Konoha, which was already weakened, saw its ninja military power directly leap to the pinnacle of the ninja world, reclaiming its position as the supreme ruler of the ninja world. The Mangekyo Sharingan and would release simultaneously appeared in Konoha, almost as if the ancient times had returned to the newly established ninja village, where the 1st Hokage and the Uchiha clan were suppressing the ninja world. Stone Village. How is that possible? The 3rd Sechikage, Noki, looked at the urgent report that had just arrived, his face turning deathly pale, devoid of any color. Especially upon seeing the transmitted photograph, the terrifying memory of the Konoha Hokage building, which had been dormant for many years, resurfaced in him. Old man, what kind of god of ninjas is this Uchiha Nightfall? This is clearly a conspiracy to trap everyone in the shinobi world from the very beginning. The newborn calf, and afraid of the tiger, spoke with a face full of indignation. But at this moment, Noki could no longer tolerate his granddaughter's behavior and angrily slammed his hand on the table. Shut up! The 3rd Sechikage Noki rarely lost his temper, especially not towards his granddaughter. But this time his furious were frightened all the ninjas in the Sechikage's office so much that they didn't dare breathe a word. But at this moment, Noki, radiating the aura of its Sechikage, no longer possessed the imposing presence of an old man. Instead, everyone present showed an unprecedented seriousness. By the order of the 3rd Sechikage, the Hidden Stone Village has always strived for the peace and development of the shinobi world. Immediately cease all actions against Konoha. Now immediately. Finally, Noki, his voice hoarse and exhausted, let out a roar that echoed through the Sechikage's office. At this moment, his eyes were filled with nothing but boundless fear. You old man! The scene before her eyes startled the Black Earth, but this time her grandfather Noki fell silent, and it was a full half-day before he finally uttered a hoarse voice. You fundamentally don't understand the terrifying power of this Mangekyo Jutsu, nor do you understand what kind of entity wood release is. At this point, Noki's face turned even paler, and he slumped back in his chair, his eyes empty and lifeless, muttering to himself. Why did heaven take such pity on Konoha, causing the Mangekyo Sharingan and would release to reappear in Konoha once again? After half a day of delaying the overwhelming power of Noki, a look of resentment appeared on his face. He thought Konoha was in trouble again, and yet suddenly so many cage-level powerhouses had appeared. Overall intelligence analysis indicates that Konoha, both within and outside the city, has cage-level powerhouses, and these are continuously emerging outwards. After a brief moment of unity, Noki broke out in a cold sweat. He was horrified to discover a problem. Things were not quite right in the Hidden Stone Village. Whoever managed to develop the military forces under his command did so well. The number of ninjas reached nearly 30,000, a feat that could be considered the pinnacle of ninja history in film. But he has no successor. How old is he anyway? And what about Konoha? Uchiha Yoru is only a little over 20 years old, and there's a whole bunch of young ninjas. More importantly, the middle-aged ninjas of Konoha are still at their peak, yet the younger generation is emerging. Would release Susanoo. Thinking about these two things that initially exerted pressure on the shinobi world, Noki felt a shiver run down his spine. Send a message to the Reikage and Kazekage. Konoha is no longer a village we can fight against with our own strength. Yes. Following the orders given by the third Sechikage Noki, the entire Hidden Stone Village began to move rapidly. At this moment, the terrified Black Earth slowly recovered, cautiously observing Noki's grim expression, and couldn't help but quietly ask, "Old man, are Wood Release and Mangekyo really that terrifying?" Seeing his granddaughter's face turn pale with fear, Noki felt a pang of shame, but faced with this question, he could only give a wry smile. Meanwhile, almost all the elite jonin from the Hidden Stone Village in the office also showed puzzled expressions. They didn't survive in that era, and fundamentally don't understand the terror of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. These two were beings whose power overwhelmed the shinobi world to the point of suffocation. It's not the Wood Release or the Mangekyo Sharingan that's powerful, but the user. Look at this intelligence report and the photo. This time, Noki showed 10 points of patience as he explained everything to everyone, while simultaneously intelligence reports and photographs flooded everyone's view. The Mangekyo Sharingan also has 3, 6, and 9 types. I don't know how Uchiha Yoru achieved it, but judging from this Susanoo, his Mangekyo Sharingan is no less impressive than Uchiha Madara's was back then. Furthermore, this Wood Release Jutsu has a terrifying range, covering the entire Konoha, and more importantly, the inheritor of Wood Release is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Now that Tsunade can bear the Senju surname, Senju Tsunade and Uchiha Yoru are truly the living versions of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Even more terrifying is the combination of Senju and Uchiha. At this point, the third Sechikage Noki's face was filled with apprehension. Initially, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were at odds, and their conflict gave the shinobi world a chance to breathe. But this time it was different. One mountain cannot hold two tigers. But this time, they're both from the same mother. Look, intelligence from Konoha says that the god of ninjas, Uchiha Yoru, will officially marry the 5th Hokage and the 5th Mizukage in a few days. What does this mean? This is clearly a symbol of burgeoning ambition. The Senju and Uchiha clans, originally meant to restrain each other's existence, have now been combined by me. The animosity between the Senju and Uchiha clans will be extinguished from here on, and the 5th Hokage will also be appointed Mizukage. Damn it, I was so blinded by greed at first that I acknowledged Mii Terumi's identity as the 5th Mizukage, and now I've given Uchiha Yoru a chance. The 5th Hokage, the 5th Mizukage, and Uchiha Yoru have joined forces. This is not just a 3-person alliance, but represents the combination of 3 opposing forces. Noki, still sulking, didn't even give them a chance to provoke him. If Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama hadn't been two big men, and if there had been a woman involved, the shinobi world would have long since been left with no other problems. But then the scene that he least wanted to see unfolded before him. Previously, Mii Terumi and this force coexisted harmoniously with Konoha, but now there is no opportunity for them to provoke her. 3 months ago, intelligence reports indicated that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas and Konoha ninjas had completed their fusion, becoming completely one with the other within them. Damn it, what's even more important is the decisiveness of this young Uchiha Yoru. That's the most terrifying thing. This brat is even more terrifying than Uchiha Madara before. Looking at each piece of intelligence that arrived, the third Sechikage Noki's expression became even more grim. Uchiha Yoru possessed such a powerful aura that he set an example by issuing a decree. Starting from him, the lineage of future generations of the clan would be determined entirely by the awakening of their bloodline. If they did not awaken their bloodline, the clan would be free to do as they pleased. Even this time, this young Uchiha Yoru is decisive. By marrying the 5th Mizukage and the Hokage, he's allowing both sides to continue inheriting their former clans. According to the rules of the shinobi world, any woman who marries into another family, no matter how powerful, must take her husband's surname and abandon her original family, unless she marries into the family as a son-in-law. Uchiha Yoru, however, calmly and directly initiated the history of the clan, while Senju Tsunade and Emi Terumi continued to maintain the original clan lineage. There are 2 individuals with noble status among them, 2 with inherited bloodlines, and most importantly, the respect they receive directly wins people's hearts. Uchiha Madara's actions back then were excessively tyrannical. If Uchiha Yoru not only inherited Uchiha Madara's power, but also possessed a more expansive mind and strategic thinking than him, terrorism. Uchiha Yoru further solidified a landmark for the shinobi world. The Awakened Ice release possesses the Minetsuki clan Sharingan, the Uchiha Sharingan, the Kaguya Shikotsumyaku, the Hyuga Byakugan, and other similar bloodline abilities. If it's similar to Emi Terumi's, the specific bloodline ability will be determined based on the actual situation. Uchiha Yoru fully acknowledged Tsunade and Emi Terumi's lineage, showing them great respect, and even made a bold statement that the 2 children's family lineage was yet to be confirmed. Indeed, he was a true hero, a man of grand plans and strategies, possessing the domineering nature of Uchiha Madara, but also possessing cunning tactics and skillful maneuvering. Lightning Kingdom. The 4th Raikage glared at the intelligence report in his hand, roaring with rage as he slammed his hand down on his desk. How hateful, just a little brat, yet he dares to call himself the god of ninjas, and even plots to seize control of the water country. This time, Uchiha Yoru completely mocked the entire shinobi world. He should have faced the wrath of the entire shinobi world, but it's clear that the power he unleashed generated more fear than anything else. Although Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have become history, and even the shinobi world has few historical records about them, there is still some preserved information about these powerful individuals. It was simply because for many years there had been no mention of the so-called Mangekyo Sharingan and would release legends, and these documents had been covered in dust. But this time, all the information in the entire shinobi world related to Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan and Senju Hashirama has resurfaced. Lord Raikage, according to intelligence records from the first Raikage's era, in Konoha, Tsunade Hime used a jutsu called Wood Release, Tree World Descent, and Uchiha Yoru, along with the Mangekyo Sharingan, appeared a giant named Susanoo. Furthermore, based on meticulous intelligence records, the range and intensity of Uchiha's shadow Susanoo and Tsunade Hime's Wood Release might not be as strong as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's at the beginning, but they are not far behind. More importantly, according to intelligence records, Biju had virtually no ability to resist these 2 jutsu, not even the strongest 8-tails and 9-tails. In the Raikage's office, a group of elite Cloud Village ninjas had unearthed long-dormant intelligence. Each of them wore a serious expression, carefully reporting to the Raikage. What do you mean? Upon hearing this intelligence explanation, the 4th Raikage glared with furious eyes, while his assistant, after a moment of silence, blurted out a truth he didn't want to admit. The point is, once war breaks out, we Cloud Village ninjas, with our ultimate weapons, the 2-tails and the 8-tails, the 2 Jinchuriki, will likely be overwhelmed, or even unable to defeat them. Roaring. Upon hearing this report, the Raikage once again violently slammed his chair down, shattering it into pieces, and roared in anger. So what about the supplies I provided to that brat Uchiha Yoru before? Even the entire shinobi world provided so much aid, and now you're telling me, not only has Konoha been unified, but even the Hidden Mist village is about to be conquered. All of this is the scheming of Uchiha Yoru, that ambitious scoundrel toying with the entire shinobi world. Should we just swallow our anger and remain silent? Seeing the fourth Raikage unleash his furious roar, the Cloud Village ninjas all fell silent. The fourth Raikage, despite his hot temper, wasn't stupid. His anger stemmed not only from being toyed with, but also from Konoha once again rising to become the ruler of the shinobi world. With such immense power restored, the remaining ninja villages that wanted to challenge Konoha would have to join forces. Acting alone, they were simply no match. This was the situation that angered him the most. Does the entire shinobi world really want to stand idly by and watch Uchiha Yoru seize control of the Hidden Mist village and merge the Land of Water and the Land of Fire? The immediate issue is not just Uchiha Yoru, this so-called god of ninjas, nor is it about marrying the fifth Hokage or the fifth Mizukage, but rather the problems the Land of Water will face. Although the fourth Mizukage Paratachi Yagura still held control over more than half of the Land of Water, this time the situation was very dangerous. Because previously, due to the weakening of the Hidden Mist village ninjas, the entire shinobi world was secretly overjoyed and directly declared their recognition of the fifth Mizukage Mei Terumi's identity. As a result, now anyone who dares to interfere with the water country is interfering with Konoha. The fifth Hokage, along with the fifth Mizukage, were both married to Uchiha Yoru, and simultaneously declared their intention to take over the rule of the two ninja villages. This can be said to have added another supreme position to the hierarchy of the cage. There used to be 5 consecutive images of the leaders of each of the major ninja villages, but things are different now. The aura emanating from him was that of a godlike ninja, clearly indicating his ambition to ride roughshod over the 5 cage, and simultaneously revealing Uchiha Yoru's unwavering determination to remain content with just the 2 great ninja villages. The news that ninja god Uchiha Yoru was simultaneously marrying both the 5th Hokage and the 5th Mizukage swept across the entire shinobi world. Simultaneously, the shinobi world was declared to have merged with Konoha, and the image above was acknowledged as the supreme leader of the ninja gods, Uchiha Yoru. This news directly swept through the shinobi world, shaking it to its core, and even more so, filling it with fear. Because this time they revealed an overwhelmingly terrifying force, including would release and Mangekyo Sharingan, along with a group of terrifyingly powerful ninja from the 2 major ninja villages. Originally, Uchiha Yoru, having committed a heinous crime, should have faced condemnation from the entire shinobi world, at the very least, with the pen as a weapon. But in the face of such terrifying power, the entire shinobi world fell silent, descending into a deathly stillness. Konoha. The Hokage's office building has 2 horizontal plaques hanging on either side, 1 red and 1 blue, representing the water country and the fire country respectively. The Hidden Mist village ninjas and Konoha ninjas are intertwined, and each branch is the same. Even if there are many obstacles in the early stages, we must continue. Even those Anbu dependent on me are not ruled out. I plan to appoint Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi as the new Anbu chiefs. Hada Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui are the principal and vice captains of the Konoha Jonin. In her office, Uchiha Yoruichi exuded an air of calm confidence. Facing the current merger of the 2 ninja villages, she not only showed no signs of worrying, but was instead beaming with self-assured smiles. It seemed as though similar plans had been made in advance. The series of policies that were implemented surprised everyone, as if the previously troublesome issues were no longer so pressing. Hehe, it's no wonder that Mei Terumi has such a good eye for men. At this moment, seeing Mei Terumi's headache-inducing problems solved in this way, a charming smile immediately appeared on her face. Making tea was a straightforward process, but as Uchiha Yoru watched Mei Terumi serve him, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. It would have been better if there weren't 2 piles of official duties piling up on either side. Meanwhile, Tsunade, casually picking up a card to play with beside her, smiled brightly and said, "Not bad, you truly live up to your reputation as the god of ninjas." In terms of efficiency in reviewing official affairs, even the 5 cage combined couldn't compare to you. Facing 2 idle individuals who had placed all official duties on him, Uchiha Yoru's smile was somewhat unnatural, but his eyes revealed tenderness. He knew this was a compromise between the 2 sides. After all, this was a crucial period, and who would handle these important affairs, the Mizukage or the Hokage? Nothing is ever good when there's work to be done, so why bother calculating? If you don't do it well, you'll be exploited by ill-intentioned people, or even sow the seeds of disaster. Conversely, Uchiha Yoru, because of his book My Struggle for History, which caused a sensation throughout the shinobi world, especially the policies within it, made him even more beloved by Mei Terumi and the Hidden Mist Village's ninja army. It can be said that Uchiha Yoru's reputation among these Hidden Mist Village ninjas was not low. Furthermore, Uchiha Yoru was even more overbearing, directly in charge of their existence, so naturally, no problems would arise when he approved the documents. Of course, this is the immediate period for the two ninja villages to merge and train together. Once this period is over, everything will be fine. It must be said that you Hidden Mist Village ninjas, through your Blood Mist policy, have directly accelerated the fusion of the two ninja villages. Facing this problem, Mei Terumi also let out a deep sigh. This time, she was no longer alone. She had once needed to persevere and be strong, but now she didn't need to pretend. Mei Terumi was seen wearily rubbing her eyebrows. During the bloody conflict, internal strife arose among many Hidden Mist Village ninjas, even leading to feelings of oppression and isolation within the village. Those with bloodline abilities, in particular, were ostracized and eventually hunted down and exterminated. This time, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas leading the charge were almost all bloodline ninjas, especially those who had fused with Konoha ninjas. These once arrogant bloodline ninjas all revealed their good intentions. At this point, even Mei Terumi couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. These once arrogant, even bloodthirsty and warlike bloodline families now each couldn't wait to greet anyone with a smile. Everyone knows that these Hidden Mist Village ninjas just wanted to merge quickly, but it resulted in an unexpected effect. Having been repulsed and disgusted by the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, they suddenly found themselves in this place where there was no animosity, no disgust, only strangeness. Therefore, their most pressing task now is to transform this strangeness into familiarity. For the Hidden Mist Village ninjas and Konoha, these are new regulations I have established regarding the Guardian clan. Looking at Mei Terumi and Tsunade, Uchiha Yoru smiled brightly and said, "The Hidden Mist Village ninjas and Konoha ninjas represent the distinct customs and traditions of two different countries. Changing the headgear of either village would inevitably create a hidden danger of one being higher or lower than the other. If we were to create a new headgear system, it's unlikely to satisfy both ninja villages. Ultimately, the attachment to homeland is hard to let go of, so I'm preparing to issue a new decree. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas and Konoha's headbands, as representatives of their respective hometowns, will, for example, later in the Land of Water, at the Uzu no Kuni site where Konoha ninjas were born, will carry out measures to protect the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Similarly, from Jonin downwards, all ninjas' choices are respected, but for Jonin above, a new headband system is established, and all Jonin ninjas, regardless of whether they are from Konoha or the Hidden Mist Village, will change. A Jonin rank is considered a high-level fighting force, and moreover, Uchiha Yoru must also absorb this part of the human heart. The forehead protector may be small, but it represents a subtle change in the heart. Since you've already bestowed the title of God of Ninjas, and even revealed your ambitions to the ninjas, and furthermore, in the rules you've established, the issue of Jonin identity can be explained outwardly as that of messengers of the gods. At the same time, swear by your ambition. Currently, you are a ninja of the Hidden Mist Village, Konoha, but in the future, you may not be able to challenge other villages. Regarding political maneuvering, Tsunade, while admiring the cards in her hand, spoke with a knowing smile. Not bad. This time you've simultaneously issued a proclamation to the entire shinobi world, recruiting all wandering ninja clans, bloodline ninjas, and even secret technique clans to join. One way is to show the shinobi world your decisiveness, and the other is to ease the issue of the fusion of Konohas to great ninja villages. These things, when scattered among the ninja clans, become equivalent to the lubricant and buffer zone for the training periods of the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha ninjas. At this point, Mei Terumi couldn't help but show her admiration. Exiled from the Stone Village and the Flowing Water clan, even though they were all members of the Aburain clan, both practicing secret insect techniques, and even though they had fallen into decline after so many years, only a few remained. Now, for the sake of their clan's survival, they have chosen to join. There are also the Sannin clans that Orochimaru introduced as the most insane, the Spider clan, and so on. These so-called secret technique clans, in reality, consist of only a few, at most a dozen, ninjas in total. Ninjas with Jonin level strength are even rarer. These minor clans are pitifully weak, lacking even a Jonin. Chunin level members are considered top-tier fighters, and their so-called secret techniques are incredibly weak. Although their existence in the shinobi world is due to various reasons, they haven't been targeted, and their strength isn't worth their effort. Regarding these items that had been lost to the ninja clan, Enmi Terumi couldn't help but chuckle, saying these items, after passing the inspection and proving to be problem-free, have indeed served as a buffer and lubricant in the village, making them more valuable than ever. In the intelligence sector, I've decided to have Hyuga Hizashi and Biwa Jizu jointly take charge of the medical department. At this point, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but chuckle as she watched Enmi Terumi shrug her shoulders. The Hidden Mist village currently lacks any outstanding medical ninjas, so I'm preparing to appoint the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu as the Minister of Medicine. Enmi Terumi had no objections to this order, considering the overall strength of the forces. The number of Hidden Mist village ninjas who joined Konoha was no more than 3,000. Almost every major department has a Hidden Mist village ninja, of course. All of this is based on strength. Although the Hidden Mist village ninjas may be slightly weaker overall, their ninja skills are superior, and their individual combat abilities are in no way inferior to those of Konoha ninjas. Therefore, when ninjas from the Hidden Mist village appeared in these positions, neither side had much of an opinion. After all, for these professions, besides whether the ninja's intellect and personality were suitable, the most important factor was strength. Without real ability, everything you say is in vain. In terms of combat, the Hidden Mist village ninjas are considered top tier, but their medical skills are, to put it mildly, abysmal. The shinobi world is a little too quiet right now. With most of the minor matters of the main event dealt with, Enmi Terumi narrowed one eye, smiling faintly, but a clear hint of seriousness was evident in her eyes. Tsunade, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully, saying, "They're all a bunch of old foxes." When faced with absolute power, naturally no one will be the first to speak up. But look, now everyone in the shinobi world is watching the Hidden Mist village ninjas. After all, Nightfall has declared to the entire shinobi world that he is placing the Hidden Mist village ninjas under his jurisdiction. This battle will allow the shinobi world to observe the strength of our forces, even if our strength is slightly weaker this time. As long as the Wood Release and Mangekyo Sharingan combine to give us 80% of his power, the entire shinobi world will tacitly acknowledge all of this. After Tsunade directly revealed the ugly side of the shinobi world's self-interest, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but chuckle and nod in agreement. Not bad, in the face of overwhelming force. If they're unprepared, they'll only play it safe, even feigning helplessness, provided, of course, that their interests aren't affected. Once you cross the line, it's like a herd of buffalo facing a pack of wolves. You can eat a little and it won't hurt, but if you think you can completely engulf the entire herd, even the seemingly harmless buffalo will launch a final charge. Enmi Terumi and Tsunade, both originally picture readers, were naturally not politically ignorant individuals. On the contrary, they were extremely knowledgeable and understood things clearly. Hey, little brat, this time it's for the peace of the shinobi world. Suddenly, something came to mind, and a defiant expression appeared on Tsunade's face. After all, her status was the most noble, yet she had ended up doing something like this. I believe that when we issue a proclamation to the shinobi world, we should have envoys from every major nation and ninja village come to Konoha once. At this point, Tsunade's gaze shifted slightly, but thinking about her plan, greed still prevailed. I want a generous gift. That's quite something. It's obvious Tsunade is using plucking the sheep's wool as a bet. Bah! Making money, and yet she's resorting to such elaborate schemes, even plucking the sheep's wool again. Meanwhile, Enmi Terumi, upon hearing this, immediately narrowed her eyes and began to calculate in her mind. Sister Tsunade, I think it's possible. We could even inform the shinobi world beforehand, and we'll even set a date. After we've completely taken over the Hidden Mist village and the entire Water Country ninja community, haha, I think that'll be the time. Enmi Terumi and Tsunade exchanged glances, both involuntarily licking the corners of their mouths, their eyes gleaming with a golden light, barely concealing their excitement. Clearly, given their status, this wedding couldn't possibly be anything less than grand. yet they kept trying to pluck some hair from the shinobi world's beard. Having conquered the hidden mist village in the land of water and brought it to a close, the force they displayed could shake the entire shinobi world. So, following the wedding, naturally, envoys from each of the major ninja villages would come. Don't look at the difference. It's quite significant. If you invite the shinobi world now, they'll definitely come. But this money, no. It's clearly a gift, and its value is obviously a notch lower. If we were to capture a ninja from the hidden mist village, revealing our formidable power that would shake the entire shinobi world, then the gifts we would offer would undoubtedly be of the highest standard. You guys? Looking at the two beautiful women in their mixed-race poses, with their large eyes sparkling with yellow light, Uchiha Yoru was a little surprised, but after thinking about it for a moment, it seemed to make sense. Maximizing benefits is key. Why wouldn't you pull it out? I feel pretty good too. Touching Uchiha Yoru's chin, a similar knowing smile appeared on his face. The three of them looked at each other and immediately burst into laughter. For peace in the shinobi world. The three men, outwardly polite but inwardly mocking, burst into loud laughter and shouts, as if celebrating something, and then enthusiastically joined in handling official business. The outskirts of Konoha, a secluded area surrounded by dense forests, truly a perfect place for self-cultivation and mental development. Surrounded by dense forest, a vast tribal territory emerged. Judging from its architecture, the exterior appeared to be newly constructed. Judging from the architectural perimeter of the clan crests, there are the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, with the Sarutobi clan being the largest. Scattered here and there, these things could reluctantly be considered part of a commercial district within the clan, but this place exuded an uninhibited Konoha atmosphere that was absent elsewhere. The ninjas who were stirring around one after another were all silent and spoke little, clearly indicating that the atmosphere here was not right. A rustic room within the suite. This current situation is so similar to the early days of the Uchiha clan. In the dimly lit room, Jiraiya wore a complicated expression. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual, oppressive atmosphere that made him feel uneasy. Initially, after the Ninetales Rebellion, he returned to attend the 4th Hokage's funeral and also witnessed the Uchiha clan's relocation. The atmosphere was similar, only reversed at the time. Meanwhile, in the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen had lost his former vigor and his demeanor had become dejected, like an old man. Even his eyes seemed somewhat vacant, as if afflicted with senile dementia. Old man, look at Konoha now. It's a force to be reckoned with in the shinobi world, and no one dares to challenge it. Although this is only temporary, and I don't know if it's right or wrong, Konoha is truly powerful. Jiraiya muttered with a sigh. The Water Country's policy of bloodshed has left these bloodline ninjas with no semblance of family ties. After joining Konoha, not a single one of them misses the Water Country. Now that these Water Country bloodline ninjas have joined Konoha, I can see that they truly want to integrate into this village. Moreover, with the powerful Uchiha clan suppressing them, these clans won't cause any trouble. Now that Konoha has Kage level and high-level Jonin level combat power, Konoha is the #1 ninja in the shinobi world. Currently, based solely on military strength, even individual ninjas from the Hidden Stone Village and Hidden Cloud Village cannot stand against them. Only by joining forces can they succeed. Jiraiya muttered to himself, pouring himself more sake, and chuckled self-deprecatingly. At first, when faced with the quagmire of Konoha, we all chose to retreat, but we never imagined that a young brat could change the landscape of the shinobi world. Whether right or wrong, perhaps this brat is the chosen one. Jiraiya muttered about the changes in Konoha and the current situation in the shinobi world, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were vacant, seemingly indifferent to everything. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya let out a self-deprecating, bitter laugh. Whether or not the old man suffered too great a shock, his mind was so affected that ever since the Hokage succession ceremony, he's been in this dazed state. Even Tsunade shook her head and sighed. This was a mental blow, perhaps caused by an unwillingness to face reality, a choice to avoid it altogether. Old man, I'm leaving. This time, this little brat has orders. I never thought I'd have a day like this, haha. But Tsunade is really something, a real old bull grazing on young grass, haha. I'll come back to see you at Tsunade's wedding, bye. The wind stirred, causing the curtains to sway. In the dimly lit room, there was only an empty wine glass and a vacant-eyed old man. But after an unknown amount of time, a glint of intelligence flashed in the vacant old man's eyes. Konoha, Lord Yoru, for the sake of peace in the shinobi world, the elite members of the Hyuga clan are willing to join the Hidden Mist Village's ninja war. That night, Hyuga Hayashi's late-night visit was a direct choice of surrender. Under the cover of night, the Hokage's office in the mansion was brightly lit, and within the office was a large model displaying a panoramic view of all the buildings and floor plans of Konoha. In front of the sand table, Uchiha Yoruichi looked troubled, gazing at the small flags planted on the table representing each major bloodline and secret technique of the ninja clans, which also represented the status of these clans within the village. Now, in this village, although there are some shortcomings, everything is probably fine. There are only so many places left. Uchiha Yoru's voice echoed downwards, and Hyuga Hayashi respectfully bowed 90 degrees. How could he not understand the meaning behind those words? Just a few years ago, the other party only had the right to speak to him because of their family and Sanin status, but now they have become someone he needs to look up to. Although he felt a sense of impermanence in the world, Hyuga Hayashi respectfully and directly expressed his submission. All the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, from top to bottom, are loyal to Lord Yoru, even Root. The Hyuga clan ninjas are willing to obey his orders. Hyuga Hayashi's sincerity cannot be said to be insufficient. What kind of existence was Root in the village? That was an existence to be avoided like the plague. Currently, Hyuga Hayashi agrees with this choice, which shows just how sincere they are. Upon seeing the Hyuga clan head's loyal subordinate, Uchiha Yoru's face broke into a smile. Hayashi Jonin, I don't like seeing the clan head and the separatists causing trouble. When carrying out missions in the village, I will do my best to keep the clan head and the separatists separate, but I hope you understand my intentions. Lord Yoru, Hayashi understands. This is like a knock on the door. Now that Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village, two major villages, have merged, anyone who wants to cause trouble will not be tolerated by Uchiha Yoru. We will arrange for the defenses of the Wind, Earth, and Lightning Land's borders to be separated. Therefore, we will entrust the Hidden Mist Village ninjas to Hayashi Jonin. Currently, the situation in the shinobi world is such that the three great ninja villages of Wind, Lightning, and Earth are essentially waiting for intelligence from the Hidden Mist Village. So these three regions are mostly on high alert. But the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village were truly ready to wage war, and Hyuga Hayashi knew this was their main objective. The risks involved in following the Dragon God were too great. Separating was a last resort with no way out. Moreover, the Hyuga clan head had always maintained neutrality. Whoever came to power, they would submit to them. But this time, the disagreement was significant. With so many bloodthirsty ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village joining the clan, and Uchiha Yoru harboring ambitions, Hyuga Hayashi knew that if he didn't speak up, the main clan would be marginalized. Having separated and boarded the ship, the disparity between them was immense, and he couldn't afford to fall behind, nor did he want to remain an anonymous figurehead in the future. Lord Yoru, when the Hidden Mist Village ninjas engage in battle, the Hyuga clan ninjas are willing to obey orders with all their might, even if it means serving as Green Jonin of the Hidden Mist Village. This time, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes as he looked at the rigid Hyuga Hayashi. A slight smile curved his lips. It seemed this Hyuga clan head was quite decisive. The Hidden Mist Village ninja, despite being green-eyed, possessed the Byakugan, and Hyuga Hayashi's actions almost completely dispelled any preconceived notions. Haha, I see the sincerity in Master Hayashi's intentions. This time, Hyuga Hayashi was full of sincerity, and Uchiha Yoru was also very satisfied. After all, Konoha was a place of joy and prosperity, with no one causing trouble, which was great, especially not the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. In the Hidden Mist Village, what kind of days are those? They're worse than dogs. Now, if you give them a chance to live normal lives, they'll all be grateful, not to mention that you're also giving them a better environment and a brighter future. Hinata has considerable talent. Besides Gentle Fist, she could also learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Uchiha Yoru also revealed his good intentions, and under Hyuga Hayashi's grateful gaze, he pointed to a spot on the sand table. Coincidentally, the Yamanaka family also has a little girl who wants to study medical ninjutsu with Tsunade later on, and since you're from the same village, you can be neighbors. Upon hearing this, Haruka Hayashi was immediately startled. Looking at the map indicating the location, Konoha's center of power was considered to be on the periphery, but at the very least, it could be considered to have joined this circle. What surprised him, however, was that several of the buildings bore the Yamanaka clan crest. Thinking of this, he immediately narrowed his eyes. Indeed, when faced with overwhelming circumstances, or in other words, the survival strategy of a large family, separating a group of family members is considered a way to preserve a path forward. In the gloomy darkness of the earthquake, a huge, ugly statue rose up, revealing a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. Round after round, that's the Rinnegan. Nagato, this is the latest intelligence. Hidden in the secret chamber, Nagato's complexion was noticeably better than before. His thin, emaciated body now had a little flesh on it, and even the muscles in his legs were trembling, clearly showing he had some sensation. When Nagato saw the intelligence report, he immediately showed admiration and was filled with awe. Indeed, Mr. Yi's aspirations are the same as ours. We both strive for peace in the shinobi world. As for the major events that recently occurred in the shinobi world, how could the Akatsuki organization be unaware? Nagato, upon receiving the news, was even more impressed. The shinobi world's strategic planning had made the entire shinobi world a powerful asset to Mr. Knight. Otherwise, how could the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, this rebel army, have fallen into their hands so easily? Although Mr. Nagato's willpower is great, the things he does take far too long. At this point, Nagato became even more emotional, taking out the red-covered book that he had flipped through countless times. Although he appears to wield immense power throughout the shinobi world, he can only at most conquer the land of water. Each major ninja village in the shinobi world has its own reservations, and they have begun to isolate each other in an invisible way. Furthermore, if Mr. Yi makes a move, he will face the entire shinobi world. The god of the ninja world, perhaps Mr. Yi can achieve this in another 20 years. But before that, I will prove it in my own way. My path is the fastest and most effective. Nagato's eyes showed a resolute expression. He admired Uchiha Yoru, and even agreed with his idea of a peaceful unification of the shinobi world. But he also held his own unwavering commitment to the ninja way. Perhaps at this moment, he was harboring the final thought of cooperating with both sides, joining forces to shake the shinobi world. He used the combined strength of all the large Biju war weapons to threaten the entire shinobi world, and then implemented Uchiha Yorichi's vision of unifying the 5 great nations. Nagato, Uchiha Yoru unleashing his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the 5th Hokages would release. These are all formidable opponents. The more cautious and calm Conan became, the more he used the tools he had in his bag to gather intelligence. These are all intelligence reports from the former ninja gods Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, including information on Uchiha Yoru's use of ninjutsu in Konoha. Facing this intelligence, Nagato, though serious in appearance, was mostly arrogant. Conan, I have the Rakudo Sennin's eyes, Mr. Knight's power is built upon strength and strategic planning, and the village might even become an obstacle to his increasing strength. He didn't deny the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and would release, but what he possessed was the Rinnegan, the legendary Rakudo Sennin's eye. How could he possibly lose? But at that very moment, a ripple of gloom rose in the air, and Conan and Nagato's expressions instantly turned cold. Haha, judging by your recent appearances, you must all know about the news that Konoha has produced such a god of the shinobi world. Obito, wearing a male mask, looked at the intelligence report in Nagato's hand and immediately let out a hoarse laugh. Ben, you must know Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyo Sharingan and Tsunade's would release very well, right? Conan's expression was clearly a little displeased. You clearly knew the answer, yet you didn't say anything, and you even required her to investigate. Clearly, there's a lack of trust between the two of you. Upon hearing this statement, Obito felt a sense of profound unease. He knew a little about intelligence gathering, but he knew absolutely nothing about the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. He wasn't real either. Uchiha Yoru is not to be underestimated. His strength is such that even in my prime, I would need to take his abilities seriously to deal with him. Obito's masked face darkened, making Conan and Nagato wary. Although they had some doubts, they couldn't afford to underestimate him. The power of the faction at its peak was truly formidable. The Akatsuki organization needs to recruit members. At this moment, Obito, the masked man, seemed a little lost in thought. He had once set his sights on Hoshigaki Kisame and Biwa Jaizu, but they both ended up under Uchiha Yoru's command. What was going on? There was also the Uchiha clan with Mangekyo Sharingan, which made him even more wary. These are recruitment drives targeting specific individuals, and they also contain intelligence. It was clear that Obito was somewhat impatient, or rather, wary of Uchiha Yoru, his fellow clan member and classmate. Good, Akatsuki organization needs to recruit members for its next objective. Right now, Akatsuki is still severely understaffed, so who would expect them to set such high standards? Their future goal is the Biju, so naturally, the minimum strength they need to recruit is at least cage-level combat power. Then, the Ninetales' existence is the most important thing. Even the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village's Biju village might not be able to use it for long before it falls into Konoha's hands. Nagato calmly addressed the most crucial issue. In an instant, Obito narrowed his eyes, nodded, and said in a low voice, the Hidden Mist Village's Biju ninjas absolutely cannot fall into Uchiha Yoru's hands. Otherwise, it will be a huge challenge for Akatsuki in the future. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki is a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. I'll give you the intelligence. First, capture the Six-Tails. Nagato frowned upon hearing this, but he wasn't yet ready to confront Uchiha Yoru, so he nodded in agreement. Okay, first capture the Six-Tails Jinchuriki and imprison him. Once the Biju are sealed, we'll take him. Seeing Nagato agree, Obito's masked face revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Rest assured, leave the Three-Tails Jinchuriki to me. Upon hearing this, Conan and Nagato both frowned, their expressions becoming somewhat serious. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage Karatachi Yagura, isn't just about how strong the opponent is, but also about how even the Hidden Mist Village's ninjas, despite their weakened state, are still one of the 5 great ninja villages. Obito, the masked man, had a relaxed expression, as if capturing the Three-Tails was as easy as playing a game of house building, and he was also showing off his strength to them. In the ninja world, almost all attention is focused on the Hidden Mist Village, a ninja village in the Land of Water. It could be said that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas are currently testing the strength of this so-called god of the shinobi world, Uchiha Yoru, with their initial move. If his display of power proves genuine, the battlefield will descend into chaos. Thus, the entire shinobi world will rise up against Konoha, against this so-called god of the shinobi world. After all, this god of the shinobi world had previously played a trick on the entire shinobi world, even toying with everyone. Izu no Kuni is an archaeological site located within the territory. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, who were once rivals of Konoha, no longer exist. They are now all united within one large encampment. Emi Terumi, using Izu no Kuni as a base, had previously conquered 8 surrounding islands in the Land of Water, effectively sealing off the Hidden Mist Village ninja. This time, a large number of Konoha ninjas, along with Emi Terumi and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas under her command, gathered, but their combined strength didn't increase much. Uchiha Yoru's orders were given. The majority of Konoha ninjas replaced the former Hidden Mist Village ninjas in defending the territory, while the Hidden Mist Village ninjas remained the main force. Ultimately, this time it's for the sake of peace among the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. It's easier to talk about domestic conflicts when you run into an acquaintance, but if a Konoha ninja accidentally kills someone close to them, it will inevitably lead to hatred. It's better to let them resolve it themselves. Gentlemen, the 4th Mizukage has summoned over 10,000 Hidden Mist Village ninjas to set up layered defenses in their homeland. This is all intelligence we've gathered. Over 10,000 ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village. This time, it was almost as if the 4th Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, had gathered all the village's strength, but fighting on their home turf. Everyone knew this would be a difficult and bloody battle. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Ringo Mayuri, and Madogai, these 5 Konoha ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, are now the supreme commanders on the front lines. Now that the headbands had arrived as Jonin, they all changed their headbands, putting on brand new headbands bearing the inscription God. At this moment, 5 people gathered around the sand table, and Hoshigaki Kisame, as a pure ninja, calmly analyzed the situation on both sides for everyone. This time, on the front lines, Hoshigaki Kisame was the highest-ranking commander. After all, one was a native ninja, and the other was also there to win over people's hearts. At this moment, A considerable number of ninjas had gathered in the tent, all of them pure jonin. Due to the change in headbands, it was almost impossible to distinguish which ninja they were all. So, how many ninja troops does Lord Yuru intend to send this time? Some people still raised doubts about this issue. After all, several days had passed, and there was still no news of reinforcements. Faced with this problem, everyone showed a curious expression. The Hidden Mist Village's native ninja army numbered over 10,000. Even if their high-level combatants held the advantage this time, they would still need over 10,000 ninja reinforcements. Facing all the doubts, Uchiha Shisui directly said in a low voice, Lord Yuru will only send an additional 1,000 ninja troops, and they will still mainly be medical ninjas. What? Upon hearing this news, everyone immediately showed expressions of astonishment, as if they couldn't believe it. Their frontline calculations were spot on. They only had a little over 2,000 ninjas in total. What good would another 1,000 reinforcements do? 3,000 against over 10,000. And 3,000 was still the attacking side, and they were on enemy territory. However, faced with everyone's astonishment, Hoshigaki Kisame simply snorted coldly. He had always used the completion of missions as the standard for ninjas, and he hated this kind of questioning the most. This time, overthrowing the Hidden Mist Village ninjas in a bloody battle, overthrowing the 4th Mizukage, is a direct operation commanded by Lord Yuru. This is also the battle plan. Each jonin must come and receive their mission scroll beforehand. A stack of mission scrolls lay down, each with a jonin's name written on it. When everyone received their assigned scrolls and opened them, a chorus of astonishment and disbelief erupted in the tent, as if they had seen things wrong. They even exchanged bewildered glances. My dream is over. My lord, why does my mission seem so similar to recruiting and gathering scattered ninjas? Yes, I am too. And what about me? Why are we both assigned this task? At this moment, everyone's noisy discussions subsided, and they were immediately bewildered. Out of all of them, not a single one was supposed to be carrying out a combat mission. Despite facing everyone's questioning gaze, Hoshigaki Kisame, even though he had known the plan beforehand, was still filled with eye and excitement. Mr. Knight's strength was truly worthy of the title of God of Ninjas. Everyone obey orders, wait for the next update, and then someone from the main ninja corps will naturally handle it. Hoshigaki Kisame's cold voice echoed through the encampment, and the ninjas habitually nodded in agreement. Water Kingdom. On the sea, large ships hoisted high banners bearing the character God, and the bows of these ships were filled with ninjas. As they ascended the coastal road, countless Hidden Mist Village ninjas appeared, each one poised and ready for battle. Various powerful war machines were also poised and waiting to launch their attacks. Deception. They're tricking people. How are we going to fight this? Setting sail on the large, sturdy ship, teeming with ninjas, each of them now stared blankly at their commander. Although their side is called elite, the numerical disadvantage is too great, and moreover, they are being forced to launch a frontal assault. In the riverside area, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas number at least 7,000 or 8,000, positioned defensively. Meanwhile, the other 3,000, belonging to the attacking side, how could they possibly fight? Look, it's a Konoha ninja. Ninja perception? Following a loud shout, the sensing ninjas within the Hidden Mist Village's ninja corps also quickly yelled, confirmed, it's the Konoha ninja corps. Confirm. Confirm. Based on the individual reports from the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, after a moment of scrutiny, had expressions of solemnity on their faces. Konoha's approach, to put it bluntly, is like trying to fight a rock with an egg, but could they really be that stupid? For a moment, everyone looked towards their highest leader, the 4th Mizukage Karatachi Yagura, who was calmly standing ready for battle, observing the approaching enemy. Give the order, all Hidden Mist Village ninjas, prepare for battle. Yes. Following the 4th Mizukage's orders, the ninjas along the coast of the Hidden Mist Village busily prepared for battle. At the same time, on the battlefield, various countries were secretly dispatching ninja to gather intelligence, and these ninjas were known to both the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha. What the Hidden Mist Village ninjas needed was to drag Konoha into the quagmire of war. In this way, the entire shinobi world would join forces against Konoha, and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas' crisis would be easily resolved. Konoha is simple. They need these things first to investigate intelligence from other ninja nations and transmit the information back. The difference is, they have the confidence to intimidate the entire ninja world. Both sides agreed on their starting point. The purpose was to convey information. My lord, how do we get ashore? As they got closer and closer, the war machine ninja from the hidden mist village, its gleaming light, became clearly visible to them. Many ninjas felt their scalps tingle, and finally, someone, disregarding the difficulty, asked a question. At this moment, on the 5 large ships, the 5 people at the helm Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Ringo Mayuri, and Mado Guy also showed serious expressions. This area was about to enter the attack range. At this moment, many ninjas on the ship exchanged glances, and some even covered their faces, revealing expressions of helplessness. Damn it, our mission is like capturing prisoners while simultaneously instigating the enemy ninjas. I feel like I'm dreaming. They had never fought a battle like this before. It was too bizarre. Even a fierce offensive or defensive battle would be acceptable to them, but the mission and the battle before them were completely incompatible. Both sides were silently observing whether reinforcements would appear. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas were cautious, wondering if Konoha still had reinforcements, while Konoha, needless to say, was hoping for reinforcements. But out on the vast, boundless ocean, there were only these 2 boats. No. Absolutely no. Damn it, Uchiha Shisui, where are the reinforcements you were talking about? Ringo Mayuri, with her hot temper, immediately widened her eyes. They had arrived here at this critical time, and with no reinforcements coming, they had become easy targets. As Ringo Mayuri's voice faded, all the Konoha ninjas immediately showed hopeful expressions, clearly regaining their spirits. Military reinforcements? Just say so. How could there not be military reinforcements? Haha, don't worry, reinforcements will arrive immediately. Uchiha Shisui slowly took out a special kunai from his bag. The hilt clearly bore a mark indicating a certain jutsu. Naturally, some jonin had seen this jutsu in documents, and they all showed expressions of shock. Could this really be true? Some people were clearly terrified and had guessed what was happening. Hoshigaki Kisame and Ringo Mayuri both looked serious, and Kisame even said in a low voice, "Is this the legendary Void Ninjutsu?" That's right, this is the Void Ninjutsu, researched and developed by Lord Senju Toburama of Konoha. Historically, only the 4th Hokage of Konoha had ever learned it. Shisui smiled brightly as he explained to everyone, then channeled chakra into the kunai. Collect. Under countless watchful, expectant gazes, a figure, or perhaps 2 identical individuals, suddenly appeared at the bow of the ship. Haha, it looks like the Hidden Mist Village ninjas are about to finish their war. A figure appeared inside, Uchiha Yoru's aura emanating from his white robes, while the 5th Mizukage, Enmei Terumi, huddled to one side. It was clear that the 2 had teleported simultaneously. But the 5th Mizukage, Enmei Terumi, appeared instantly, turning her head directly to look in the distant direction of her homeland. Her delicate, beautiful fingers wiped away the white stains from the corner of her mouth, and a fleeting look of embarrassment flashed in her eyes before disappearing. As Uchiha Yoru appeared coldly at the bow of the ship, Uchiha Shisui's face immediately lit up with fervent adoration. Lord Yoru, the Water Country's territory is right before our eyes. The 4th Mizukage himself is leading over 10,000 Hidden Mist Village ninjas ready for battle on the shore. Everyone was filled with fear, although the 5th Hokage was surprised by the appearance of Mizukage Enmei Terumi, and even by the appearance of Uchiha Yoru. But to individuals, to military units, without waiting for anyone to express their doubts, Enmei Terumi directly displayed the imposing aura befitting the 5th Mizukage, raising her hand to command the ninjas and shouting, "All ninjas! Heed my command, the battlefield is under the control of the 5th Mizukage. Prepare to carry out your respective missions." Meanwhile, when the 5th Hokage saw the Mizukage and Uchiha Yoru's chakra appear on the battlefield, it caused many astonished cries among the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. The 4th Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, roared in a deep voice, "They're just 2 reinforcements. We have 10,000 Hidden Mist Village ninjas. We have the advantage. All Hidden Mist Village ninjas, prepare to counterattack." In an instant, one by one, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas stepped out of line and marched forward on the waves, with thousands of ninjas simultaneously performing hand seals. Water release, Great Waterfall Technique. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The ninja from the Hidden Mist village with the massive chakra unleashed a large waterfall jutsu, while those with slightly weaker chakra and control unleashed a B-rank jutsu, water dragon bullet technique. Because the ocean stretched out before them, all chakra consumption was reduced to its lowest level. Rumble, no one had ever known before how massive the scale of 1,000 water-release ninjas unleashing their jutsu simultaneously could be. But at this moment, everyone knew. Natural disaster. Thousands of Hidden Mist village ninjas unleashed water release, instantly causing the sea to rage. Towering waves rose from the surface, and countless water dragons roared. A tsunami wave several hundred meters high rose in an instant, spreading far and wide. Even the water country ninjas were terrified at that moment. They had never seen a tsunami of this magnitude in their lives. Meanwhile, on the Konoha Sea, countless ninjas stared blankly at this scene. Even Hoshigaki Kisame, the renowned cage-level water-release ninja of the Hidden Mist village, was experiencing shock for the first time in his life. That's the scale of water release. It's completely beyond human power to resist. This is a catastrophe-level attack. Over 1,000 water-release ninjas working together, their combined power is enough to change the very heavens and earth. Yoru. At this moment, Mei Terumi, looking at the scale of the water-release jutsu, felt a hint of apprehension, but he still had confidence in Uchiha Yoru's strength. However, he didn't know exactly how strong he was. While everyone else was facing such a terrifying natural disaster, Uchiha Yoru let out a domineering chuckle. Thousands of Hidden Mist village ninjas joining forces to unleash water release jutsu is enough to make me seriously strain my muscles. Although the sound wasn't loud, it clearly echoed throughout the entire battlefield. The Hidden Mist village ninjas on one side, as well as the Konoha ninjas on the ship, could all hear it distinctly. The Konoha ninjas stared in astonishment at their leader, while the Hidden Mist village ninjas, having recovered from their shock at this catastrophic water release technique, were filled with anger. Such a jutsu! It can no longer be called a natural disaster. Even S-rank jutsu can't compare to this one. Natural disaster. But as everyone's attention was focused on him, Uchiha Yoru's imposing white figure slowly stood at the bow of the ship, his hands forming hand seals neither quickly nor slowly. Everyone could see that this was the Earth Release Jutsu. Nuclear Seismic Tunnel, a seemingly simple B-rank Earth Release Jutsu, yet upon being unleashed by Uchiha Yoru, the heavens and earth instantly roared. If the previous one was a tsunami, then this one is an earthquake. An earthquake like no other. With a rumbling sound, every ninja on the shore of the Hidden Mist village was terrified, and the ground was shaking. It's the seabed, the seabed. Finally, someone discovered the key to releasing the jutsu, and at that moment, a life-changing scene unfolded. The sea. Once again, it's been divided by a huge, crimson chasm. It was as if a deep, bottomless crack suddenly appeared in the vast ocean. Its sudden appearance caused the seawater to flow backward, creating this crimson chasm before our eyes. Thousands of Hidden Mist village ninjas unleashed water release, creating a catastrophic water release jutsu. Following the sudden appearance of a crack in the seabed, it instantly collapsed. Nowhere else would you find something to fill in this crack that suddenly appeared. A deafening, earth-shattering explosion descended, filling the crimson channel. The tsunami-like wave dissipated, leaving only relatively large layers of swirling foam on the rising sea surface, as if to prove their existence. This one. The ninjas on both sides stared blankly and fearfully at this scene. It was too shocking. Some even mistook it for an illusion, frantically trying to dispel the illusion before them. As the sea breeze stirred, Mei Terumi gazed at the imposing figure standing before her, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Yoru, let all the ninjas witness your rise. Let them see your godlike strength. At this moment, a flicker of infatuation appeared in Mei Terumi's eyes, followed by a captivating smile. The fifth Mizukage accepted Uchiha Yoru's cloak, the symbol of the ninja god, and the Gross World Sword. As Mei Terumi's voice faded, everyone turned to look. At that moment, their eyes were glazed over, as if they had forgotten to breathe. However, Uchiha Yoru slowly narrowed his eyes, revealing a domineering smile. Ming. Have you ever seen the full extent of my power? No, there isn't, so now, I invite you to show me. Let the entire shinobi world witness the legendary power of the Uchiha. Mei Terumi was initially surprised upon hearing this, but then she revealed that same alluring smile. The man before her had captivated her even more. Uchiha Yoru slowly turned his head. The tsunami had just subsided, leaving the boat slightly tossed by the waves, and a smile appeared on his lips. As you wish. In an instant, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted, leaving everyone breathless. Uchiha Yoru's figure leapt into the air, and under the watchful eyes of countless people, a black dot appeared in the bright sunlight. Everyone absolutely must not look him in the eye. At this moment, an experienced Jonin from the Hidden Mist village hurriedly shouted, but then a terrifying scene appeared in the sky. Fire release! Great fire annihilation! A raging sea of fire instantly appeared in the sky, like a tsunami rising from above, its immense power causing even the two ninjas to tremble in fear. Rumble, quick! Water release ninja defense! In a panic, the experienced ninja of the Hidden Mist village hastily shouted, even though this kind of terrifying jutsu, capable of creating a catastrophe of catastrophic proportions, was shocking. But facing death, their instinct was still to shout, water release, water wall, water release, water wall. Depending on the reaction of the Hidden Mist village ninjas, each hastily formed hand seals, and in an instant, towering walls of water appeared along the shore. Rumble, a massive sea of fire descended from the sky with a deafening roar, instantly rising and crashing against the water. The fire and water collided, creating a thunderous, hissing sound, and in an instant, the coastal area was enveloped in a thick fog. From the surface of the sea, Mei Terumi witnessed this scene and immediately shouted the order, "All ninjas prepare!" This time, the main objective is to capture and recruit scattered ninjas, for the sake of the Hidden Mist village ninjas, for freedom. Roar! This is their first battle to free the Hidden Mist village ninjas. Judging by the situation, it's almost a decisive battle. Roaring. As a massive, dense fog descended, Uchiha Yoru's figure appeared directly on the continent, instantly unleashing all his firepower. And the screams of agony from the Hidden Mist village ninja army were incessant. Wind release great breakthrough. The wind release ninjas hastily unleashed their full wind release power, directly blowing away the mist, revealing a scene that sent shivers down their spines. Uchiha Yoru's domineering figure was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. His after images flashed, and no one could stand against him. Everywhere, flying Hidden Mist village ninjas screamed in agony. His lightning-fast taijutsu, coupled with his skillful and masterful handling of the encirclement, even revealed a relaxed demeanor, further filling the Hidden Mist village ninjas with both fear and anger. Delusional. At that very moment, a deafening roar filled with tyranny echoed from afar. Under the terrified gaze of countless Hidden Mist village ninjas, they saw their fourth Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, directly enter a half-Biju transformation. His entire body was enveloped in a dark red Biju chakra cloak, resembling a miniature Biju. At this moment, he roared, and a Biju Dama, poised and ready to strike, suddenly shot out from his mouth with a deafening scream. Fourth Mizukage-sama, our men are still here. The Biju Dama unleashed terrifying power. With just one blast, even the Hidden Mist village ninjas would be severely wounded. Many Hidden Mist village ninjas showed reluctance, anger, and fear of the Mizukage's ruthless methods. No, you shouldn't. Countless Hidden Mist village ninjas watched helplessly as the terrifying Biju Dama roared past. And many Hidden Mist village ninjas within its range showed expressions of fear in their eyes at this sight. They fought and killed for the sake of the Hidden Mist village ninjas. Yet they were about to be killed by Shadow Assassin himself. Deep down, their unwavering devotion to the village was instantly replaced by despair. Was what they were doing for the sake of the village engulfed in blood and mist truly worthwhile? If the fifth Hokage were to see the Mizukage under his rule, what would the disparity be like? Could the current situation be even worse? The fourth Mizukage-sama. A furious, unwilling roar echoed incessantly with many ninjas from the Hidden Mist village within the target's range emitting angry shouts. The solidified black Biju Dama appeared above their heads, and at this moment of despair, many brainwashed or determined ninjas from the Hidden Mist village, driven by bloodlust, burst into maniacal laughter. When Uchiha Yoru saw this scene, a mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and his contemptuous, cold laughter echoed throughout the entire battlefield. It's just sand and gravel, not even half as good as me.